Hey friends, welcome to SHIGARAKI. So today we are gonna see, what if Deku inherited the Dragon King's powers? So before we start, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. Midoriya Izuku. Dragon Rider by tireddiver. Midoriya Izuku once again found himself crying in the woods behind the park. He had just wanted to play with his friends, but Kachan had just scoffed at him. "Come back once you get your quirk, you loser," Kachan had sneered. Everyone else had gotten their quirks. He was the only one without one. He just didn't understand why he didn't get to have his. They were starting school, real school, next week. If Izuku didn't have his quirk by then, he was scared of what the others would think. He was scared what that would mean. Izuku tried to wipe away his tears. He'd always been quick to cry, and stopping the tears once they came was all but impossible. He threw on a big almighty smile and did his best to laugh, but it sounded more like sobbing. As he quieted back down, another sound began to mix with the soft sound of his sniffling. Izuku couldn't figure out which way it was coming from. It was like it existed all around him. Izuku closed his eyes and listened as hard as he could. The sound reminded Izuku of the songs his mom would hum to him. It was soft and soothing. He found his tears dried and he felt a lot calmer. There were words, gently spoken as they were. Izuku couldn't make any of them out. They sounded strange and unfamiliar though. Hello? Izuku called out into the woods around him. The singing cut off instantly. The sudden silence was startling and Izuku worried he had upset whoever had been out there. "I'm sorry," he called out again. "I didn't mean to scare you. I'll just go." Izuku turned to head back to the park and his mother. She'd probably been worrying about him anyways. He shouldn't stress her out any more than she already was. She wouldn't tell him what was wrong, but he knew there was something. "Wait, youngling," the voice spoke. It still sounded weird. It was as if she had spoken directly into his thoughts. "I am sorry, it has been a long time since anyone has spoken to me. It surprised me." "That's okay," Izuku responded. He still didn't know where he was supposed to be looking. He found himself spinning around the trees and looking for any sign of who was speaking. "My name is Midoriya." "I am Safira," the voice told him. "How are you doing this?" Izuku asked, finally admitting that Safira was not anywhere near him. "Is this your quirk?" "No," Safira informed him. "It is rather hard to explain." Izuku pouted. "That's what grown-ups say when they think I'm too dumb to understand," he sulked. Safira laughed at him. The sound was much deeper than a normal laugh. It vibrated inside his head, all funny too. "I do not think you are dumb, young one," Safira assured him. "It is only that my situation will be rather strange for one such as yourself." "Why?" Izuku asked with a curious tilt of his head. Safira huffed a sigh at him. "Come, young one," she commanded him. "Find me and I will show you." Images began to fly through Izuku's mind. Trees and rocks and small paths. All of a sudden it was like he knew the woods better than ever. He knew where to go to find Safira. Izuku ran off into the woods as fast as he could. Izuku stumbled into the clearing. It had been a lot further than he had thought. The sun was already setting, but he had finally made it. Looking around, Izuku couldn't help noticing that the clearing was beautiful. It was a circular area with no trees around. The grass had grown lush with the ample access to sunshine, and a few flowers had grown up as well. "Safira," Izuku called as he walked further in. He stumbled a little as walked. The ground slopped down towards the center of the clearing gently enough that he hadn't noticed. "I am here, young one," Safira spoke to him. "I don't see you," Izuku said as his eyes swept the clearing again. There was something resting in the middle of the clearing. It was nestled in the grass, so Izuku hadn't seen it on his first look around. He made his way over and knelt in front of it. He found that it was not one, but two things. The first, the larger of the two, was a shimmering green stone. From the little light that did shine on it, Izuku could see a rainbow of other colors flickering across the surface. The second was a glittering blue gemstone. Its shape was smooth, rounded into a perfect oval. It reminded Izuku of a sapphire, but it was much larger and clearer than any sapphire Izuku had ever seen. It seemed almost to glow. "Now you see me," Safira chuckled. As she spoke, the flickering light that came from within the sapphire seemed to pulse and grow brighter. "You're the sapphire?" Izuku gasped. "In a manner of speaking, I suppose," Safira chuckled. "Though this is what I am, this is not all that defines me." "I don't understand," Izuku said with a shake of his head. Safira laughed. It wasn't the mean taunting laugh Kachan would give him if he admitted that he didn't understand something. It was like she was laughing more at herself. "I would be surprised if you did, young one," Safira told him. "Even in a world as strange as your own, the magic of dragons is not easy to understand." "Dragons!" Izuku exclaimed. He fell back on his butt and into the soft grass. "You're a dragon. That's so cool." "Thank you, young one," Safira chuckled again. "So then how come you're in a gem?" Izuku asked nervously. His mom always warned him against asking too many questions, but if Safira was a dragon, then he really wanted answers. "This gem is my heart," Safira told him. She didn't sound upset at his question, which helped Izuku calm back down. "My body died long ago, in a battle unlike any that had come before it. Though my body fell, my heart survived. I have spent many eons as you see me, and when the time came that a guard was needed for a desperate mission, I was chosen." "A guard?" Izuku repeated. His eyes flickered to the stone that Safira rested with. "For the stone?" "I see that I was not wrong. You are not dumb," Safira teased. "Yes, young one. I am here to guard the egg and ensure its mission is completed." "But how can you guard the stone if you're trapped in your heart?" Izuku wondered. "I am not so helpless as you might think," Safira told him. It felt like she was smirking. "None may find this place unless I allow them. Even if someone were strong enough to ignore my protections, then they would find themselves facing my wrath." Izuku didn't need to ask if that would be enough a second time. The emotion and power that Safira put into her words were such that Izuku had no more doubts. "So what is its mission?" Izuku asked as he looked to the stone. It was a desperate attempt to change the subject. "He must find his rider," Safira told him. Her voice had regained its gentle nature, for which Izuku would be eternally grateful. Processing her words though, Izuku blinked. Izuku realized. "Yes, young one," Safira confirmed. "It is not a stone as you call it. It is an egg. A dragon's egg. And the wormling who sleeps inside is ready to hatch, but he is waiting." "For his rider," Izuku repeated. "A human?" "Perhaps," Safira mused with a mental shrug. Izuku didn't fully understand how he could tell what she was doing. There are others, but they seem to be absent from this world. "How will you know when you find the right one?" Izuku asked. "How does he know?" "He will decide in his own time," Safira told him. "All I can do is listen and wait." "Wow," Izuku whispered under his breath. "Indeed," Safira laughed. "Now young one, would you like to see if he would accept you?" "Wah!" Izuku screamed. "Me? But, it is why I brought you here, young one." Safira cut him off with a gentle smile. Izuku again had no idea how he knew that she was smiling. There is something to be said for destiny. Your presence in these woods might be coincidence, or it might be fate. "What do I do?" Izuku asked in wonder. "Place your hand against the egg," Safira coached him. "Then we shall see." Izuku crept forward and once again leaned over Safira's heart and the egg. The egg was huge now that he knew what it was. It was maybe 15 centimeters tall and 10 wide. It would take both hands to lift it if he tried. Instead, he took a deep steadying breath and placed his hand against the egg as Safira had told him. The first thing Izuku noticed about the egg was the warmth. It felt like he had placed his hand on the outside of the oven. Its surface felt incredibly hard to the touch too, but Izuku could feel scale-like ridges beneath his palm. Hello," Izuku stammered. If there was a dragon inside, he didn't want to be rude. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I hope we can get along." Izuku waited. The wind rustling in the trees was the only sound as he looked for any sign from the egg. Nothing happened though. Izuku felt his heart clench in disappointment. He sighed in defeat. Of course, the dragon wouldn't choose someone like him. Why would it? Izuku was about to remove his hand from the egg when he felt it shift beneath his fingers. His eyes lasered back in on the green surface as he watched it shake once again. A crack sounded out and a split appeared beneath his palm. Izuku removed his hand on reflex. Just as his hand pulled back, a head burst through the egg. The dragon was the same lush green color as the egg. Its head was so tiny, no bigger than a walnut, but he was beautiful. Izuku stared and the dragon stared back at him, emerald eyes meeting forest green ones. The dragon crawled his way out of the egg. Izuku was too fascinated to look away. The dragon's 4 legs were each as thick as its slender neck, which wasn't more than a few centimeters. Tiny spikes descended his back, each one so thin that Izuku could hardly see them. The dragon's wings were furled up against its sides, but the slightly lighter color of the webbing was still visible. Hello," Izuku stammered. He reached his hand out while keeping palm up, the same way his mom had taught him to do when he wanted to pet a dog or a cat. The dragon leaned its head forward and sniffed at his palm. After a moment he placed his nose in the center of Izuku's hand. The pain was instant. It was like the time he touched the stove, but it was so much worse. The burning was paired with another sensation, one like he had dunked the rest of his arm in ice water. It only lasted a moment, but Izuku screamed regardless. He clutched his palm close to himself, the tears falling as he cradled the burnt appendage. He felt a strong sense of worry. It was strange. It was like he was feeling the emotion, but that it wasn't his own. Or maybe that it didn't start with him. Looking up, he found the dragon watching him, far closer than it had been before. The dragon leaned forward and licked his cheek. The tiny tongue tickled as it flicked across his cheek. "I'm okay," Izuku sniffled. "Well done, young one," Safira commended him. Izuku startled. He had forgotten about the other dragon. The green dragon seemed to jump too, its head snapping towards the blue gem where it lay on the ground by its now empty egg. Thank you," Izuku said, remembering his manners. "What was that?" "That was the bond," Safira told him. Izuku looked down at his hand. There was now a silvery mark where he had felt the burning. It was a spiraling thing with ridges along the outside. It was right in the center of his palm. The mark is the Gedwi Ignatia, and it is both the mark of your bond and your mark as Dragon Rider. So what now?" Izuku asked. "Now?" Safira paused as though she were thinking about it herself. "Now, we shall go with you." "Mom?" Izuku cried as he ran out of the woods and back into the park where he had last seen his mother. It was late now. The sun had gone down a while ago. The park was lit by the flashing of red lights, though. Izuku saw his mom standing beside a man in some kind of blue uniform. She looked like she'd been crying. "Mom!" Izuku called again as he ran towards her. Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother, looked up and saw Izuku running at her, waving excitedly. "Izuku!" Inko cried hysterically. She threw herself at her son and scooped him up into her arms. "Where have you been? I was so worried. Are you okay?" Izuku looked up into his mom's face to see that while the tears were still streaming down her face, she wore a stern expression. "I'm sorry, Mama," Izuku laughed as he buried his face in her shoulder. "But I had the most amazing thing happen." "Wha?" Inko wondered. "Young man." The man next to them interrupted her. "You shouldn't run off from your mother. She was very worried about you, and as a result we had to waste our time when nothing was wrong." "Now wait just a minute," Inko demanded of the man, who Izuku could now tell was a police officer. "Waste your time? Just what exactly do you think your job is?" "It's not chasing after little boys whose mothers can't keep them in line," the officer complained as he jabbed a finger at Izuku. Before either Izuku or Inko could voice their complaints at the officer, the dragon snaked its head over Izuku's shoulder and snapped at the offending finger. "What the fuck?" the officer exclaimed as he snatched his hand away. Izuku? Inko asked weakly as the dragon crawled its way off of Izuku's back and curled up around his neck. I was trying to tell you, Izuku exclaimed happily, his anger at the officer instantly forgotten as he remembered his day. I met a dragon. I can see that, Inko nodded weakly, but Izuku looked up at her with a big smile and the words died in her throat. He could see she was worrying about something. What is it, Mama? Izuku asked curiously. Nothing, Izuku, Inko said with a shake of her head. She plastered a big smile to her face. It must be a part of your quirk, sweetheart. It just took me by surprise is all. It's not a quirk, Mama, Izuku told her. Inko gave Izuku a curious look before she shook her head. Well, we'll just have to go to the doctor and see what he thinks then, she sighed. Dragon Rider Izuku was laying in his bed that night with the dragon curled up on his chest. His mom had made an appointment with a quirk doctor in the morning. His mom hadn't listened to him when he'd tried to explain everything. She just smiled and nodded the whole time he talked. When he was done, she had ruffled his hair and said something about the imagination of children. Izuku turned his head, careful not to disturb the sleeping dragon, and looked at Safira's heart where he had placed it on his nightstand. The light that glimmered within still shone and pulsed as he watched it. Safira, he whispered. Yes, little one? Safira responded instantly. What if no one believes me? He asked her. Then no one believes you, Safira answered. Is that okay? Izuku asked. I mean, you're dragons. This world is a strange one, Midoriya, Safira mused. But it is not the way of dragons to worry about the views of others. The only thing that matters is that you understand the truth of the bond between you and him. You belong to each other, but neither of you are the other's master. You are partners bound together in a relationship of give and take. Izuku thought about that as he stroked the dragon's back, careful to avoid the needle-sharp spikes. Does he have a name? Izuku wondered aloud. Not yet, Safira laughed. You have not named him. I get to do it? Izuku asked. In a manner of speaking, Safira confirmed. Though he will have some say in it. He will let you know if he dislikes what you come up with. Did your rider name you? Izuku asked. Safira was quiet for a moment. Izuku watched as the light emanating from Safira's heart seemed to flicker. Izuku wondered if he'd get an answer. Yes, young one, Safira confirmed, though her voice was much more solemn now. It took him several tries. He was not the most eloquent of humans when we first met. You sound like you miss him, Izuku whispered. Every day my heart calls out for him, Safira sighed. The bond between a dragon and their rider is unlike any other. The two of you shall become one and then you will understand. I'm sorry, Izuku said sadly. Do not let my sorrow weigh on your heart, young one, Safira told him. I have come to peace with Aragon's passing. And it will be a long time before either of you will come to know my pain. For now, you should sleep. In the morning we shall worry about his name and the things to come. Izuku let his head sink back into the pillow and continued to stroke the dragon's back. He thought of everything Safira had said. Everything about this was so strange, but he could not find it in himself to worry about that. He felt like it was the start of something. He felt excited. Dragon Rider good morning, young one, Safira's voice greeted him as he opened his eyes. It was too bright and too early. With a groan he rolled over in his bed. He could afford 5 more minutes. A sharp pain on his ear had him bolting upright. Ow, he yelped as he grabbed his ear. Izuku looked back down at his pillow and found the dragon watching him from beside where his head had been. Forest green eyes sparkling with intelligence looked at him. There was something in them that Izuku couldn't quite recognize. He felt a sudden sense of hunger, but it felt strange again. Combined with the fact that he knew he wasn't hungry, he came to a startling realization. Is this your hunger? Izuku asked the dragon. The hunger grew stronger. Izuku looked to Safira's heart where she sat on his nightstand. Her glow was more muted than he had seen it before. Well, let's go get you something to eat, Izuku sighed. He got out of bed and the dragon scaled his pajamas and curled around his neck once again. Izuku walked out of his room and to the kitchen where he found his mom placing 2 bowls on the table. "Great timing, honey," Inko laughed. "I was just about to come get you." Izuku sat down in front of his bowl. Breakfast wasn't anything fancy. It never really was in the Midoriya household. It was an egg over a bowl of rice. Izuku cut off a piece of the egg with his chopsticks and held it up to the dragon. The dragon took a sniff before his jaws lashed out and devoured the small bite in an instant. "Izuku, sweetie," Inko voiced. Izuku looked up at his mom to find her staring at him with concern in her eyes. "Should you really be feeding it?" He was hungry. Izuku shrugged groggily. He cut off another bite of egg and gave it to the dragon. He ended up feeding the entire egg to the dragon before it scampered off of his shoulder and onto the table. He watched as it sat on the table and began cleaning its claws with its tongue. Inko huffed as she put her own egg in Izuku's bowl before returning to the kitchen to make herself another. "Are you ready to come up with your name?" Izuku asked curiously as he took his first bite of egg. The dragon looked at him with a tilt of his head. "Well, I feel bad just calling you dragon," Izuku explained. "Safira said we should come up with it together." Izuku felt a sense of excited curiosity, a lot like how he felt when he saw a new hero. He took it as confirmation that the dragon was ready. "You're such a pretty color, I thought we could call you after that," Izuku told the dragon. The positive emotions that rolled off the dragon made him smile. "Okay. Then how do you feel about Forest?" The dragon gave an indignant huff. "Guess not," Izuku sighed. "Well, your scales shine like little gemstones, but they're a lot lighter than emeralds. What about Jade?" The dragon raised its head a little higher at that. It seemed to bask in not only the praise but in the name as well. "Seems to be a good fit," Safira's voice rang through his mind. Izuku spewed rice across the table. His mother, who had returned only moments, gave him an exasperated look. "Are you okay, Izuku?" she asked. "What happened?" "Just swallowed wrong," Izuku coughed. "Sorry." Izuku got up and ran to the kitchen for a paper towel to clean up. Jade hopped after him, launching onto and climbing up his sleeve as he left the room. "You two are gonna be the death of me," Izuku muttered with a shake of his head. The sound of 2 very different laughs rang through his mind. Izuku found he couldn't help but smile himself. Dragon Rider ==. "Well, I can honestly say that your son has the strangest quirk I've ever seen," the doctor laughed. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say it wasn't a quirk at all." "What do you mean, doctor?" Inko asked as she put one arm around Izuku. He held Jade in his lap as the 2 adults spoke as though he wasn't in the room. "Well, from what I can tell, your son is quirkless," the doctor told her. "Has the toe joint, and all our tests indicate a lack of activation of his quirk factor. But between the dragon, the mark on his hand, and the clear connection between the 2 of them, there's no denying that this is his quirk." "So what happens now?" Inko asked. "Well, we'll mark him down as having a companion quirk, I suppose," the doctor shrugged. "It doesn't seem to have wrought any changes besides the mark itself. We'll have to keep an eye on him to know for sure, but I doubt we'll see anything. This type of quirk rarely changes much after its manifestation." Inko sighed in relief. "So the dragon isn't going to grow?" Inko asked hopefully. "Probably not," the doctor shook his head. "It might grow a little, but more than likely it will stay proportional with your son." Izuku wanted to speak up, but each time he'd tried to explain that he had found Jade in an egg and not through some sort of psychic manifestation, they just wrote him off. He doubted they wanted to hear his thoughts on Jade's growth. He was also still coming to terms that the doctor just told him he wouldn't be getting a quirk at all. He had Jade though, and he thought Jade was cooler than any quirk. "Seeing as your son is unable to summon the dragon, I'll write a letter that can be filed with the police for a permit allowing it to accompany your son in public," the doctor said as he wrote something down on his clipboard. "It'll take a few minutes to get all the information down. I'll have one of the nurses bring it to you and then you'll be all set." "Thank you, doctor," Inko said as she rose from her seat to bow. "That is very kind of you. You've been a great help." And if anything else changes, please feel free to come back and we can take another look, the doctor told her. He left the room without a single word spoken to Izuku. Dragon Rider The changes started the next day. The first change was rather simple really. Jade began to fly. Izuku had known it was only a matter of time. Safira had told him stories of her flying, but it still came as a surprise when he walked out of the bathroom to a flying green lizard slamming into his face. His mom hadn't seemed too bothered by the change. At least not until Jade had flown into the fridge when her back was turned. Jade had made it through 2/3 of their pork before she'd caught him. After that she'd insisted that the dragon hunt if he were hungry. Each night Izuku opened his window and Jade would go hunting. Jade would send Izuku images and memories of the kills that he was proud of, including several large birds of prey that he had caught at the park where they had met. Jade was eating very well, which may have caused the next change. Despite what the doctor had told Inko, Jade was growing. Not only was Jade growing, but he was growing fast. By the end of that first week he was more than double the size he had been when he had hatched. He was still incredibly slender, but he already weighed enough that Izuku couldn't pick him up anymore. Inko was taking this less well. "He's so big," she had commented at dinner one night. Jade was resting his head on Izuku's lap as the boy ate his dinner. "I know," Izuku nodded proudly. He scratched the base of one of Jade's spikes. "He's already over a meter long from nose to tail." "But the doctor said he wasn't going to grow," Inko murmured. "Jade's a dragon, Mom," Izuku groaned. "He's just young. He's gonna grow lots and lots." Izuku's words sunk in and Inko's eyes went wide. "How do you think dragons get, Izuku?" Izuku thought about what Safira had told him. Dragons were immortal. They grew their entire lives too. "I don't know, but probably as big as a house, easy." Inko seemed to pale at that. "Is everything okay, Mama?" Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. He took another bite of katsudon as he watched his mom. Fine honey," Inko stammered. "I just need to think some things through. Don't worry." "Okay then," Izuku nodded. He finished his katsudon and stood up. "I'm gonna head to bed. I'll see you in the morning." Izuku dashed away, Jade right behind him. They left his mother staring after them, neither really noticing the way her eyebrows knit together in concern. Izuku hurriedly got ready for bed and got into his room. He looked at Safira's heart again. She hadn't spoken to him in a few days and he was starting to get worried. The light that glimmered within her heart was dimmer than it had first been too. "What if she doesn't wake up?" Izuku asked Jade. The dragon placed his head in Izuku's lap. Izuku felt Jade's presence in his mind. He shared Izuku's worry, but he had a hope that was missing from Izuku's thoughts. "I'm sure you're right," Izuku sniffled. "I'm just so scared. What if she's sick?" Jade huffed at him. Izuku could feel he was offended. "Dragons can get sick too, Jade," Izuku told him as he shoved his head away. Izuku knew that he only succeeded because Jade let him. Jade had proven that he was more than strong enough to overpower the 5-year-old boy on multiple occasions. "I appreciate your concerns, young ones," Safira's voice rang out. She sounded tired. "But I promise you have nothing to worry about." "Safira!" Izuku nearly shouted as he snatched her heart off of the nightstand. The light within had brightened, if only a little bit. "You're okay." Jade added his agreement mentally, a satisfaction radiating within Izuku's mind. "I am fine," Safira assured them. "I have been awake for a long time, young ones. It is not a dragon's nature to remain watchful as I have done over the centuries since we came to this land. I need to rest, to recover now that you have been found." "Oh," Izuku murmured. "I'm sorry if we woke you." "You did not," Safira laughed. "Tired as I am, I still have a responsibility." "A responsibility?" Izuku asked. "You two are to be riders in this land," Safira sighed. "I will have to see to your training. The next time I awaken we will begin. Be ready." And just as quickly as she'd awoken, Izuku felt Safira's presence recede and the glow from her heart dim once again. Dragon Rider Izuku's first day of school came 2 days after Safira's promise of training. The female dragon had not made any indication of waking again. So Izuku was instead trying to focus on school. He was incredibly nervous, but the note from the doctor had gotten him a permit that allowed Jade to stay with Izuku 24/7. It didn't dispel his fears, but it helped him face the day. Izuku's mom dropped them off at the front gate of the school. "Be good, Izuku," Inko reminded him as she knelt down, "and keep Jade out of trouble, okay?" "Okay, Mama," Izuku nodded. "I'll try, that's my sweet boy," Inko smiled. She stood up and Izuku turned to head through the gates. Other students, most of which Izuku didn't recognize, were heading into the school too. A lot of them would point at Jade when they saw him trailing behind Izuku. Excited whispers followed them as they made their way through the courtyard, into the building, and all the way to their classroom. Izuku was starting to feel horribly self-conscious with all the attention he and Jade were receiving. None of the other students could pass by without staring now. Izuku hurried up and opened the door. He stepped inside to find the teacher directing a student to their desk. She turned and smiled when she saw Izuku waiting in the doorway. "Well, come on in," she called. "I'm Mrs. Tanaka. I'm going to be your teacher for the year." Hello," Izuku stammered. He gave a small bow, Jade copying the motion behind him. "My name is Midoriya Izuku and this is Jade." Mrs. Tanaka's eyes widened as she took in the dragon that was half hidden behind Izuku. She had to shake herself out of a daze before she continued. "I see," Mrs. Tanaka said. "The principal warned me you had a companion quirk. Will he be okay sitting beside your desk?" "Yes, ma'am," Izuku nodded. Mrs. Tanaka led Izuku over to a desk by the window. He put his bag down and sat in the seat, Jade situating himself underneath the seat itself, his head wrapping around to rest in Izuku's lap. Izuku smiled down at him and began scratching him beneath the jaw. "Deku," a familiar voice asked in shock. "What the fuck is that?" Izuku looked up to find the Bakugo Katsuki, Kachan, standing next to Mrs. Tanaka, who looked appalled at his language. But Kachan had always been like that. He took after his mom, Izuku's Aunt Mitsuki, who cursed even worse than he did. "Hey Kachan." Izuku greeted him with a smile. "This is Jade. He's my dragon." "How the fuck did you get a dragon?" Kachan snapped. "Bakugo." Mrs. Tanaka scolded the boy. "While I understand Midoriya's quirk is surprising, that is no excuse for that kind of language. If you curse in my classroom again, I will have no choice but to send you to the principal's office." Yeah, whatever." Kachan waved her off. He stomped past Izuku and towards the seat she had been leading him to. Izuku felt a wave of displeasure roll through his mind. He looked down at Jade, but the dragon was still resting there with his eyes closed. Whatever had bothered him apparently wasn't enough to get him to move away from Midoriya's scratches. A few more students trickled in, Mrs. Tanaka showing each one to their seat. Once every desk was filled, she moved to the front of the room. "Hello everyone," she addressed them. "Allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is Mrs. Tanaka and I will be your teacher for the year. I hope we're all going to get along swimmingly. We're going to start the day with introductions. You'll all come up, one at a time, and introduce yourselves. You can tell us something fun about yourself too." As the students went up, a pattern was instantly clear. Every student who went up gave their name and their quirk. No one offered anything else as their fun fact. There were a lot of really cool quirks in the class, though no one else seemed quite as excited as Izuku was. Only a few kids really got more than 1 or 2 comments on their quirks. When Kachan went up, he gave a demonstration of his quirk. The loud popping and bright display earned him a scowl from Mrs. Tanaka, but more comments than anyone else had received from the class. They all loved it. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He walked up to the front of the class and did his best not to shake from nervousness. He felt Jade nuzzle into his hand. It helped, if only a little. My name is Midoriya Izuku." Izuku introduced himself. "This is my dragon Jade." "What's your quirk?" one of the other kids called out. Izuku hesitated. Jade is Midoriya's quirk. Mrs. Tanaka jumped in to explain. He's what's called a companion quirk. Several voices began whispering around the classroom. Izuku felt negative emotion spike through him once again. This time when he turned to Jade, he found him looking down at the ground. Izuku felt an instant his stomach drop. It's more complicated than that. Izuku shook his head. I'm afraid we need to move on, Midoriya, Mrs. Tanaka told him with a gentle smile. Maybe another time. She shooed Izuku back to his seat before he got a chance to explain. The rest of the students went up and introduced themselves. Izuku found he couldn't pay attention. Jade had placed his head back in Izuku's lap, but he refused to look up at the boy. Izuku could feel the tears pricking at his eyes. Safira had said that dragons don't concern themselves with the opinions of others. All that mattered was Izuku and Jade's bond. Which meant that it was Izuku that Jade was mad at, didn't it? He hated the thought that he had upset Jade. It made his stomach tighten into a knot that he just wanted to go away. Wonderful, Mrs. Tanaka smiled as the last student returned to their seat. Now we have just enough time to go over some kanji before we head outside for recess. Dragon Rider Izuku and Jade were the last ones in the classroom. Mrs. Tanaka had led the others outside to the playground. Izuku still hadn't gotten out of his seat. He needed to speak to Jade. I'm sorry, Jade, Izuku said. He could feel the tears that he had fought away earlier begin pouring down his face. I shouldn't let them talk about you that way. Jade lifted his head out of Izuku's lap, his forest green eyes looking at Izuku's sadly. Izuku felt the dissatisfaction Jade was stewing in. I'll do better, Izuku promised. I know you aren't just a quirk. Jade rolled his eyes at Izuku. What? Izuku gasped defensively. He was apologizing. Jade fixed him with a very pointed look that had Izuku shrinking in on himself. Is that not what's wrong? Izuku asked nervously. What else could it have been? What had he done? Jade huffed at him. He lowered his head and pushed the top of it into Izuku's chest. Mine. A voice rumbled in Izuku's mind. It was soft and firm, and it made Izuku's skin tingle to hear. Izuku was left utterly stunned. He couldn't stop staring at Jade. You spoke to me, he whispered. Jade rolled his eyes at Izuku once again. How long could you do that? Izuku exclaimed. Jade crawled out from under Izuku's seat and made his way towards the door. About halfway he brought his head back around to look at Izuku, who was still staring dumbfounded after him. Jade huffed once before turning his head back and continuing towards the door. Wait. Izuku called after him. He practically launched himself out of his seat to follow. Izuku caught up to Jade in the hall and the two of them headed out to the playground together. Mrs. Tanaka seemed shocked when Izuku walked out the door. After a quick excuse about him using the restroom, Izuku and Jade were sent to join the others. They were almost instantly surrounded by the other kids, all of whom had questions. Can I ride him? A boy with metal hair asked. He isn't big enough to ride yet, Izuku told him with a shake of his head. Can he breathe fire? Yelled the girl who didn't have to blink. Not yet, Izuku said with another shake of his head. So basically, you got yourself an overgrown iguana, Kachan called out. Hey! Izuku exclaimed as Jade snarled from beside him. Several students backed away from the dragon. What a shitty quirk, Kachan sneered. It can't even do anything. Shut up! Izuku screamed. Jade bared his teeth at Kachan, but the boy didn't seem to care about either of them. Come on guys, Kachan said as he spun around. Let's go play heroes where you can see a real quirk in action. Several of the boys followed Kachan as he stormed away. The crowd around Izuku, even those that didn't follow Kachan, dispersed too. Izuku was left all alone with Jade. Don't listen to them, Jade, Izuku murmured as he hugged the dragon's neck. Jade just huffed and nuzzled his face into Izuku's shoulder. Izuku felt Jade trying to send comforting emotions to Izuku, but Jade's own anger was bleeding through. The rest of recess, after they'd both calmed down, Izuku spent teaching Jade all the words he knew. He had no idea how much Jade could talk, but he was only a week old, so he figured he could help. If the curiosity Izuku could feel through their link was any indication, then Jade was interested. Jade listened intently to everything Izuku told him, but he didn't speak to Izuku again. After that, the school day was fairly simple. Mrs. Tanaka called them back inside and they learned multiplication tables and about the origin of quirks. Time flew by, and before Izuku even realized it was the end of the day, he was headed outside to wait for his mom. That wasn't so bad, Izuku chuckled as he and Jade looked around the gathered adults. What did you think of our first day of school? Jade huffed at him and rolled his eyes. Come on, you were just gonna sleep at home too, Izuku teased him. Jade just bumped his head into his hip, causing Izuku to laugh at him. Izuku couldn't find his mom in the crowd outside the gate, so he walked back towards the school to wait for her. Once he was through the gate, he heard the telltale sound of Kachan's explosions. Izuku turned his head towards the noise and found Kachan, and two other boys from their class, all standing over a boy Izuku didn't recognize. When Kachan raised his hand to smack the boy on the floor, Izuku's body reacted. Izuku shoved Kachan away from the boy, both hands smacking into his shoulders. Kachan stumbled back several steps, arms flailing everywhere to keep himself from falling on his butt. What are you doing, Kachan? Izuku screamed at his friend. What the hell, Deku? Kachan seethed. You were being mean. Izuku yelled back. Jade pressed against his side, further blocking Kachan from the boy he had been attacking. You can't use your quirk to hurt somebody, Kachan, that's what villains do. What the fuck did you just call me? Kachan asked angrily. His palms were popping with small explosions. I was putting this quirkless freak in his place, but it looks like I need to remind you too. You're all beneath me. Kachan lunged forward as he yelled, his palm reaching forward to blow Izuku away. Izuku spread his arms wide, protecting the boy behind him from the blast. He closed his eyes and tried to brace himself, but the hit never came. Izuku peeked through his eyelids and saw a wall of green scales before him. Jade had jumped between Izuku and Kachan. He was standing on his hind legs so that he towered over all of them. His wings were spread wide, flapping with so much power that Izuku's hair was ruffling. When he slammed back down onto all fours, Izuku could see that the wind had knocked Kachan back several steps and knocked his friends on the ground. What? Kachan sneered. Gonna hide behind your little pet? He's not a pet, Izuku snapped, and we're not gonna let you hurt anybody, because that's what heroes do. Like you could ever be a hero, Kachan laughed. You might as well be quirkless without your little lizard. So what? Izuku asked angrily. Who cares, God, everybody is so obsessed with quirks. Well, if having a quirk makes somebody like you, then I don't want one. Ha! Kachan barked. Spoken like a true quirkless loser. Jade snarled angrily at Kachan's words. His displeasure clear through Izuku's mental connection with him. He bared his teeth, razor sharp and a half an inch long. Kachan took a hesitant step backwards, eyeing Jade wearily. Whatever, he huffed. He turned around and stomped past his friends who were still cowering on the ground. When they saw their last line of protection was gone, they scrambled after him. Izuku turned around to help the boy he had been protecting. He was surprised to find that the boy had run off. Oh well, Izuku sighed. At least he didn't get hurt. Jade huffed beside him. What? Izuku asked as he turned to face him. Jade tilted his head to the side and looked at Izuku curiously. With a roll of his eyes he turned around and began walking towards the gate again. Hey, wait! Izuku called as he chased after the dragon. What is it? Dragon Rider .. That night at dinner they were having katsudon again. He loved his mom's katsudon. She couldn't cook a whole lot of food, but she knew how to make katsudon like a pro. As he was digging in, his mom was just watching him. Izuku, she began, but she paused and took a deep breath. Izuku, honey, we're moving. Izuku looked up, a little surprised. Why, mama? He asked. Well, sweetie, if you're right and Jade is still growing, then he's not going to fit in the apartment much longer, she explained. We're going to need someplace with more room. Okay. Izuku nodded. That makes sense. Inko bit at her lip. I found a place I think might work, she told him. It's a house so it'll be a lot more spacious. It's on a big lot so you'll have lots of room to play with him, and it's right up against a forest too so he'll be able to hunt for food. That sounds great, Mama, Izuku exclaimed excitedly. He was bouncing in his seat now. It's a bit far away, Inko warned him seriously. You wouldn't be able to continue at Aldera Elementary. That's okay, Mama, Izuku said. I didn't really make any friends yet. If you're sure, Inko sighed. I'll put the offer down in the morning. When would we be moving? Izuku asked. He wanted to see the new place. As soon as possible, Izuku, Inko told him. She eyed Jade's head, still resting in Izuku's lap. It was about the size of a pear now. I don't want Jade to get so big he's accidentally destroying things in the apartment. Yay! Izuku cheered. Dragon Rider as soon as possible turned out to be the day after next. Inko kept Izuku home to help her pack. The two of them put everything in boxes as quick as they could. They loaded it all into a truck that Inko had rented to help with the move. The only thing left in the apartment at the end of that day was a pair of futons that the two slept on that night. The drive out to the new house took a few hours. It was on the other side of the prefecture, away from the big cities. The houses started getting further and further apart as they drove. By the time they reached the new house, the houses were so far apart that they couldn't see any of their neighbors. The house itself was 2 stories. It looked a little old, its light blue paint chipping in a few places, but it didn't look like it was falling apart. It was in the middle of a big field with only a big red barn behind it. Further back was a line of trees that must have marked the forest his mom told him about. This is so cool, Izuku exclaimed as he strained against his seatbelt to get a better look. I'm glad you like it, Izuku, Inko laughed at him. Jade, look, Izuku said as he pointed to the trees. There's the forest. I bet you can hunt all kinds of stuff in there. Jade, who was currently wrapped entirely around him, raised his head and looked to the trees. He seemed to think on Izuku's words. Before curling back up again, he still hadn't spoken to Izuku since that moment in the classroom. It was honestly a little frustrating at times, but Izuku's ability to feel his emotions helped him understand Jade most of the time. Safira too had been silent. He worried about her, but at least now he knew she was just resting. He hoped she wouldn't mind the move. Hopefully, it would be a good thing for her too. Izuku sprinted out of the car the moment they were parked. Jade leapt out right behind him, taking instantly to the air. Izuku chased after him as they ran around and looked at everything. The house had lots of windows, a few of which had cracks running through them. There was only one door on the front, but there were 2 on the back of the house. One normal door and then a big glass sliding one. The barn had only one door, but it was huge. The barn was the same height as the house, and the door was easily taller than the entire first story of the house. It was painted a dull rusty red color, the paint chipping even worse than the house, but it gave the building a kind of rustic charm that Izuku loved. Izuku, Inko hollered from the car. Come help me unload. Coming, Mama, Izuku called back as he raced over. Together they started unloading the moving truck. Inko showed Izuku which room was gonna be his. It was about the same size as his old one, but its window was much bigger. Izuku ran back to the car after he'd put his first box down. Inko was moving around boxes in the back, sorting them into different stacks. Where does this one go, Mama? Izuku asked as he bent down to pick up another. Inko looked up at him. Oh, Izuku, that one's gonna be heavy, Inko warned him. Really? Izuku asked as he picked it up. It doesn't seem so bad. Inko watched Izuku with wide eyes as he brought the box over to her. What's wrong, Mama? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Nothing, sweetie, Inko stammered. You're just stronger than I thought. My little boy is growing into a strong young man. Izuku smiled widely at that. Thanks, Mama, he exclaimed. So where should I take it? Take it to the kitchen for me, please, Inko told him. Izuku nodded and ran off with the box. Together they quickly unloaded the truck. Once they were done, Inko got started unpacking and Izuku went back to exploring with Jade. The two of them spent a lot of time playing in the woods. The densely packed trees made a great place to explore. Dragon Rider It was over a week after their move before Safira awoke again. In that time Jade had doubled in size again. He was now over 2 meters long and his body was larger than a big dog's. His mom had forbidden Jade from even trying to fly in the house, not that Jade could have spread his wings to their full length inside anymore. Izuku found he could comfortably sit on Jade's shoulders now, but if he sat there for too long then his legs started to chafe. "Hello young ones," Safira's voice rang through Izuku's mind as he laid down for the day. "Safira," Izuku yelled as he pushed off of Jade to sit up straight. They'd switched around the last few nights, Izuku using Jade as a pillow instead of the other way around. Jade's scales were hard, but the warmth was really nice. Jade huffed at the sudden loss of weight. "How are you feeling?" Izuku asked her. "Better," Safira chuckled. She seemed to think about something for a moment before she asked, "Are we not in the same place?" "My mom thought it was a good idea to move somewhere bigger for Jade," Izuku explained. "A wise decision to make," Safira complimented, "though this room will not work for much longer." "It won't?" Izuku asked sadly. He was only just starting to get used to sleeping in the new space. "No," Safira confirmed. "You will want to find someplace much larger if you wish to continue to rest together." Jade wrapped his long neck around Izuku and placed his head in his lap. Izuku absent-mindedly began to scratch at the base of his neck spines. "I'll have to talk to Mom," Izuku murmured. "Maybe they could set up something in the barn?" "Tomorrow we shall begin your training," Safira said, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. "I'm starting at the new school tomorrow," Izuku told her. "That is fine," Safira dismissed his concern. "Your training will take place afterwards." Dragon Rider The new school wasn't all that different from the first one, though it was a good deal smaller. There was just the one class of students in each year. When the teacher had introduced him to the class, he had told the other kids that Izuku had a companion quirk, not even calling Jade by name, which still irked Izuku. The other kids were okay. They were interested in Jade, but they kept treating him like he was a dog. After the third or fourth time Izuku and Jade decided to just keep their distance. That afternoon when Izuku got home, he ran straight upstairs and grabbed Safira's heart. He brought her to the backyard and sat down with her. Jade settled next to him, his head resting in Izuku's lap. "Izuku, you are young, even by the standards of humans," Safira told them. "Oh," Izuku murmured. "It is not a bad thing," Safira assured him. "It only means that we will have to take our time and be cautious with your training." "Okay." Izuku nodded. "Physical training will remain light until you are old enough to handle more strenuous exercises," Safira went on. "In the meantime, we shall focus on the many other aspects of your training." "Like what?" Izuku asked. "We will start with preparing your mind," Safira explained. "My mind?" Izuku wondered. "Your mind," Safira confirmed. "The same way you touch upon Jade's consciousness or I touch upon yours, you can reach out to all the life around you." "Wait, but I don't do anything to talk to Jade," Izuku shook his head. "He's just always there." Safira's mood seemed to shift. Her attention turned to Jade, and a sense of disapproval spread through him. Izuku could feel Jade's discomfort, but he did not fully understand why. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asked nervously. Safira heaved a sigh greater than any he had heard from her. "No, Midoriya," Safira told him. "But Jade has done you a disservice." Izuku's eyes went wide. "No," he exclaimed. He hugged Jade's head close to his chest. "Jade wouldn't do that." "I am sure he did not mean to," Safira comforted him. He could feel Jade shrinking away from Safira's words. "But it does not change what has happened." What happened?" Izuku stuttered. He didn't really want an answer. He really hoped Jade didn't do anything too bad. Jade has remained in constant contact with your mind, Safira explained. As a result, you have not had as much exposure to the concept I am describing as you ought to have had. So what now? Izuku asked hopefully. That didn't sound so bad. We will have to start at the beginning, Safira sighed. I will have Jade remove his presence from your mind. Jade's displeasure made his desire not to well know, but a mental glare from Safira was enough to dissuade him from disobeying her. I will remove myself as well, Safira continued. We shall allow you a moment to reacquaint yourself with the feeling of your own, singular, consciousness. Then we shall take turns brushing against your mind so that you may become acquainted with boundaries of your mindscape. Okay. Izuku nodded. Izuku gasped as suddenly he was alone again. He hadn't felt it before, but now that his mind was empty of anyone but himself, it felt all too lonely. The space Jade had occupied before felt like a void now. Izuku instantly reached towards the void, driven by a desire to feel whole once again. He found just a trace of Jade's mind. It was as though there was an invisible line that connected their minds together, a path that he could follow. It was a bond between them. Oh, it was probably their bond. Izuku reached along the connection and felt Jade's mind. Where before Jade had been in Izuku's mind, now he was in Jade's. Whoa, Izuku gasped. He spoke in both his mind and with his voice. Safira's surprise and Jade's satisfaction were instant. I suppose that is a promising start, Safira huffed. Though perhaps I will need to add exercises in independence to your training. Izuku blushed. Sorry, he murmured. I didn't mean to. It's fine, young one, Safira assured him. Your bond with Jade means that it is easier for you to reach out to him. Still, it is impressive that it took you so little time. We can only hope that it is aptitude and not luck. Safira had Izuku practice reaching out with his mind, first to her heart after she had withdrawn from Izuku and Jade's minds, and then searching for his mom while she was still inside the house. It took him several tries. Stretching his mental reach that far was taxing. Sweat formed on his forehead and he thought he was getting a headache, but he pushed through. He finally felt her after about 10 minutes of stretching out. He brushed against her consciousness and gasped. He quickly pulled away before she could figure out he was there. Good, Safira praised. Now I want you to speak to her. Is that okay? Izuku asked. She doesn't know about you. I will protect your thoughts so that you do not overshare, Safira told him. Okay. Izuku nodded. He brushed against his mom's mind once again. This time, though he didn't shy away, he pushed his way into her mind and felt her thoughts. Let's see, she mused. I need to go grocery shopping. Crap. How am I gonna afford that? Maybe I can just buy some rice for now. Oh, but Izuku's a growing boy. I can't just give him rice. Izuku flinched mentally. He probably wasn't meant to hear that. Mom. Izuku called out before he heard anything else. Izuku? She asked aloud. Though Izuku couldn't hear the words, he still knew they were spoken. Yeah, Mom, Izuku confirmed. Baby, where are you? Inko asked as she moved around the kitchen. I'm in the backyard with Jade, Izuku told her. Wha? She gasped. Izuku watched as she pulled the curtain in the kitchen aside and looked out at him. He waved back at her. Pretty cool, right? Izuku asked happily. Pretty cool, Inko stammered. It was weird seeing her lips move and hearing her voice in his head rather than with his ears. I'm gonna go back to training Mama, Izuku told her. Be safe, she called as Izuku pulled back and left her mind. Well done, Safira complimented as she fully rejoined his mind. You will find that unless you speak, most will not feel your presence in their mind. I will train you to erase your presence entirely so that even those who could feel you will no longer be able to tell. What else will you teach me? Izuku asked curiously. I will teach you to erect defenses so that you may protect your thoughts from others, Safira told him. There are unlikely to be many in this world who can reach into your mind, but the powers of this land are strange. It is better to be safe. I will also teach you how to destroy and weave through the defenses of others and to search their minds for answers. I will teach you how to wield a sword, fire an arrow from a bow, and fight when your weapons have failed you. I will teach you the ancient language, in which no lie can be spoken. I will teach you leatherwork and perhaps one day metalwork. I will teach you to hunt and to kill so that you may feed and protect yourself. I will teach you the history of the riders, from the first Aragon to the end of Algesia. And, perhaps most importantly, I will teach you to fly. Izuku was amazed. There was so much to do, he wanted to get started right away. That's awesome, he cheered. I can definitely be a hero with your teachings. Izuku's reaction caused a sense of surprise from her, and a familiar questioning feeling from Jade. There were many dragon riders who were considered great heroes, Safira told him. But I do not know much about the heroes of this world. Heroes are awesome, Izuku told her excitedly. They keep everyone safe from villains and save them from disasters. They make sure people feel safe. Very noble, Safira commended. How do these heroes come to be? They go to school for it, Izuku explained. The very best heroes go to Ua University. And if you don't? Safira asked. Don't what? Izuku asked back. If you don't go to this school, she clarified. Well, you can't be a hero without going, Izuku told her. That would make you a vigilante. And? Safira laughed. What is a vigilante? Well, it's someone who does hero work illegally, Izuku explained. They're criminals. Safira was quiet for long enough that Izuku was shifting in the grass uncomfortably. He could feel her thinking on his words deeply. You plan to go to one of these schools? She finally asked him. Yeah, Izuku nodded. I want to go to UA, and when would you go? Safira questioned. Well, it's a college, Izuku told her. He counted on his fingers. So I'd apply in 12 years. Good, Safira sighed. By then your training should be complete. It sounds like this hero school is the best way for you to perform your duty as rider and dragon. You shall attend it once you are ready. Duty? Izuku asked. As the riders of this world, it is your duty to protect and serve the people, Safira explained. It is good that there are others who will help you in this. First, we must make sure that you are ready for the task. All right, Izuku nodded. Dragon rider that night, dinner was rather awkward. The meal only consisted of a bowl of rice each. The two of them sat at the table in their new kitchen, Jade resting his head in Izuku's lap as always. His mom had been giving him strange looks throughout the entire meal. It didn't really help Izuku as he tried to work up the courage to talk about what was on his mind. Mom, Izuku began as she finished her bowl of rice. What do we do when Jade is too big for my room? Inko didn't miss a beat before she responded. I thought we might get him set up in the barn, Inko said. Izuku sighed in relief. Really? He asked excitedly. It was almost too good to be true. Of course, Inko smiled. It was a big part of what sold me on the house. That's so cool, Izuku crowed happily. We'll have so much space. I doubt Jade'll outgrow it before we get into Ua. Inko's eyebrows knit together as Izuku spoke. We? She asked. Izuku, sweetie, you don't want to sleep in the barn with him, do you? Izuku looked at his mother with a smile. Of course, he laughed. Me and Jade can make it super cool. And despite everything in her saying that she couldn't let her son sleep in a barn, she couldn't find it in her to say no to him. There was something else too, Izuku stammered nervously. Oh, Inko asked. She ruffled his hair from her seat. No need to be so nervous, sweetheart. You can talk to me about anything. Well, I'm trying to train to be a hero, Izuku told her. I know, sweetie, Inko smiled. And I'm so proud of you. My big strong boy, you're going to be an excellent hero one day. But I think I need some stuff, Izuku explained. I want to make a saddle for Jade, and a bow, and I need a lot of notebooks to keep track of everything, and maybe some targets. Inko's sigh cut him off. Izuku looked at his mom to find her with her head in hands. Mom? Izuku asked nervously. I'm sorry, Izuku, Inko whispered. Izuku got up and walked over to his mom. He wrapped her in a hug, his short arms not quite making it all the way around her. What's wrong, Mama? We can't afford any of that, Izuku, Inko told him. I know I shouldn't tell you this, it isn't something you should have to worry about, but money's tight, sweetie. The money your dad sends is paying for the house, but there just isn't a lot left over. It's enough for some groceries, but that's it. I'm looking for a job, but there isn't a lot in this area. Izuku hugged his mom tighter as she broke down in sobs, no longer able to hold herself together. Izuku didn't know what to do. His mom had always been quick to cry, but normally he would just hug her and that would help. This time it just didn't seem like enough. It's okay, Mama. Izuku comforted her. What if I got Jade to go hunt for us? Or we could start a garden. Izuku was rambling, but he could hear his mom's sobs quieting, so he didn't stop. Maybe we could use Jade's poop to help. They say stuff like that is supposed to help plants grow. It's fertilizer. Fertilizer, Inko corrected him with a wet chuckle. Her arms wrapped around Izuku and dragged him into her lap. She buried her face in his hair, her tears all but stopped. Oh, what did I do to deserve such a smart boy for a son? So you think we should try? Izuku gasped. We can try, Inko nodded. Dragon Rider Inko had gone out and bought seeds for the garden that same day. Together the two of them selected a big patch of earth in the backyard and got to work. They pulled all the grass and weeds up from the earth. They put a fence around it to keep out all the animals from the woods. Jade tore up the earth with his claws to make it easier to work with too. Inko had to go collect his poop from the woods. The dragon refused to poop in front of them. But finally, they had spread out the fertilizer and planted the seeds. The garden proved a near-instant success. By the end of the day they already had several plants sprouting through the black soil. Inko hadn't believed Izuku when he told her. She'd had to see it to believe him. It turns out dragon poop is really good fertilizer. Inko was more hesitant to take Izuku up on his offer to have Jade hunt for them. Izuku assured her it would be okay, but she wouldn't hear it. So as the days went on and their garden began to produce veggies for them, the Midoriyas adopted a mostly vegetarian diet. The garden helped with the finances a bit. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough that his mom managed to get him some scrap leather from one of the farms nearby. Safira had coached him on how to cut the pieces and shape the leather. He'd sewn it all together into a rough saddle, which now sat on Jade's shoulders. It is not bad for a first time, Safira told him. It should hold up long enough for you to hone your skills. Should? Izuku asked with a quirked eyebrow. I will not let you fall, Jade assured him. His gentle voice still sent chills through Izuku. He'd started speaking more. Izuku thought it was due to the constant back and forth of information that their mental training sent between the two. Okay. Izuku breathed. He could do this. Izuku climbed up into the saddle. Jade's shoulder now stood the same height as Izuku, so Izuku had to use Jade's knee as a step to reach it comfortably. Once he was settled in the seat, he strapped his legs in the way Safira had instructed him. Now this saddle is one made for speed, Safira told him. Jade has been practicing aerial maneuvers. We will start small, but the goal is to get you comfortable in the saddle even through the strongest of twists and turns. Yes, master. Izuku nodded. Ready? Jade asked. His excitement and pride were seeping through their connection. The single word was enough that Izuku was starting to feel giddy himself. Yes, Izuku smiled. The moment the thought left his mind, Jade's was running through the backyard. Izuku could feel the muscles moving beneath him and the wind whipping around them as Jade beat his powerful wings. Izuku grabbed onto the spike in front of him as Jade took to the sky. Izuku screamed in joy as the ground fell away beneath them. Flying was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He hadn't experienced all that much, to be fair, but Izuku thought that he could travel the world 1,000 times over and he would never find anything as amazing as flying. Izuku could see for miles as they continued to climb. He hadn't realized just how great the forest behind their house was. Even as they leveled out and the house below them looked no bigger than a toy, he still could not see the end of it. On the other side he could just make out the scattered properties far in the distance. Hold on, Jade warned. Izuku could feel what Jade was planning. His grip tightened on the spike in front of him as Jade spun in the air. The single spin had almost been enough to cause him to lose his grip, but it was over quick enough that he managed. Well done, Safira praised him. Many riders struggle in the beginning. Thank you, Izuku thought as he gasped for air. He hadn't realized he was holding his breath until she had spoken. Now the real test will begin, Safira informed him. Prepare yourself. Dragon Rider Hours later they finally landed. The world was spinning and Izuku's legs felt like jelly in the saddle, but he had never had so much fun in his life. Izuku unstrapped his legs and slid out of the saddle. He collapsed the second his feet hit the ground. He might have been able to get up, but the ground felt so good. Jade slammed down into the ground next to him. The dragon was panting, his wings drooping tiredly around them both. The heat rolling off of Jade's body soothed the aching chill that filled Izuku's limbs. Well done you two, Safira praised them. Now let us continue. Izuku half-heartedly glared at the saddlebag her heart currently resided in. Do not give me that look, Safira chuckled. You must take the saddle off of Jade and see to its maintenance. Your gear is only as dependable as you are to it. Yes, master. Izuku groaned as he pried himself off of the earth. He went about undoing all of the straps of the saddle. Jade moved as little as possible, probably more due to his exhaustion than helpfulness. While you work, we will begin your lessons in the ancient language. Safira told them. Why are we learning this, master? Izuku asked. It didn't seem like the most useful of things to be focusing on. The ancient language is a powerful tool, Izuku, Safira explained. The magic of analgesia runs deep through its words. No lies can be spoken in the language. But it is also a part of the history of the riders. It is a part of your legacy, and it is your responsibility to carry it forward and ensure its survival. Survival? Izuku thought. I do not know the final fate of analgesia, Safira sighed. Nor will we ever. I was sent to your world because it was believed that the riders could not stand against the oncoming storm. The riders wanted to ensure that even in some small way, they could continue on and continue to do good. I understand, Izuku nodded. How do we begin? I will teach youth words and their forms, Safira told him. Then we shall practice. When you are ready, we shall speak only in the ancient language. Yes, master, Jade and Izuku nodded together. Dragon Rider . That night Izuku noticed something in the mirror as he was brushing his teeth. His ears, which used to be perfectly round, had the barest hint of a point. He'd freaked out instantly. Spitting the toothpaste out, and quickly rinsing his mouth, Izuku sprinted out of the bathroom and to his room. My ears are pointed, he shouted mentally as he grabbed Safira's heart from the bedside table. Jade raised his head off of the bed to look at Izuku. Quiet down, young one, Safira groaned. I was asleep, not dead. My ears, Izuku insisted. Safira hummed. She looked at him through Jade's eyes. Indeed. Your ears are pointed now. Is this supposed to happen? Izuku asked in exasperation. This felt like a much bigger deal to him than the way Safira was speaking of it. In a sense, Safira mused. The magic that binds a rider and their dragon is a result of an old treaty. That treaty was between elves and dragons. As time went on, other races were added to the treaty. Humans first. Then eventually dwarves and urgles. Through the bond, a rider becomes stronger, more agile, more perceptive, and ageless. Riders would often find that they experienced physical changes over time. Humans would develop elvish features, such as pointed ears. The Dravish riders stood taller than any of their fellow dwarves. An Urgal rider's skin would grow pale and smooth. Whoa, Izuku gasped. So then is this it? Izuku's hand reached up and began playing with the small point. I do not know, Safira shrugged. Normally the changes would take longer to appear. I wonder if it's because of quirks, Izuku mused. Humans had to become a lot more adaptable to keep from hurting themselves with their quirks. Perhaps, Safira agreed. Or perhaps it is because you are the only rider in this land. The magics which bind dragon and rider exist solely in the two of you. Such concentrated magics could be having greater effects than have ever been experienced before. So I might change more, Izuku sighed. Only time will tell, young one, Safira comforted him. For now, you should sleep. We have much to do and you will need your rest. Dragon Rider The next 5 months were filled with intense training. They continued to train Izuku's skill at mental fortification and infiltration. Izuku became more and more comfortable in the saddle and Safira pushed them with harder techniques. Jade was apparently built for speed and maneuverability that few dragons could hope to match, though the way Safira phrased it made Izuku think she had been built much the same. The ancient language was something that Jade and Izuku had spent many long hours working on. Izuku had filled more than a few notebooks with words and explanations of the grammar. The thing that helped the most though was speaking with Safira. She would lace her words with images and intentions that made it perfectly clear what the words meant, even the ones that Izuku hadn't learned yet. They had already made the switch to communicating solely in the ancient language. Safira had started teaching Izuku how to wield a sword. Or at least that's what she insisted she was doing. Izuku would swing a stick around in the backyard. He felt ridiculous. But the entire time Safira would watch him through Jade's eyes and coach him. She would tell him to tuck in his elbows or to not extend so far. Each day he got a little better, and each day she pushed him a little harder. Today, Safira began. We are going to be doing something different. Yes, master, Izuku nodded as he sat down in the grass, his training stick resting in his lap. Jade sat a fair distance away and watched as he lounged in the sun. Throw away your sword, Safira commanded him. Izuku furrowed his brow a little in confusion, but he followed her instructions. He threw the stick towards the woods. It flew a good 50 feet away before landing in the grass. Now retrieve it, Safira instructed. Izuku made to stand. I did not say to get up. How am I supposed to retrieve it without getting up? Izuku asked. You can and you will, Safira told him. Izuku's brow furrowed further. It couldn't be a lie. You couldn't lie in the ancient language, even in thoughts. So there had to be a way. Izuku held out his hand and tried to summon the stick. It was something he had done before, when he was experimenting to see if he had his mom's quirk. Maybe Safira had felt the quirk within him. He focused, looking for some sort of tug or pull, anything that could bring the stick to him. But all he felt was the careful gazes of both Safira and Jade. Izuku huffed and did his best to ignore them as he continued. Maybe if he reached out with his mind? He pushed beyond his own consciousness and out into the field. He felt the grass and the insects. He felt all of the life, but the stick was long dead. He couldn't feel it where it lay. Izuku bit at his lip. Maybe there was a trick. He looked over to where Jade was laying in the grass. The dragon watching him in turn. Jade? Izuku asked. No, Izuku, Safira sighed. This is your task. You must do this yourself. Izuku growled in frustration as he turned back to the stick. He racked his brain for anything he could do, but the task was impossible. It had to be impossible, but it wasn't. Safira had told him it wasn't. Maybe he was the issue. Maybe he just wasn't good enough. He felt a white-hot something bubbling within him. No, he refused to believe that. Jade had chosen him. He may not have had faith in himself, but he trusted Jade. So Izuku would believe in himself because Jade did. The white-hot bubble filled him to the brim at the thought. Come here, Izuku shouted in frustration. Miraculously the stick flew to his hand. The impact stung, but Izuku was far too amazed that it had worked to pay much attention. How? Izuku gasped. Magic, Safira answered. Others may have provided a more poetic explanation, but I am not one for such things. As a rider, you have access to magic. You're limited only by your knowledge of the ancient language and the strength of your body. Jade will be able to provide strength to bolster your spells as well. So the ancient language is magic? Izuku asked. Yes and no, Safira chuckled. As I have told you, magic runs deep in the ancient language, but the power and the intention must come from the spellcaster. The words alone are useless, and the same spell can have drastically different results if the spellcaster intends them differently. It is not riders alone who can access magic, but I have seen no others in this world with the ability. You said I was limited by how strong I am? Izuku asked. He had a million questions, but Safira had always encouraged him to ask them one at a time, breaking him of his rambling habit early. The energy must come from somewhere, Safira explained. If you try to do something that you would be unable to do yourself, then you will die. Oh, Izuku thought. That is why you must know your limits, Safira told him. We will work on this. Yes, master. Izuku nodded. Dragon Rider magic was something Izuku loved learning. Adding it into his training was grueling, but it was rewarding work. Safira taught him how to cast wards to protect himself, how to silence any noise that he made, and a million other things that Izuku never would have thought possible. She told him that as long as he could say the words, then he could attempt anything, but she warned against attempting anything too difficult without a failsafe, and she warned him against risky phrasing. Apparently, many riders had caused unintended harm due to a poorly worded spell. She had him perform 1,000 tasks, both with and without magic, to understand his limits. He knew the largest stones he could lift and how long he could hold them. He knew how long he could produce a flame and how hot it burned. He knew how far he could run and how fast. Now Safira had him working to find how many arrows he could fire in a row. His mom had bought him the bow a few months ago with the savings the garden provided. It was a simple wooden thing, but it was supposed to have a high draw weight. It was supposed to work for a few years. So when Izuku pulled back another arrow and the bow snapped in his grasp, he was more than a little frustrated. Damn it, Izuku cursed. It is fine, Izuku, Safira sighed. It's not, Izuku snapped. We could barely afford this one. What am I supposed to do now? We will make one, Safira told him. What? Izuku asked, his shock instantly dispelling his anger. You will make one, Safira huffed. I did not see this happening so soon, if ever, but here we are. What happened? Izuku asked. It seems we were right, Safira explained. Your body is reacting more than is usual to the changes of being a rider. Your strength is great enough that you can no longer handle a human bow. So what kind of bow will we be making? Izuku wondered. I will teach you how the elves sing their bows into being, Safira told him. Sing? Izuku asked. Yes, Safira nodded mentally. Magicians have often found that songs were incredibly useful in shaping more complicated magics. You could accomplish the same task without them, but it is easier to lose focus or for your intentions to shift. The song helps the caster remain focused on their task. So I will sing about a bow, Izuku thought, though his doubts were clear in his mind. You will sing of growth, Safira told him with a huff. You will sing to the trees and ask for them to shape themselves to your desires. You will sing strength and pliability into the wood itself as it grows. And you will be rewarded with a bow. Yes, master, Izuku bowed. He had seen the image in Safira's mind that accompanied her explanation. He knew what to do, at least in theory. Izuku walked to the edge of the forest, to one of the thicker trees. He knelt by its roots and looked up. The tree was massive, easily 20 meters tall. Its thick trunk decorated with knots and sap. Its bark was a beautiful chocolatey brown. Izuku sighed. Jade pressed his presence against Izuku's, letting him know he was there. Izuku reached for the white-hot bubble of magic that was within himself. He allowed the pool of energy to fill him, burning through his veins. Only once he had a firm grasp on it did he begin to sing. He sang a slow song with long notes so that he could take his time. Ancient tree, of forest old, I beseech thee, though I bring no gold, I offer growth, and new life sprung, grow strong for me, as I have sung. As Izuku sang, a new branch sprouted from an old knot. The green sprout quickly thickening and growing into a large branch. Izuku could feel the drain on his energy instantly. His eyes went wide in surprise, both at the instant growth and the drain, but he continued to sing. Ancient tree, of forest green, I beseech thee, shape it lean. A curve of wood, to bend with strength, grow it for me, grow long in length. Izuku felt his breath growing heavy. The song was growing strained. The branch was beginning to look like a bow, curving into the familiar shape. He was close to finishing, but he didn't know if he had the strength. Before he could give up, Jade joined his mind more fully with his own. Jade's strength filled Izuku, and continuing was easier. Ancient tree, of forest large, I beseech thee, I give this charge, you've done your task, grown me a bow, I have one last ask, let it go. As Izuku's song finished, the bow clattered to the earth. Izuku sighed in relief as he stopped the flow of energy into the tree. He picked up the bow and held it gingerly in his hands. The bow was the same chocolate brown as the bark of the tree. Its surface was smooth and shiny. The grain of the wood flowed up the length of the bow. It was beautiful. It filled Izuku with a warm sense of pride and accomplishment. Well done, young one, Safira praised him. I did not know if you would succeed, but you have accomplished something quite difficult here. Thank you, master, Izuku panted. He wiped the sweat from his brow. What will we do about a bowstring? I will show you how to sing One from the Vines, Safira told him. But that will wait for another day. We've done enough for today. Yes, master, Izuku sighed. He laid back in the grass and relaxed. The sudden weight of Jade's head smacking into his chest knocked the wind out of him. I'm glad you like your new stick thrower, Jade teased him. Thanks for your help, Izuku groaned. I don't know if I could have done it without you. You don't have to, Jade smiled. He looked at Izuku with one giant forest green eye. We're one. My strength is yours, and yours is mine. I don't know if that's exactly a fair trade, Izuku laughed. You're a lot stronger than me. Jade rolled his eye and settled further into Izuku's chest. Izuku reached up and scratched under the curve of Jade's jaw, taking great pleasure in the rumbling that came from his dragon. Dragon rider Izuku was meditating in the backyard, sending his consciousness outside the confines of his mind and feeling the life around him. Over the years he had extended his reach. Now from the middle of the backyard he could reach out over 100 meters into the forest. The plethora of life within the forest was overwhelming. Izuku would always find himself focusing on one creature or another. He knew Safira was disappointed. She kept telling him to focus on all the life around him, but no matter how much he focused there was just too much. So he was trying to let go and take in everything, which was why he could feel it when a creature rocketing towards him entered his perception range. Izuku's eyes flew open and he grabbed his bow off the ground. He drew an arrow just as whatever it was slammed into the earth by the forest. Izuku ran up to the newly formed crater, Jade running right beside him. He pointed the arrow straight at whatever it was. The dust meant it was nothing but a shadow to him. Away, Izuku commanded. The dust blew away and revealed the creature, but Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. Crouched in the crater was All Might. But he wasn't the larger-than-life hero that Izuku was used to seeing on TV. He was injured, barely keeping himself standing as he tried to staunch the bleeding wound on his right side. All Might? Izuku asked as he lowered his bow. Fear not, citizen, All Might wheezed. Such a wound. All Might cut off as a wet cough ripped through him, blood splattering on the earth before him. Such a wound is nothing to a hero of my caliber. Jade, help me, Izuku called out as he rushed into the crater. He ran up to All Might and threw one of the hero's massive arms over his shoulders. Jade slipped his neck beneath the other arm and together they carried the hero out of the crater. We need to get him to the barn, Izuku told Jade. Should we wake Safira? Jade asked. Izuku hesitated. I don't know, Izuku admitted. She knows more about healing, Jade reminded him. Jade was right, of course. Izuku couldn't fight him on it. He just hated to wake her. She was still putting in a lot of effort to their training, and there were days where she would sleep and entrust them to keep up their training, but they needed her. Izuku nodded. Go get her, Izuku told him. We may need her strength. Jade slipped out from beneath All Might, trusting Izuku with his full weight. Where is he going? All Might gasped. To get help, Izuku answered. Do not speak if it is painful. Your wounds are serious. All Might looked around the backyard. He seemed to stare at the forge and the tanning racks. What is this place? He asked. This is my home, Izuku laughed. By the time he reached the barn, Jade had returned, Safira's heart held in his teeth. Who is this young one? Safira asked. This is All Might, Izuku told her. We have to help him. We will, young one, do not worry, Safira assured him. Jade pushed open the sliding door of the barn and helped Izuku bring All Might over to the pile of pillows that made up their bed. I thought he was getting help, All Might coughed weakly. He did, Safira said, speaking to All Might directly. Izuku, this is a grievous injury. We will need to work quickly. A telepathy quirk? All Might asked. His eyes scanned the room for signs of anyone else. I'm sorry, I need to get to a hospital. All Might tried to get to his feet, but Izuku pushed him gently back down onto the pillows. There's no time, All Might, Izuku told him. You'll have to trust us. Trust a child and someone I cannot even see? All Might asked tensely. Yes, Izuku nodded. Now I need you to lay still. I need to focus. All Might stopped fighting Izuku and laid his head back on the pillows. Master, Izuku called. You can do this, Izuku, Safira assured him. Take it slow. You'll need to stop the bleeding and assess the damage before we can heal him fully. Izuku took a deep breath. Jade's presence in his mind providing him with the stability and confidence he needed to continue. When he began to sing, he sang to the tune of one of the lullabies that his mom used to sing to him. He sang for hours. He sang of life and healing, of the body and its beauty. In his mind he held a picture of All Might, full once again in all his glory. It didn't take long for Izuku's strength to fail him, but Jade was there. Together they continued to work. The damage was extensive. All Might's insides had been torn to shreds. His stomach was gone, most of his lung too, and he was missing large chunks of muscle. They worked to weave the hero back together. They couldn't have done it without Safira's help. She filled gaps in Izuku's knowledge. He had studied biology, preparing for the day he might need to do something just like this, but he'd never done anything this extensive. She wordlessly pushed his magic towards the right spots, correcting small mistakes in his task without breaking his concentration. And when Jade's strength began to fail, the ancient dragon allowed him to pull upon her reserves as well. At long last he finished the healing and let the song die out. Keeping his eyes opened proved a monumental task. He sagged against the pillows, panting heavily. You did well, young one, Safira praised him. Thank you, master, Izuku rasped weakly. Sleep, Izuku, Safira commanded. You've earned it. Izuku would have loved to argue, but he didn't have the strength for it. All he could do was mumble weakly before his eyes were closed and he was asleep. Dragon Rider Tashi's fight back to consciousness was strange. He had had close calls before, but never had he experienced anything like this. In the darkness of his unconscious mind, he could hear the ethereal singing. It was so beautiful. It filled him with a sense of calm tranquility, one that he fought against with all of his willpower. He needed to be awake. Give in and he might never wake up again. Toshi forced his eyes to open, but he did not know if he was dreaming or not. The singing was still there. Just as hauntingly beautiful and strange. It was coming from a boy with green hair, his long, pointed ears and angular features making him look as otherworldly as the song he was singing. He fell back into the blackness before he could see anything but the boy. The void of blackness was all-encompassing. It was so hard to focus on anything, and still the singing followed. Toshi latched onto the song like a lifeline. He tried to understand the words, but the harder he listened the less they made sense. The melody was familiar though. It reminded him of his childhood. It made him feel safe. Toshi pried open his eyes again. He didn't know how much time had passed. The boy was still beside him, still singing. Toshi tried to reach out for him, to wordlessly ask for help. An enormous, scaled head pushed his arm back down. A giant green eye fixed him with a look that told him that he was not allowed to move. Toshi fell back once again, confused and concerned but unable to fight it. Still, he fought against the dark abyss that tried to hold onto him. Still, he fought against death, because Toshi could not die here. There was too much still to be done. Too many people who still needed him to save them. So, he fought, and he struggled, and he pushed. Toshi had won every fight. What was one more? Who was death to claim victory over him? Toshi flew upright. His hand went instantly to his side, to the bloody wound that had crippled him. But the pain was gone. The bleeding had stopped. Toshi looked down, and through the bloody tatters of his costume he saw nothing but smooth skin. There was not even a scar. Toshi's eyes scanned around the room. Even in the dark Toshi could tell it was huge. The ceiling was nearly 10 meters above and the room was wider and longer than that. The room was filled with a strange mismatch of things. There were bookshelves and a desk. Racks filled with all kinds of deadly weapons and armors, and a TV and speaker system. When Toshi spotted the boy asleep against the edge of the cushions, kneeling with only his head resting against the soft pillows, he went to wake him. He could tell Toshi what was going on. His hand had only just begun to move when a voice stopped him. "I would prefer if you let him rest," the voice said. It was a deep voice, almost impossibly so, but it was soft and gentle in a way. Toshi opened his mouth to respond, but once again the voice stopped him. "You do not need to speak," the voice told him. "Think and I will hear. Izuku is a light sleeper." "How does that work?" Toshi wondered. "Simple," the voice chuckled. "I read your thoughts and allow you to hear my own." That's quite the quirk, Toshi thought. Indeed, it would be, the voice agreed. "Who are you?" Toshi asked. "Where are you?" Movement drew Toshi's eye from behind the boy. What Toshi had written off as a mass of pillows or blankets began to shift. An enormous head, easily the size of Toshi's body, snaked its way towards him. Eyes so green that they almost glowed in the darkness fixed themselves upon Toshi. "I am Jade," the voice, Jade, told him. "You are in our den." Toshi was frozen. This thing was as close to a monster as he had ever seen. It was clearly dangerous, but it was intelligent. He wasn't just some muscle-headed buffoon. He knew better than to jump straight to violence. "Good," Jade complimented. He moved his head back down, laying it beside the sleeping boy. "I'd hate to have to kill Izuku's favorite hero." "Izuku?" Toshi thought instinctively upon hearing the unfamiliar name. "My human," Jade explained. "Midoriya Izuku. He is the one who has healed you." "Then I owe him a thank you," Toshi sighed. He rubbed at the spot where All for One had driven his fist, malformed by what was surely over 100 different quirks. "That wound probably should have killed me." "It nearly did," Jade told him. "Izuku worked for many hours to save you." "Where is he?" Toshi asked as he looked around. He thought there had been another voice, another telepath. He barely remembered though. He'd been losing a lot of blood. "He is here," Jade laughed. Once he was done, he did not have the energy to move. He collapsed where he had worked. "Seeing as you were using the bed, I could not move him." "The boy?" Toshi nearly screamed. "But he is a child?" "Yes," Jade agreed. "He did well to accomplish something so difficult. We were not sure if he would be able." Toshi wondered about the second voice. If the boy had been the one to heal him, then who was the second telepath? "Our master," Jade said, answering his unintended question. "She has returned to her slumbers, entrusting me to watch over Izuku and monitor you." "Monitor?" Toshi asked. "We were unsure in what state you would awaken," Jade explained. "If you had been violent, then I would have stopped you. But you were not. You were only tired and confused. And now that I have answered your questions, you should sleep." But Toshi began to argue. "You may ask your questions in the morning," Jade cut him off. "I'm sure Izuku is very excited to speak to you. He will be more than happy to answer you. Now sleep." "How can I sleep when I do not even know where I am?" Toshi asked. No answer came. Toshi looked to Jade's head where it lay next to the boy, but his eyes were closed. Toshi had no choice. He laid himself back down in the bloody mess of a bed, sure that he wouldn't get any more rest, and instantly fell back asleep. Dragon Rider The next time Toshi woke up it was much more peaceful. Sunlight streamed through the open door. The room was much the same as it had been last night, though now he could see the blood stains that led from the door to where he lay. The only other difference he noticed was the missing presence of the boy or the dragon, Midoriya, Izuku and Jade he remembered. Toshi climbed out of the mountain of cushions he was using as a bed. The tatters of his costume clung to his chest from the dried blood. He pulled off the top of the ruined outfit, leaving on only the bloodied pants. The blood, combined with the unblemished skin of his chest, was all the proof he needed that none of it had been a dream. The sound of swishing steel caught his attention. He walked over to the open barn door and looked out. The boy, Midoriya, he reminded himself yet again, was out in the grass. He held a sword in his hand and moved through several strokes with practiced ease. Toshi felt his eyebrows furrow as he took in the sight. The boy couldn't be older than 10. He'd guess younger. So, what was he doing with what looked like a very real sword? Even if he did seem to be well practiced with it, he was far too young to be dealing with something so deadly. The dragon was nowhere to be seen. It was just the boy. "Excuse me," Toshi called out. The boy whipped around to face him. Toshi almost laughed at how fast the movement was, but it wasn't panicked, it was smooth and graceful. "Good morning," Midoriya greeted him. He gave a small bow. "How are you feeling?" Midoriya began walking back towards the barn, kneeling to pick up a leather scabbard and put away the sword as Toshi answered. "I feel good as new," Toshi laughed. It was his trademark over-the-top laugh, with a big smile that showed off his teeth. "That's good," Midoriya nodded. He picked up a bundle of cloth before he stood back up and walked over to Toshi. "These should fit you," he explained as he handed the bundle to Toshi. It was a plain shirt and a pair of pants, incredibly similar to the ones the boy was wearing, but a half-dozen sizes larger. "Once you are changed you may speak to me about what is bothering you." With that Midoriya left him. Toshi watched as he walked over to a garden and began pulling fresh fruit and vegetables off of the vines and out of the earth. He went back to the barn and changed as quick as he could, which was quite fast given that he was a pro hero. By the time he re-emerged though, Midoriya was seated at a table that had been set up off to the side. Toshi headed that way. "Jade warned me you still had questions," Midoriya said as Toshi sat down in the only other seat. He pushed a wooden plate loaded with fresh apples and apricots his way. "I will be happy to answer them, but please eat. You need to regain your strength." Toshi nodded and picked up a slice of apple. He ate it, marveling at how crisp and sweet the fruit was, and thought of what he should ask first. As he thought, he looked around. This place felt so unreal. There was the old farmhouse and the barn. Those at least made sense. The other things that filled the field, less so. Off to the side were wooden racks with animal pelts stretched across them. There was a giant stone furnace and an archery field. It felt more like a Renaissance fair than someone's home. "What is this place?" Toshi found himself wondering out loud. "This is my home," Midoriya laughed. The boy's laugh was as otherworldly as his appearance. It was soft, sounding almost musical in its beauty. "But why is it?" Toshi finished his question by gesturing towards the strange menagerie of things around them. "Is it so strange?" Midoriya asked with another laugh. "Who are you?" Toshi wondered aloud. He tried not to blush when he realized he had spoken aloud. Everything was just so strange. "I am Midoriya Izuku," Midoriya answered, his laughter dying down and being replaced with a kind smile. "The dragon," Toshi began. "Jade," Midoriya reminded him gently. "Right, Jade," Toshi nodded. "Best not to offend the boy. He said you were the one who healed me." "That is not a question," Midoriya smiled. "Did you?" Toshi asked. "Yes," Midoriya answered simply. He pushed another plate of fruit to Toshi, who was amazed to look down and realize he had finished the first one. "How?" Toshi wondered. "I wove the energy to heal you into you and allowed your body to grow whole once more," Midoriya told him. It answered less questions than Toshi liked. So that's your quirk? Toshi pushed. Energy manipulation. Midoriya shook his head. No, he laughed. Toshi felt himself frown, and apparently Midoriya saw it too because he chose to continue. Do not worry too much, All Might. Toshi looked down at Midoriya, at the strange child, and he found that despite all the oddities that surrounded him, Toshi did not have it in him to distrust a child. Much less interrogate him. You're so young, Toshi remarked. I am, Midoriya nodded. But again, that is not a question. I'm sorry Midoriya, but this is all a bit strange, Toshi sighed. Is there anyone else here? What about your parents? My mother works late most nights, Midoriya told him. She is unaware that you are here at the moment. Though she will likely wake soon if you would like to speak to her. Toshi considered it for a moment. He owed this boy his life, but he probably shouldn't be going around spreading that info. If people knew how close to death he had come, then the pillar that held society's peace would begin to crumble. On the other hand, Midoriya seemed so mature. That was rarely a good sign in one so young. Yes, Toshi agreed. I think that would be a good idea. I must thank her for her hospitality, even if she was unaware that she was providing it. Would you like tea while we wait? Midoriya asked. That would be nice, Toshi said with a nod. Midoriya smiled and left him at the table. He was back moments later with 2 cups and a steaming kettle. As they waited for the tea to steep, Toshi took in Midoriya's home once again. He found that it was peaceful. The sound of the birds flittering in the forest as the wind rustled the trees filled the air. There was no sound of traffic or villain attacks. It was wonderfully refreshing. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what retirement would feel like. Izuku? A groggy voice called from the house. Toshi turned and felt his mind short-circuit. Standing in the doorway was a beautiful woman, with long green hair and soft features. Her robe, and the fact that she was still rubbing sleep from her eyes, hinted that she had only just woke up. Do we have a guest? Toshi stood from the table and cleared his throat. Hello Mrs. Midoriya, Toshi greeted her with a bow. The woman's eyes went wide as she took in Toshi at his full height. All Might, she gasped. Toshi laughed. Yes, it is I, All Might, he crowed. The woman fainted, falling backwards into the waiting arms of her son. Toshi hadn't seen him move. He brought the woman over to the table and sat her down in the seat he had been occupying. He smiled at Toshi when he saw him watching with concern. Don't worry All Might, Midoriya assured him calmly. My mother has always been easy to startle. She'll wake up soon. All right, Toshi agreed awkwardly. He sat back down and noticed the problem. There are only 2 seats. Can I help you grab another one? There are only the 2 All Might, Midoriya told him. It is all right. There are chores that need seeing to. Will you watch over my mother for me? Of course, Toshi nodded. She is in good hands. Midoriya gave him a gentle smile. I know, he chuckled. With a bow he excused himself and returned to the barn. Toshi tried not to stare at the woman across from him. She was just as beautiful up close. Her face was exceptionally kind-looking. Her laugh lines and crow's feet a testament to how much she must smile. As her eyes fluttered open, he marveled at how lovely a green they were. All Might! She shouted out again, sitting bolt upright in her seat. Hello Mrs. Midoriya, Toshi greeted again. It's Ms. actually, she stammered. Toshi smiled at her. Ms. Midoriya, he corrected himself with a small bow. Forgive me, Ms. Midoriya said as she bit at her bottom lip. But what is the number 1 hero doing all the way out here? Or for that matter, what are you doing at my house? Toshi laughed. It wasn't the overly loud laugh that he was famous for, it was his real laugh. A fair question, Toshi sighed. I'm afraid I ended up here after a villain attack. A villain? Ms. Midoriya exclaimed. Is he safe? Is he okay? Young Midoriya is fine, Toshi assured her. Her panic disappeared almost instantly as she sagged in relief. He said he was going to get started on some chores, but he asked that I keep an eye on you. That boy, Ms. Midoriya sighed. She sounded exasperated, but fond as well. It was nice to hear and it helped assuage Toshi's concerns, if only a little. He seems like a good kid, Toshi agreed. He helped me with my injuries and allowed me to sleep in your barn. You were injured? Ms. Midoriya worried. Her eyes scanned his form. Taking in his clothes. She furrowed her eyebrows and scowled when she saw them. He made you clothes? He made these? Toshi asked in surprise. Ms. Midoriya sighed. Yes, she nodded. Izuku does what he can to help out. He learned how to make clothes and he's quite good at it. But it means that he didn't think he could salvage the clothes you arrived in. Was it that bad? Toshi flinched at the woman's astute analysis. It wasn't good, he confirmed. He rubbed at the spot where his wound had been. Your son's quirk is really something. Ms. Midoriya stared off at his words. He followed her gaze towards the barn where young Midoriya was carrying out the bloody pillows and throwing them in a growing pile. Once he had collected all of the pillows, he stood in front of the bloody pillows. Toshi's eyes went wide as suddenly all the blood flowed out of the fabric and into the earth. Midoriya then began carrying the pillows back in. I don't understand how he does it all myself, Ms. Midoriya confessed. One day he just ran into the kitchen all excited. He said some funny words and all of a sudden the vegetables started to float off of the counter. So what is his quirk? Toshi asked. The doctor said it was a companion quirk, Ms. Midoriya told him. He said that Izuku would never have a power of his own and that Jade would stay the size of a house cat. A house cat? Toshi asked in disbelief. That's how big he was when Izuku first got him, Ms. Midoriya chuckled. Came stumbling out of the woods in the dead of night with the tiniest dragon climbing him like a jungle gym. Toshi couldn't help but laugh at the image. At the time it was like my prayers had been answered, Ms. Midoriya told him. He was a bit of a late bloomer. I was so scared that he would never get his quirk. Toshi stayed quiet. He knew better than most what it was like to be quirkless. He could only imagine it got worse over the last 30 years. So no, Ms. Midoriya shook her head. I don't really understand his quirk. I can't tell you what it is or how it works. A weak smile spread across her face. But it makes him happy. Jade makes him happy. And that's all that really matters to me. Toshi smiled. It sounds like you're a good mother, Ms. Midoriya, Toshi praised her. Call me Inko, Ms. Midoriya told him. It's easier. Thank you Inko, Toshi bowed. Dragon Rider . You boys have everything? Inko asked as Izuku strapped the saddle onto Jade. It was a big improvement from the first one he had made all those years ago. We should be all set, Mom, Izuku assured her as he pat the leather bag at his side. He turned around to find his mother tearing up as she watched them. Oh, I just know you're going to get in, Inko cried. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Izuku. You'll be safe though, won't you? Of course, Mama, Izuku laughed. And you keep him safe, Inko told Jade as she sent a glare over Izuku's shoulder. Yes ma'am, Jade laughed. Always. Good, Inko sighed as she hugged Izuku tighter. She shoved Izuku away, throwing him towards where Jade was waiting for him. Now you two get going or you're going to be late. Was that a challenge? Izuku laughed. No, it was not, Inko huffed. I don't know, Izuku teased. What did you think, Jade? It sounded like a challenge, the dragon agreed. He bared his fangs in a cheeky grin. Izuku laughed as he leapt up into the saddle. Jade didn't hesitate. His massive wings spread and with a single powerful swoosh the two of them took to the air. I better not see you boys on the news, Inko called after them seriously. Izuku could see her jabbing her finger up at them, but he could also see the smile that stretched across her face. Jade roared into the heavens as Izuku let out a joyous whoop. Jade made it over the trees and stopped holding back. The wind whipped across Izuku's face as they raced over the trees. Remember not to push yourself too hard, Izuku reminded him. We still have to take the exam when we get there. I am still a dragon, Izuku, Jade huffed. I was made to fly. I know, Izuku laughed. So you better not try and blame the flight when I beat you. Jade's rumbling laughter reverberated through Izuku. Izuku sat back in the saddle and enjoyed the feeling of flying. Even after all these years, it was a unique joy in his life. He still took every opportunity to be in the air with Jade. The forest beneath them gave way to suburbs, and the suburbs gave way to the busy streets and packed buildings of the city. It had been years since Izuku had been here. Musutafu was the place he had been born, but it wasn't at all like he remembered. You have never seen it from skies, Jade chuckled. Izuku was ready to craft a witty comeback, but the two of them felt a presence that stopped it dead. Whatever it was angry, and it was flying towards them, fast. Izuku's head whipped around and found a large gray dragon coming straight at them. Move! Izuku called. Jade tucked his wings close and spun down into a dive. They narrowly avoided the gray dragon's claws as it reached out at Izuku. Jade twisted his body back, flapping his wings to slip back up and behind the other dragon. Izuku held on tight to the spike in front of him as Jade whipped around. As Jade grabbed onto the other dragon, his claws and teeth grabbing onto it, Izuku was amazed they didn't start plummeting towards the earth. It was only then that he noticed the red kippah it wore. Shit, Izuku cursed. He threw his mind out towards the dragon as it began to shout. Stand down. The dragoon hero, Ryukyu called. You're under arrest for public quirk use without a license. Jade shoved the other dragon away, the two hovering steady in the air. Izuku couldn't help but compare the two dragons. Ryukyu was larger than Jade, if only a little, but her scales failed to cover her face or her upper arms. I'm sorry, Ryukyu, Izuku apologized, speaking aloud into her mind to ensure he could be heard. I have a permit that allows Jade to travel with me. A travel permit is not the same as a license to fly him around and scare people, Ryukyu demanded. We can't exactly take the subway, Izuku laughed. And where exactly are you headed? Ryukyu asked angrily. Why not leave your dragon at home? We're headed to Ua, Izuku told her. We're taking the entrance exam today. Ryukyu growled in frustration. Fine, she snapped. But I'm escorting you there and you're showing me this permit when we arrive. Yes, ma'am. Izuku nodded. Ryukyu flipped around in the air, gracefully folding back over herself, and began leading the way towards Ua. Jade followed after her. She's slow, Jade commented impatiently. She's holding back, Izuku pointed out. She caught us in the air. She started from in front of us, Jade huffed, making Izuku laugh. Ryukyu looked at him over her shoulder, but she didn't say anything. We're attracting more attention, Jade told him. Izuku looked through his eyes and saw the people on the ground looking up. Some were just pointing, others had their phones out. Mom's not going to love that, Izuku groaned. Nothing we can do about it now, Jade shrugged. Izuku sighed. Jade was right. All he could do was sit back and enjoy the chance to be in the air with Jade. The rest of the flight passed quickly. Ryukyu kept them away from the taller buildings, something Izuku knew he and Jade probably wouldn't have bothered doing. It didn't take them out of their way, but it was significantly less fun. As they landed outside the gates of Ua, Ryukyu shrunk back down to her normal form. Izuku slid out of the saddle. There were a lot of other students making their way into the campus. Lots of them were staring at Jade or Ryukyu. Some had gone so far as to stop and watch. Thank you, Izuku sighed as he patted Jade's shoulder. He turned to face Ryukyu, pulling his wallet out of his bag. He fished out the companion quirk permit and brought it over to her. Here you go, ma'am. Ryukyu snatched the card from him. After a quick once-over, she gave Izuku a stern look. This permit is for a small companion, she told him. Sorry, Izuku laughed. He was a lot smaller when I was 5. You need to get this updated, she sighed as she handed him back the card. I'll put out a notice that you'll be flying back out of the city later. But if I see you flying after that without the proper documentation, then I'll have no choice but to arrest you. Yes, ma'am. Izuku nodded. Ryukyu huffed and walked away, weaving through the crowd of students that had steadily grown around them. Izuku laughed at the absurdity of it all. To think he'd get stopped by someone as high profile as Ryukyu just to double-check his permit. Come on, Jade, Izuku called as he turned back to the gate. The crowd parted for them, a lot of the students rushing to get out of the way of the several-ton dragon. So, was she cute? Izuku teased as they walked through the gate. Izuku could feel Jade's exhausted glare on the back of his head. What? Izuku laughed. I'm just curious. No, Jade sighed. The half-dragon was not cute. That's a shame, Izuku frowned. A sense of shared sadness filled the pair as they continued towards the building. As they reached the steps that led to the double doors, they realized the problem. I will wait out here. Jade chuckled as the mental image of the dragon trying to fit through the admittedly already oversized doors passed. Through their mental link. You'll draw a crowd, Izuku warned. Good, Jade beamed. They may appreciate my beauty before they fear my might. You're incorrigible, Izuku grinned as he watched Jade move over to the side of the building. He struck a proud pose, thrusting out his chest, as he brought a claw up to his mouth to clean. Several students were already starting to move towards him. Izuku just shook his head and made his way inside. The auditorium was easy enough to find. His seat, less so. As he checked in, they handed him a testing ID with his seat number and testing field displayed. The problem was that the auditorium was absolutely massive. Izuku ended up wandering for several minutes before he found his seat. As he sat down, the girl in the seat beside his turned to face him. She had a brown bob with 2 long strands framing her face, and she was all bundled up in a peacoat. Hello, she smiled. Hello. Izuku nodded back. I'm Uraraka Ochako, the girl introduced herself. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku offered in turn. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Uraraka exclaimed. I'm so nervous. Are you nervous? It feels this is a good thing to be nervous about. I'm not nervous, Izuku chuckled. I've worked hard, and I plan to do my best. Oh man, that's so cool, Uraraka laughed. You must have a really powerful quirk to be so confident. No, Izuku shook his head. Not really. The lights began to dim around them. Crap. Guess we're getting started, Uraraka said. The two quieted down as President Mike took the stage. He explained how the exam would be run. The applicants would be unleashed into a mock villain scenario. Their goal was to defeat as many villains and acquire as many points as possible. President Mike was in the middle of explaining the types of enemies, having already covered the 1, 2, and 3 pointers when a boy near the front stood up and interrupted him. Izuku rolled his eyes at the boy's over seriousness. He's like a robot, Jade pointed out. What do you mean? Izuku asked with a quirked eyebrow. Look, Jade instructed as the boy began chopping his hand through the air and rambling about the importance of concise information. Point taken, Izuku laughed. President Mike eventually got everything back on track and finished explaining about the 0-pointer, a dangerous robot worth no points. Once he was done, he sent the students out to the buses that would take them to their testing fields. You should take the bus, Jade told him. Planning your dramatic entrance? Izuku sighed. Always, Jade promised. Dragon Rider Tenya prided himself on his readiness. This was the most important test of his life. Today he would prove that he could be a hero, just like his brother. He was ready. So, it was very frustrating that no one else seemed to be taking this seriously. President Mike's forgetfulness in explaining the 0-pointer had already annoyed him. The boy stepping off the bus in loose flowy pants and sandals really set him off. Tenya approached him. He wasn't deterred by the boy's lithe frame or the fact that he stood several centimeters taller than him. Excuse me, Tenya proclaimed as he grabbed the boy's shoulder. The boy turned to him, his angular features raised into a look of surprise. You are dressed entirely inappropriately for this exam. If you are ill-prepared, I recommend you leave at once. The boy looked Tenya up and down, his green eyes taking in the Ingenium brand tracksuit that he had tailored to fit him despite the exhausts on his calves. My clothes will not impede me, the boy assured him. He was soft-spoken, but his voice still had a firmness to it. Your shoes are a safety hazard, Tenya demanded. You could trip and get in the way of the other applicants. The boy lifted his foot and showed Tenya the sandals, He was surprised to see that the leather straps went around the other boy's heel and up his calf, securely fastening the shoe to his foot. Before Tenya could point out that they still did nothing to protect his foot from danger, a sound like a hurricane and the winds to match slammed into the group of students. Tenya had to put one foot back and brace himself not to be blown away. He shielded his eyes and watched as an enormous green dragon slammed into the earth directly behind the boy. One of the other applicants screamed. It wasn't Tenya who screamed, right? Is this part of the exam? Someone asked in disbelief. Is this boy bothering you, Izuku? A deep voice rumbled. It was incredibly strange, as though it was spoken directly into Tenya's thoughts. Apparently, the other students heard it too because there were several startled exclamations. No, Jade, the boy shook his head. With that he turned and started walking towards the gate, the dragon close behind him. Tenya went to complain about the clear attempt to distract the other applicants when Present Mike hopped up by the gate. Go! He screamed, his voice amplified by his quirk. The gate slammed open beside him. Tenya was blown back another half step as the dragon launched itself over the crowd with a mighty flap of its wings. Tenya and the other applicants stared after it as it let out a roar that shook the very earth they stood on. It made it through the gate at the same time as the green blur that streaked across the ground beneath it. They've got the right idea. Present Mike laughed. There aren't any countdowns in real life. Now, go, go, go. Dragon Rider Izuku and Jade had separated the moment they were through the gate of Battleground Beta. They were a team, a perfect unit of cooperation, but Izuku's request for a bow and a sword had been denied. He could have sat atop Jade's back and cast spells to destroy the robots, but that didn't sound as fun. So, they chose instead to divide and conquer. And if there was a bit of healthy competition, then so be it. 13. Jade bragged from across the battlefield. Shut it, Izuku loud as he leapt atop another three-pointer. He wrenched the head off the robot, throwing it away as he jumped back down. 12. Izuku ran down another street looking for any other robots. He came across a boy with yellow hair cursing as a pair of two-pointers cornered him. Izuku ran straight at the two-pointers. Leaping as he came close, he kicked off the near one and shoved it into the other. He landed beside the other boy. Come on, Izuku commanded as he grabbed his hand. He raced away, dragging the blonde boy away from the two-pointers. Once they made it back to the main street, he let the boy go. He was already racing away when the boy shouted a thank you after him. Izuku couldn't help but smile hearing it. Dragon Rider Of course Izuku would waste time keeping the foolish two legs from hurting themselves. This was the third fool Izuku had saved, and Jade could tell it was slowing him down. It is my duty as rider and hero to help others, Izuku sighed when he felt Jade's judgment across their bond. What was it you told me? Jade growled. Fine, but you better not try and use it as an excuse when you lose. Jade clawed through another robot as he swooped low to the earth. He did not concern himself with the different types of robots. Prey was prey and he was a predator. 14. Jade told Izuku. Wait, you aren't tracking points? Izuku questioned. Jade felt Izuku's spark of realization. You're relaying the number of robots you've destroyed. Yes, Jade grinned. Are you not? Jade felt Izuku tapping into his magic. 12. Izuku snapped. Ignore the points all you want. I'm still going to win. You can try, little warrior, Jade laughed. He let another roar as he flew higher into the sky. He scanned the battlefield, feeling elation like he'd never felt before, and looked for more prey. Dragon Rider 25. Izuku called out as he sent a rock through the head of another three-pointer. Jade might not care about the points, but Izuku knew they needed as many points as possible to pass. He had tried to focus on taking out three-pointers, but he'd taken down a lot of two-pointers and a couple one-pointers too. You worry too much, Jade sighed. All you need to concern yourself with is the fact that I have 26. Izuku growled in frustration. He needed another big group, but they'd mostly been dispersed at this point. He was about to turn and run off when the ground began to rumble beneath his feet. For a moment he looked around for Jade. What he found instead was a robot so large it was almost comical. The zero-pointer had been unleashed. A 20-story tall robot was currently smashing its way through buildings as it worked its way down the main street. That seems excessive, Izuku sighed. It looks like fun, Jade exclaimed. Izuku could hear his roar clear across the battlefield. Don't, it's just a distraction, Izuku reminded him. He could feel the disappointment. He was already turning away to find more points when a grunt of pain came from where the debris was falling. Izuku turned around and could just make out the face of the girl he had sat beside in the auditorium, Uraraka. Jade, Izuku called as he took off towards Uraraka. I'm coming, Izuku. Jade answered him, and Izuku could feel the effort he was putting into making it in time. Izuku wove between the river of applicants moving the opposite way, barely slowing as he passed them. A few students shouted in surprise as he tore past them, but he didn't care. He made it to Uraraka's side in seconds. It wasn't good. A giant chunk of concrete had fallen directly atop of her. She was still awake, but she was clearly in pain. She locked eyes with him, pain and desperation clear in her expression as she took ragged, wheezing breaths. Try not to move, Izuku told her as he looked her over. Pinned as she was, it wouldn't be safe to try and move her. She'd need healing almost as soon as the weight was gone, and Izuku didn't have time to do it. Not with the zero-pointer barreling down upon them. Izuku could feel Jade approaching. As the dragon swept low, close to the earth, Izuku leapt into the air. He grabbed hold of one of Jade's neck spikes. He didn't have time to make it into the saddle, so instead he just held on. Jade's roar echoed through the air as the two flew straight to the giant's head. The collision was almost enough to knock Izuku free, but his grip held. Jade took a deep breath, and Izuku had just enough time to turn his face away as Jade bathed the giant's head in white-hot flames. When he could look again, the metal had melted away, but the behemoth was still moving. Through the hole melted in the robot's head, Izuku could see thick metal wires. He didn't hesitate, simply acted. His body filled with the white-hot energy of magic, and he spoke. Come, Izuku commanded. The tearing and ripping sound of the wires flying to Izuku's outstretched hands was grating. The robot grinding to a halt once they came free, though, was satisfying. 26. Izuku sighed. His joy was short-lived, though, as he remembered Uraraka pinned to the street below them. Jade moved before Izuku could say a thing. He plummeted back towards the earth as fast as gravity could take them. Enormous green wings spread at the last moment, the deceleration so fast that Izuku's grip on Jade finally gave out and he tumbled to the hard pavement. He was on his feet in an instant. His eyes whipped around, searching for Uraraka. He found her. Another applicant, a boy with gravity-defying purple hair, was trying to lift the concrete off of her. Uraraka was still awake, still struggling to breathe beneath the weight. Here, Izuku called as he walked up. He was panting hard. Let me help. The boy stared at him for a moment before shuffling to the side to make room for him. Izuku fit himself beside the boy and lifted. He knew better than to try and leverage it. The weight might have just crushed her legs if she was pinned wrong. Instead, he made sure his grip was strong, locked his wrists, and lifted the entire slab parallel to the earth. It was heavy, but not undoable. Let's just toss it aside, Izuku grunted. All right, the other boy nodded. Together they threw the slab of concrete away. It landed with a resounding thud a meter away from them, splitting down the middle from the impact. The purple-haired boy stared after it, but Izuku was already kneeling by Uraraka's side. It's going to be okay, Izuku told her. He rolled her as gently as he could onto her back. He ripped her tank top down the middle, exposing her sports bra and the growing bruising on her ribs. Hey! The boy shouted. What the fuck are you doing, man? I needed to be able to see the damage, Izuku explained. His eyes never leaving Uraraka as he assessed her injuries. He looked her in the eyes. She was still breathing, but he could see the panic in her eyes. You broke several ribs and one of your lungs has collapsed, he explained. I'm going to heal you. You don't have the energy, Jade told him gently. It doesn't matter, Izuku snapped at him. He glared at the dragon where he stood, watching them from where they landed. We have to do this. Very well, Jade relented with a bow of his head. I am here. Thank you, Izuku nodded. He let the bubble of magic within him come to the surface once again. This wasn't a difficult healing, but he rarely got practice with this type of magic. It didn't help his confidence that Safira had chosen to stay at home, meaning he and Jade were on their own. He took a deep breath. He focused on what he was doing, and he began to sing. It wasn't a fast song, but it was filled with the desperation he felt. The result was a strange, rushed feeling that he hoped didn't seep into the healing. Make this body whole, fix that which broke, close every hole. Don't let her choke. Jade was right. He'd used more energy during the exam than he'd thought. He could feel where his energy stopped feeding the spell as Jade took over. He only hoped that Jade had more strength than he did. The spell was working. Uraraka's breaths were already growing deeper and the bruises were less prominent. The pain was no longer twisting her features. But they needed to finish it. Ensure she is well. Soothe all her aches, leave no tell. Whatever it takes. Izuku panted as he finished the song. The bruising was gone, and her breathing was smooth once again. He let his eyes rest as he sagged backwards. Whoa, the purple-haired boy exclaimed as he caught Izuku. Sorry, Izuku offered weakly. He opened his eyes and looked up at the concerned face of the boy. I'm okay. Healing like that takes a lot of me. Thank you. Uraraka gasped as she sat up. Izuku's eyes turned to her. She was re-zipping the jacket she wore to cover herself back up. Sorry about your shirt, Izuku told her with a weak bow. Don't worry about it. Uraraka shook her head. A sudden gust of wind ruffled their clothes and hair, and there before them stood All Might. He carried a small old woman in his arms. When he saw Izuku there he seemed to sag in relief. He set the woman down, who instantly rushed to Uraraka's side. Young Midoriya, he sighed, it is good to see you. The woman, who Izuku could now recognize as Recovery Girl, started fretting over Uraraka, which meant Izuku could round on All Might with all the rage that was boiling in his gut on full display. In his anger it was as if all his exhaustion was gone. I wish I could say the same, Izuku snapped. He felt his eyebrows furrowed in a glare. What the hell, Toshi? Now young Midoriya, Toshi defended as he took a step back. We got here as fast as we could. Why, you know All Might by name? Uraraka gasped. Who let that thing loose without having a safety net in place? Izuku demanded. He could explain later. Ua's never had any serious injuries during the exam, Toshi told him. Well, that record died today. Izuku cut him off before he could continue. I want to speak to whoever's in charge. I'm afraid you can't just demand such things, Midoriya, Toshi sighed, but Izuku wasn't listening. As he walked over to Jade, he turned his head to Uraraka. Uraraka, he called. I'm leaving you in Recovery Girl's capable hands. She should be able to help get you home. Thank you. Uraraka managed through a mouthful of candies that Recovery Girl was continuing to give her. Izuku leapt up onto Jade's extended knee and into the saddle. He didn't bother to strap his feet in. Now Midoriya, Toshi warned him. Bring him, Izuku said aloud. Gladly, Jade laughed, projecting the word into the mind of everyone present. Jade leapt into the air with a mighty flap of his wings. As he surged forward, he snagged All Might, one arm in each of his powerful front claws. Midoriya! Toshi screamed as they took off towards the main building. Put me down. Izuku just shook his head. You're angry, Jade pointed out. Yes, Izuku nodded. I am right to be. Maybe, Jade agreed. But you do not have much strength left. I have enough, Izuku told him as they began to descend towards the front steps of the building. Izuku was pleased to see a welcoming party for them. Jade tossed Toshi not all too gently towards the group as he landed before them. Izuku scowled as he recognized what this was. It was a show of force. Izuku leapt from the saddle undaunted. Who is in charge here? Izuku demanded. That would be me, Mr. Midoriya, A small white animal in a tailor-fit custom three-piece suit, President Nedzu, stepped forward. Nedzu, Izuku scowled. I would have expected better from someone of your reputation. I believe you owe me an explanation. We don't owe you a thing. Vlad King snarled as he stepped up behind the president. Just who do you think you are, kid? Nedzu sighed, whether in disappointment or relief Izuku couldn't tell, but Vlad King's words had already had their effect. Izuku was pissed. Izuku seethed, am the one who just saved the life of the applicant you almost murdered. Izuku let his words sink in. Several of the other heroes were clearly taken aback, both at Izuku's ferocity and his words. Vlad on the other hand just scoffed. Recovery Girl was already on the way with All Might, Vlad reminded him. That girl would have been fine. She had a collapsed lung, Izuku informed the man. His voice dripped with the loathing he was beginning to feel for him. Not only that, but several broken ribs were piercing it. Recovery Girl's quirk speeds up the healing process, but it can't fix that. Even with All Might there, she would have suffocated in minutes. And we're just supposed to take your word for it? Vlad asked with a barked laugh. Yes, Toshi finally spoke up. Izuku hadn't seen him pick himself up. Young Midoriya has one of the most powerful healing quirks I have ever seen. If he says that she would have died, then I believe him. Several murmurs broke out at hearing the number one hero back up Izuku. Izuku had to take a deep breath and calm himself. It wouldn't do to go attacking pro heroes. So, let me ask again, Izuku said through clenched teeth. What happened? Nedzu stepped forward once again, leaving a rather shaken-looking Vlad King in his wake. I'm afraid a mechanical issue led to the zero-pointer causing more destruction than intended, he sighed. While nothing like this has happened before, it does not excuse us from our responsibility. You have my deepest thanks for saving M's Uraraka's life. I don't want your thanks, Izuku told him. I want to know that this isn't going to happen again. You have my word, Nedzu bowed. We will be removing the zero-pointer from the exam and looking at a full rework of the application process. Good, Izuku nodded. He turned around and returned to Jade, who was watching him with curious eyes. What? Izuku asked. You would have made a good dragon, Jade told him. Izuku rolled his eyes as he climbed back up into the saddle. That's it? Vlad King demanded as he seemed to snap back to reality. We're just gonna let him go? He just threw the symbol of peace at us? I'd love to see you stop him, Toshi laughed loudly. Izuku couldn't help but smile. The way Toshi said it broke through the last dregs of his anger and left him feeling exhausted. Hey Toshi, Izuku called back down. All Might looked up at him with his trademark smile on his face. You know my mom's gonna want to have you over for dinner now that you're back in town. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Toshi cheered. He either didn't know or didn't care about the strange looks the other heroes were giving them. Izuku just laughed to himself. Jade taking to the air as Toshi and Nedzu waved. As they flew over the gate and back into the city, Izuku slumped against Jade's neck. Sleep, little warrior, Jade told him. You've earned your rest. Izuku just nodded as he slipped away into sleep. Dragon Rider ==. Izuku. Inko yelled from the back door. Izuku looked up from the smithy and towards his mom. She wore her favorite blue sundress and a giant smile. He's here. I'll be there in a second, Izuku hollered back before he returned to his work. His hammer struck at the plate of metal he was shaping. As the hammer provided the beat, Izuku sang. Safira had taught him how. He sang strength into the metal so that its strength would be far greater. Once he had finished fixing its shape, Izuku dunked the red-hot metal into a barrel of water. The water hissed and steamed as it cooled the plate. Pulling it out, Izuku inspected the now dark steel. It was as close to perfect as he would be getting. He added it to the pile. Izuku closed the door to the furnace and pulled off his work gloves before heading to the house. His mom and their guest, none other than Toshi, had already moved to the table in the yard. The sound of his mother's laughter brought a smile to his face as he approached. She didn't, Inko laughed with a shake of her head. I swear to God, Toshi laughed. It wasn't his all-might laugh. It was just as big and loud, but it was filled with so much more mirth. Just wait. I got them to include it in the video. You didn't? Inko exclaimed as she fell into another fit of laughter. Oh, he is gonna love that. Who's going to love what? Izuku asked curiously as took the third seat at the table. Both Toshi and his mom jumped as he interrupted them. H had to fight not to roll his eyes at the way they both blushed. Toshi cleared his throat. Ah, young Midoriya, he greeted Izuku. It is a pleasure to see you again. Likewise, Izuku nodded. But you didn't answer my question. Toshi coughed awkwardly again. Yes. Well, he held out a sealed letter. I got Nedzu to agree that I could deliver your results. Oh, Izuku chuckled as he took the envelope from Toshi. Thank you, Toshi, he bowed. Go on, Izuku. Inko urged him impatiently. Toshi won't tell me how you did. Okay, mama. Izuku laughed. He shook his head at their antics as he opened the envelope. A silver disc slipped out and onto the table. Instantly a holographic Nedzu was projected above their plates. Greetings. The hologram cheered. Am I a rat, a dog, a bear? Who knows? What matters is I am Nedzu, the president of UA University, and I am here with your results, Mr. Midoriya. The president himself, Inko gasped. Your strategy for the exam was commendable, Nedzu continued. By separating, you and your companion managed to acquire quite the multitude of points. Even if we scored you separately, you each would have earned a place in the hero course. Combined you shattered the record, Toshi informed them. Indeed, Nedzu nodded. It felt like he'd been nodding to Toshi. Your combined score was 110. That score alone was more than enough to earn you first place in the exam. Oh my baby! Inko cried as she threw her arms around Izuku in joy. And that's not all. Nedzu cheered. For you see, Mr. Midoriya, there is a second part to the exam. One kept secret so that we can measure the heart of our contestants uninhibited. The 3D hologram switched to a flat video feed of Izuku during the exam. It showed him pulling students away from dangerous situations when they got in over their head. It showed him taking down the zero-pointer, healing Uraraka, even Jade throwing Toshi down before the line of faculty. You went out of your way to assist those in danger, Nedzu told them happily as the hologram returned. Even going so far as to insist that we hold ourselves to a higher standard. You inspired us, and you inspired those around you. The hologram switched to a video feed once again. The blonde boy he had saved had hoped back into the fight with renewed vigor. The boy with purple gravity-defying hair had followed him towards the zero-pointer only after seeing him rush to Uraraka's aid. And finally, it showed Uraraka. She was speaking to present Mike. Please, she begged him. He saved my life. I don't know how, but he did. He deserves to get in. Let him have some of my points if he needs them. He just has to get in. The hologram of Nedzu returned once again. You see? Nedzu asked. Your actions were those of a true hero, and as such you have been awarded with 200 hero points. Inko screamed out loud in shock. I'm sure your mother is very proud, Nedzu laughed. I will let you return to your dinner. Move-in will be Friday of next week. I have included a single-day license to allow you to fly with your companion to campus. Now come, Mr. Midoriya, to your hero academy. The hologram died out and Izuku sat there in shock. He probably would have sat there for hours if not for the sudden noise of his mother bursting into cheers. Oh Izuku, you did it! She cried as she did her best to crush the life out him with her arms. Indeed, Toshi laughed. The highest score ever recorded too. Hearing that his mother burst into a fountain of tears, clutching Izuku even closer. Careful, Inko. Toshi warned as he grabbed the plates off the table and held them high above the deluge of salty tears. We don't want you to flood dinner. Dragon Rider Izuku was laying back in the grass, staring up at Jade flying in the night sky. He could only tell where the dragon was by the absence of the stars. He probably would have fallen asleep like that, but he could feel Toshi making his way towards him. The large hero sat down in the grass next to him, resting on his arms as he looked up. Izuku watched out of the corner of his eye, never bothering to turn his head. You should be very proud of yourself, young Midoriya, Toshi told him. Your mother and I both are. Thank you, Toshi, Izuku said with a soft smile. That means a lot. Are you excited? Toshi asked. Yes, Izuku nodded. And no, Toshi laughed softly. What is holding you back? I worry, Izuku sighed softly. My mother will be all alone in this big house. Your mother is a strong woman, Toshi assured him. You do not need to worry for her. But she is my mother and so I will, Izuku told him. I know what you're thinking, Toshi. I know why you were at Ua. Izuku waited to see if Toshi would say anything, but when his silence was all that followed, he continued. It's okay to want to retire, Izuku said, but it's okay to live a little now too. She doesn't need someone to take care of her, but she could use some company, Toshi. All right, Toshi agreed hastily. Just don't break her heart, Izuku warned him as he closed his eyes. Never, Toshi promised. Dragon Rider Izuku and Jade touched down just outside the gates of Ua. It was move-in day, and tomorrow they'd start at UA. It might not have exactly been the beginning of their training, but it was still a big step towards their goals. Mr. Midoriya, the chipper voice of the president called out. President Nezu, Izuku bowed. And I do not believe I have been introduced to your companion, Nezu chirped. He turned to Jade. Greetings. I am President Nezu. I like this one, Jade projected to them both as his rumbling laugh filled the air. I am Jade. A pleasure, Nezu bowed. Now All Might warned me that you two are accustomed to lodging together. Would you like to continue this arrangement? Yes, Izuku nodded. Perfect, Nezu smiled. Then follow me please. Nezu turned and led them through campus. The main part of the campus was relatively small. The classroom building was front and center when you walked through the gate. Inside were all of the classrooms, the auditorium, and the cafeteria. The dorms were clustered by year, each on a different side of the green behind the classroom building. Nezu led them to the first-year dorm cluster, and then to the first building. Welcome to Heights Alliance, Nezu told them with a wave of his hand. These are the dorms for Class 1A. I went ahead and had Cementos put in a special edition on the roof. Let me know if anything needs adjusting. Thank you, President Nezu, Izuku bowed. Think nothing of it's Mr. Midoriya. Nezu dismissed his thanks with a wave of his paw. Ensuring that every student here at UA is well taken of is my job as president. You and Jade are now under my care and I take that very seriously. Okay sir, Izuku nodded. Now go, Nezu laughed. I have places to be and people to scare. Relax and make yourself at home. Yes sir, Izuku agreed with a single nod. He hurried over to Jade and hopped back up into the saddle. Come on Jade. Let's go check out our new home. Gladly, Jade hummed. His massive wings spread out and the two took to the air. Momo counted the students in the room a second time. There was no doubt about it, they were only at 19. We're missing someone, Momo announced to the group. What, no way. Ashido, an excitable girl with pink skin, shouted. It had been her idea to do the meet and greet and she had roped Momo into helping her. I went to all the rooms. Maybe they haven't moved in yet, Kaminari, a boy who had blonde hair with a black streak in it, commented. Today was the only day available for move-in, Iida reminded them. Thank God there was at least one familiar face in the group. If they have not moved in already then they're late and that is unacceptable for future heroes such as ourselves. Relax man, Kirishima, a boy with spiky red hair, laughed with a shark-toothed grin. I'm sure it's fine. Momo went over to the room directory that had been provided. She went floor by floor, looking for anyone who she hadn't met yet. She made it all the way to the end of the list before she found them. Midoriya Zuku, boys sighed, 6th floor. Wait, 6th floor. Ashido's voice rang out beside her. But there are only 5 floors? Well that can't be right, Momo shook her head. Why don't we go check it out? Hagakure called. Momo was still getting used to trying to find where the invincible girl was. Yeah. Several students shouted in agreement. There was a rush towards the stairs, every member of 1A tripping over themselves as they ran up. Everyone wanted to be the first one to find the mysterious 6th floor. Momo just sighed and followed behind them. There were stairs leading up from the 5th floor, but Momo could already see the sunlight coming through the door at the top. Still the other students were rushing through, so she followed. Stepping out the door, Momo saw something she didn't expect. Set up on the roof was a little bungalow. It was quite a wide little building, even if it was only a single story. It had plain walls, the same color as the rest of the dorms, no windows on this side, and 2 doors. The first door was what you'd expect, a plain wooden piece with a peephole and a knocker. The other door was more like a giant hole in the wall. It was a perfect circular hole, the diameter the same as the height of the building, and its only barrier was a heavy black cloth. Several students were already arguing in front of the building. We can't just barge in, Iida insisted. Why not, man? Zero, the boy with tape dispenser elbows, laughed. I mean, it's not like it's locked or anything. Yeah, but it's someone's dorm. Karo, Asui, the girl with the frog mutation, said, croaked. Who the hell'd get an entire house as a dorm room? Bakugo, the angry ash blonde, snapped. If anyone deserves special privileges, it's me, not some 2-bit extra. Momo just shook her head. She walked up to the door, the wooden one, and knocked. The sound got all of the other students to stop arguing and turn to the door. They waited only a moment before the door opened. Standing in the now open doorway was an elf out of one of Momo's novels. His long pointy ears and angular features were captivating. They almost clashed with his kind green eyes and long dark green hair, but they didn't. The boy was tall too, a good 10 centimeters taller than her, which meant he was one of the tallest in the class. Unlike the other tall boys, though he wasn't bulky, his form was agile and slim. Hello. The boy greeted as his eyes went from Momo to the crowd of students behind her. Momo realized she'd been staring and quickly blinked away the awkwardness. The boy bowed. My name is. 2 shouts cut the boy off at once. It's you, Uraraka cried, but if anyone but Momo heard, she'd be surprised because at the same time explosions ripped across the roof. Deku. Bakugo screamed as he launched himself towards the boy. He slammed into other students, knocking them out of the way. The green-haired boy stepped between Momo and Bakugo before he reached them. Bakugo slammed into the boy, grabbing his plain white shirt with smoking fists. What the fuck are you doing here? I'm a student here, the boy answered calmly. His voice was so smooth and gentle. Yeah right, Bakugo scoffed. Like you or that little iguana of yours has what it takes to make it into UA. A sound like an angry chainsaw washed over the students at Bakugo's words. Momo turned in time to see the black curtains split around a massive form. It was easily the size of an SUV. And then, once the curtains fell away and revealed the massive head, the rest of the creature emerged. Several students screamed in shock and fear. The creature's light green scales and black spikes glimmered in the sunlight as it towered over the students. It stomped towards where Bakugo and the boy were still standing, the students rushing out of its way. As it reached them, its long neck curved downward, its head stopping just before the 2 boys. It opened its mouth and a wave of heat rolled through the air. Momo stumbled backwards into the wall of the bungalow. Bakugo, to his credit, just sneered at the creature. You think I'm scared of some lizard? Bakugo sneered as he turned back towards the green-haired boy. I'm glad you haven't changed, Bakugo, a voice rumbled in Momo's head. It was telepathy, she realized. The voice was deep and menacing. It will make stomping you into the earth all the more satisfying. Bakugo looked at the creature with clear shock on his face. It quickly morphed back into anger. The fuck you just say to me, you moldy-ass lizard? Bakugo barked. The creature took a deep breath and roared in Bakugo's face. The sound was louder than anything Momo had ever heard. It was a deep, horrible sound, like something out of her nightmares. It shook Momo to her very core. Bakugo took an involuntary step backwards as spittle and hot air flew into his face. "Jade," the green-haired boy called, cutting the dragon off instantly with his words. The silence that followed seemed thick as the boy took a handful of steps. He ignored the stunned Bakugo and knelt beside Jiro. Momo hadn't seen her collapse. She was on her knees clutching at her ears in pain, blood leaking out from between her fingers. "Heil Alfred's area," the boy commanded as he placed his hands over Jiro's. Momo didn't know what it meant, but the words seemed to almost hum with power. The pain melted from Jiro's features. She looked up at the boy with an odd wonder that was reflected on several other students' faces. The boy pulled his hands away and Jiro did the same after a moment, staring at the blood smeared across them. "I'm sorry," the boy apologized. It was as though he were speaking only to her and he were unaware of the crowd around them. "Normally I would have warned you before healing you, but you were in too much pain to reach." It's cool," Jiro stuttered. "I am sorry as well, little hero." The voice rumbled again as the creature turned to face Jiro, its large green eyes focusing in on her where she was kneeling. The voice was clearly the same, but it couldn't have sounded more different. Now it sounded soft and almost warm. "It was not my intention to harm you." No worries," she told the creature, paling a little as she looked up at the enormous head. The boy stood straight once again. The motion was so smooth and graceful. Momo didn't know standing could be beautiful. He moved like flowing water. The boy's eyes scanned the crowd of students. "Let me try that again," the boy huffed. "Hello. My name is Midoriya Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you all." The boy gave a small bow. No one said anything as they all stared at the mysterious addition to their ranks. The boy just waited, holding his bow as the class all tried to break out of their confusion. "That was manly as hell," Kirishima exclaimed. While not the most refined response, it served the purpose of breaking everyone out of their stupors. A number of other cheers and compliments rained down on Midoriya. He straightened up with a small smile on his face. "Thank you," he nodded. He looked around again. His eyebrows knit together ever so slightly before he continued. "I'm afraid I don't know most of your names." "Oh yeah," Ashido yelled. "That's why we were coming up here. We were going to do a meet and greet downstairs." "Will the dragon fit?" Asui asked. "No," the creature laughed, the sound of his laughter rumbling through air and shaking the floor. "Do not worry. Izuku will tell me about you all." "Right," Ashido nodded. She grabbed Midoriya by the hand and began dragging him away. "We'll have right back to you, Mr. Scary Dragon Dude." The creature, Dragon Momo supposed was a good term for it, bared its massive razor-sharp teeth at that. It took Momo a moment to realize it was a smile. The dragon's massive eyes flickered over to Momo, they seemed to glint with mischief. "Yes?" the dragon asked, his tone almost sounded teasing. Momo looked around and squeaked when she realized she was the last one on the roof, distracted in her observation of the dragon. "Sorry," she screamed as she slammed down into a bow. She ran off the roof as quick as she could, her face burning with embarrassment. Dragon Rider ==. "Why don't we go around and introduce ourselves?" the girl with pink skin offered. "We can give our names and our quirks." Izuku fought hard not to roll his eyes at that. "You knew they'd ask eventually," Jade reminded him. "I just don't understand why everyone is so obsessed about quirks." Izuku sighed to the dragon. "It doesn't tell us anything about someone just to know their quirk." "Then listen to what else they say," Jade yawned. "I'm going to take a nap." "I'll start," the pink girl continued. "My name is Ashido Mina. You guys can call me Mina though. My quirk is acid. I can produce acid from anywhere on my body. I can also control the potency and viscosity. I hope we can all be friends." She sat back down in her seat on the couch and motioned to the girl sitting next to her. It was the girl who had knocked on his door earlier. She was just as breathtaking now. Her face was almost regal in its beauty. "Hello," she greeted. "My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. My quirk is creation. I can create anything I know the atomic makeup of by using my body's lipid stores. She sat back down. Short and to the point, but not rude. The way she phrased her explanation of her quirk made Izuku curious. It would require an insane level of study to produce anything beyond basic elements, but she sounded like she'd put in the work. The next person to stand was a boy. Izuku recognized him as the serious boy who had tried to call out his clothing at the entrance exam. "Greetings," he declared. "My name is Iida Tenya. My quirk is engine. I have engines in my calves that run off of citric acid." With that he sat back down. The boy had spoken as if he was giving a nervous book report. He was clearly very serious. Maybe with a little time he could relax though. This pattern continued, each student introducing themselves and their quirk as they went around the circle. Some students' self-descriptions were quite informative. Kirishima told them his favorite hero was Crimson Riot, which Izuku thought said a lot about him and definitely explained his exclamations about things being manly. Others' introductions were vaguer. Even among those though Izuku could tell Tsuyu was very blunt and Todoroki thought the group introductions were a waste of time. The only one whose introduction truly left him with nothing was Shoji's short greeting. He was quite pleased to see Uraraka had made it in. So too had the boy with gravity-defying purple hair. The boy's name was Shinso and he had a brainwashing quirk. The way he had told them his quirk was as though he was scared of it himself. That wasn't good. The only quirk that really interested him though was Tokiyami's. He had an actual companion quirk. Izuku had never met anyone with one, and after being told that that was what he had for so long he was curious to see what they were like. Tokiyami's companion, Dark Shadow, seemed to have some sentience too. He very much wanted to get to talk to both of them. Finally, it was his turn. He stood up and gave a small wave. "Hello again," Izuku chuckled. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. You all met Jade already. He was the dragon on the roof." "But what's your quirk?" Siro called out. "Yeah man," Kirishima agreed. "You've got a sick-ass dragon, but you healed Jiro up there too. How'd you do that?" "Through my bond with Jade I have access to a lot of abilities," Izuku explained. "One of them allows me to heal others as you saw." Izuku heard Bakugo scoff and several other students murmur to those around them. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Izuku just quirked an eyebrow at her. He wasn't about to call on her like this was a classroom. "Well," Yaoyorozu hummed. She bit at her bottom lip, something that made Izuku's mouth feel dry all of a sudden. "I wanted to ask what language you were speaking. I didn't recognize it." "Oh," Izuku chuckled. He scratched at the back of his head a little nervously. "It's an older dead language. A little like Latin. That's probably why it was hard to recognize." "I see," Yaoyorozu nodded. "All right guys, enough with the third degree," Mina laughed. "I think it's about time we bust out some party games." "Yeah," Kaminari cheered. "I brought some video games, let me go grab one of my systems and we can set it up on the TV." "Do you have the latest Smash Heroes?" Tsuyu asked. "For sure," Kaminari yelled as he disappeared up the stairs. Izuku decided that it was probably better to sit back and watch. He didn't really have much experience with video games. He watched as everybody partnered up into teams and began talking about preferred heroes. Yaoyorozu was the only other one who wasn't going to be playing. She made her way over to where Izuku was sitting and took the spot next to him on the couch. "Do you not want to play?" Yaoyorozu asked him. "I've never played before," he confessed. "I'm fine with watching for tonight." "I've not played either," Yaoyorozu said with a laugh. "It was a nice sound. May I watch with you?" "Of course," Izuku nodded. Together they watched as Tsuyu and Uraraka crushed everyone who dared to go against them. They didn't really talk much, but Izuku had a good time. The game was a little boring to watch, but seeing his classmates get into it was nice. Someone ordered a bunch of pizzas for everyone. Izuku was happy to grab a slice of cheese and relax. As the night wore on, more and more people said their goodbyes and turned in. Eventually Izuku decided it was late enough for bed. 2. "I'm going to head up," Izuku sighed as he stood. "I'll see you in the morning for class." "Yes," Yaoyorozu nodded. "Probably best for me to get some sleep as well." Izuku smiled at her and the two parted way. Izuku got back up to his and Jade's dorm. He still couldn't believe Nezu had arranged something like this for them. It was one massive room with a bed for both Izuku and Jade. The bed for Jade was a massive cushion placed in a half-dome dip in the floor. There was a desk and a private bath. It was honestly a little decadent. "Did you have fun?" Jade asked as Izuku prepared for bed. "Yeah," Izuku nodded. "It was nice. They seem like good people." "That's good," Jade yawned. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" "It's the first day," Izuku shrugged as he got into the bed next to Jade. Jade draped his wing over Izuku. "How bad can it be?" Dragon Rider Momo sat at breakfast and tried her best not to worry about the oncoming day of classes. It was only the first day. With the president's welcome speech and them needing to cover the syllabus, they wouldn't have time for much anyways. So, she did her best to put aside her worries and enjoy the pancakes Sato had made for everyone. "Has everyone gotten pancakes?" Sato called from the kitchen. "I don't think Midoriya has come down yet," Kirishima called back. "Can someone go get him?" Sato asked. "I'll throw on a couple for him." "I'll go," Momo offered as she finished off her own breakfast. Momo headed up the stairs of the boys' side and back to the rooftop bungalow that was Midoriya's dorm. She opened up the door and blinked hard to try and let her eyes adjust to the bright morning sun. What she saw when she could finally see again made her blush. Midoriya was standing in the open air. His shirt was off and there was a sword in his hand. Momo couldn't help but notice the powerful muscles that clung to his slender frame. He moved with elegance as he swung the sword through the air. He lunged at an invisible enemy before rolling across the roof in a dodge. He popped back up, spinning to face towards Momo as he rose. As his eyes landed on her, he straightened out of his ready stance and lowered the sword. Momo tried her best not to stare at his bare chest or the way he almost glowed in the morning light. "Good morning, Yaoyorozu," he greeted her. His green eyes sparkled in the morning light. "Gee, good morning," Momo stammered. "Is something wrong?" Midoriya asked with a tilt of his head. "No," Momo nearly shouted. She could feel the blush still burning across her cheeks. "Sato was making pancakes. He asked if I could come let you know." "Ah," Midoriya smiled. "Thank you for letting me know. I'll be down in just a moment." "Right," Momo nodded. She quickly turned away and rushed back downstairs. She didn't slow down until she was back in the common room. She earned a few odd looks as she ran in. The almost knowing smile Mina gave her almost had her blush coming back. "You good y'all, Momo?" she teased. Momo stood up straight and fixed her rumpled uniform. "Yes," she nodded. "He'll be down in a moment." Dragon Rider Izuku was one of the last ones to leave the dorms. After his morning training he had showered before heading downstairs to grab some breakfast. Sato's pancakes were quite good, though a bit too sweet for his tastes. Jade was walking beside him, having flown down once Izuku was out of the building, and together they made their way to the classroom building. "You know you still won't fit in the building," Izuku reminded him. "No," Jade chuckled, "but it would not do for them to think only of you." Izuku just rolled his eyes. His mind began to wander as they walked. Safira had been asleep for a few weeks now. She had told him that he was ready to go to UA and that they would continue their training later, but neither he nor Jade really knew how long that meant. She had never slept for this long before. "Do not worry for her, little warrior," Jade comforted him. "She deserves the chance to rest." "I know," Izuku sighed. "I just wish she could have been with us. We've been training as Dragon and Rider for so long. Now we get to train as heroes. I wish she could see it as all." "She will, Izuku," Jade assured him. His confidence spread across their link and helped Izuku feel a little better. As they made it to the back door, even smaller than the doors on the front of the building, Jade shook his head and laughed. "Go on, little warrior. I shall wait here." Izuku placed a hand on Jade's side. "I'm sorry," he thought. "It isn't fair that you were left behind like this." Jade rumbled a chuckle. "It is only a class, Izuku," he reminded him. "I will still be with you through our minds." I know, Izuku nodded. Good, Jade said. Then it is time for you to get going. You will be late otherwise. Jade lowered his head and gave Izuku a gentle shove towards the building. Izuku stumbled through the door and headed up to the 1A classroom. He could already hear the arguments within from the stairs. Izuku just sighed and headed in. He ignored Bakugo and Iida fighting over what basically amounted to their clashing personalities and made his way to his seat. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to relax a little before the start of class. He kept his presence extended, gently touching the mind of each classmate the way Safira had taught him. He felt someone approaching, but he didn't think much of it. They were probably just gonna try and break up the fight between Iida and Bakugo. Hey Midoriya, they called, going against all of Izuku's reasonings. Izuku opened his eyes and found Uraraka waiting patiently beside his desk with a smile. He smiled back at her. Good morning Uraraka, he greeted. I didn't get the chance to talk to you yesterday, she explained. I just wanted to say congratulations on making it in. To you as well, Izuku nodded. It is nice to have at least one familiar face in class. Finding a girlfriend already? Jade teased. Shush you, Izuku laughed. Or perhaps you have another girl in mind, Jade continued. An image of Yaoyorozu flashed through his mind, but Izuku honestly couldn't tell if it was from him or Jade. He tried not to blush as Jade shook with laughter down below. I know right, Uraraka cheered, unaware of the other conversation she had sparked. I was so nervous I'd get here and not know anybody. If you're here to make friends you can leave, a voice called from the open doorway and commanded silence from the room. For a moment there was no one there. Then a strange yellow mass rose from the floor and revealed the disheveled face of the man who spoke. He held a pouch to his lips and quickly downed its contents. My name is Aizawa Shota, he told them as he slipped out of his yellow cocoon and slouched to the front of the classroom. I am your homeroom teacher. There were several doubtful murmurs around the room at the man's claim. Aizawa held up a stack of blue. Put these on, he said as he dropped the stack on his desk. Meet me at the sports field in 10 minutes. Don't be late. With that he left. The students of 1A sat stunned for half a moment before making a mad dash to the desk. Izuku waited for the rush to die down before he made his way up. On the desk were a handful of blue UA PE uniforms, each with a name taped onto it. Izuku grabbed his and followed the crowd to the changing rooms. Even with his delayed start he was one of the first to the sports field. Before long though the rest of the students arrived. You took too long, Aizawa sighed. Learn to change faster or risk being left behind. Today we're going to be doing a quirk apprehension test. What about the president's speech? Yaoyorozu asked. The president says welcome, Aizawa told her. Nothing else of consequence will be said that we can't go over later. Instead, you will be showing me what you can do. Izuku could hear the soft conversations that broke out around him. The other students were getting excited. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Yes sir, Izuku stepped forward. Aizawa flicked a softball at Izuku, which he caught. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? He asked. The field could only measure to 100 meters sir, Izuku told him. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him, but he didn't push it. Try it with that, Aizawa told him. You can do whatever you want, just don't leave the circle. Izuku stepped into the chalk circle Aizawa had pointed to and tossed the softball in his hand. He got an idea of the thing's weight. It was light. He could probably have thrown it quite far, but that wasn't really in the spirit of things. Rise, Izuku commanded, the white-hot bubble of his magic filling him. The softball rose from his palm and hovered about 6 inches in the air. The students around him began to murmur in surprise. Go. The ball streaked through the air with a resounding crack. It flew up and away and before long it was nothing but a speck that even Izuku could not follow. With the light weight of the ball, the drain on his reserves was minuscule. He held the spell for a minute, waiting in the circle as he did, before finally releasing it and allowing the ball to fall where it may. Izuku turned to Aizawa and waited for his results. Aizawa turned the tablet in his hand first to Izuku and then to the rest of the students. Shock ran through the crowd of students. 3 kilometers. Kirishima shouted as Izuku headed back to join them. Dude, that's so manly. Knowing your limits is the first step of being a hero, Aizawa droned on in a bored tone. We'll be doing the standard fitness tests today. You'll be using your quirks. Several excited exclamations came from the gathered students. This is gonna be so much fun, Mina cheered. Maybe, but that's not really the point, Izuku commented. Not knowing what your limits are is how you make mistakes. Mistakes get people killed. Izuku hadn't realized all of the students were listening to him, but the silence that followed his words was heavy. Izuku looked around and saw the students looking at him with conviction on their faces. That was good. The swift breeze that swept through the gathered students was all the warning most of them got before Jade slammed into the earth behind them. There were several screams and some students fell to their knees or on their butts from the shaking of the earth. I will be participating, Jade informed the gathered students and teacher. Obviously, Aizawa huffed. Now let's get started. The first event was not the softball throw, but the 50-meter sprint. Aizawa had the students go up in pairs and race. When Izuku's turn came, he was pleased with his score of 2 seconds. But after all the students went, Aizawa tried to move on to the next event. I have not gone yet, Jade growled. I thought I made it clear that I would be participating. Aizawa turned to the dragon with a bored tilt of his head. Midoriya has already gone, he told Jade. And I have not, he said again. Izuku and I are a team, but we do not have the same limits. Aizawa shrugged. Fine, he sighed. Go ahead. Jade walked over to the starting line and crouched down in a ready position. He was large enough that he took up almost the entire track, not just the 2 lanes the students had been using. When the starting beep sounded, Jade leapt the entire 50 meters in a single bound. 1.7 seconds, the timer beeped. Moving on, Aizawa called. The next several events went smoothly. For grip strength, Izuku credited his score in the low thousands to his daily practice with a sword. Jade crushed his tester beneath his massive weight. Both Jade and Izuku cleared the pit for the standing long jump. Seated toe touch was interesting. Izuku did well, bending so his chest was flat against his knees, but no one could hope to match Jade, who simply laid down and allowed his massive length to give him first place. Izuku's stamina earned him first in the sit-ups, an event that Jade had to accept an automatic 0 for as he couldn't perform them. The entire time Izuku kept his mind extended. He could feel the conviction of his classmates as they fought to get the best scores. It was invigorating in a way. But the growing rage he felt rolling off of Bakugo's mind was dampening the mood. When they got back to the ball throw, though, he could tell the blonde was ready to explode. As he marched into the circle for the ball throw, Izuku could already see the sweat pouring down his arms. His jaw was clenched and the scowl on his face was one that screamed murder. As Bakugo pulled back his arm, Izuku decided to spare his classmates, especially Jiro, from any pain Bakugo was going to cause. Silence, he commanded as he raised his palm towards Bakugo. Whatever the blonde screamed was never heard. The explosion was silent. There was instead an eerie calm as the students watched the silent scene. Izuku could actually hear the sighs of relief around him. Bakugo was instantly in an outrage. He spun on his heel and faced the students, screaming words that they couldn't hear. A couple of students actually laughed at the strange scene, which only made Bakugo's anger worse. He threw himself towards them, palms exploding behind him. He never reached them though. Aizawa caught him in the strange scarf that he wore, eyes glowing red and his hair rising around him. Bakugo writhed against the capture weapon, but he was firmly trapped. His explosions refused to come. Aizawa's eye flicked to Izuku, but he just stood there and watched as Bakugo silently struggled. He's like an animal, Jade commented. Izuku didn't respond, but he couldn't stop the smirk that spread across his face. Enough, Aizawa called. Bakugo, stop making me use my quirk. It gives me dry eye. You are not to go attacking other students. If I even hear of another incident like this, then you will be expelled and removed from campus. Do I make myself clear? Bakugo stopped struggling and gave a single angry nod. Aizawa released him from the capture tape and pulled out a thing of eye drops. After he had put a few in, he turned to Izuku. "Release your quirk, Midoriya," Aizawa told him. Izuku shrugged and let the spell end. The last few students went for the ball throw, and then it was Jade's turn. After a funny moment where Aizawa decided that it was Jade's head that could not leave the circle, Jade picked up the softball with his teeth. He took a deep inhale, similar to what he does before he breathes fire, and spit the ball as far as he could. 110 meters, Aizawa announced. They moved on to the final event, the endurance run. Izuku crouched at the starting line with an excited grin. He loved running. It wasn't as good as flying, but it was still exhilarating with his speed. As Aizawa called for them to start, he took off like an arrow from a bow. Rocketing around the track, Izuku took notice of those who were keeping up. Jade was flying above him. The dragon was clearly holding back, but Izuku didn't mind. The objective of the event wasn't speed but endurance. Behind them he could hear the roar of engines. He turned and saw Iida running at a full sprint. He seemed to be growing faster the longer he ran. He was slightly surprised to see Yaoyorozu keeping pace on an electric bike as well. It made sense though. She'd proven to Izuku that she'd definitely put in the work to use her quirk to its full potential. She'd been in the top 3 of almost every single event. Laughing that he was so easily matched, Izuku picked up the speed a little more. It wasn't his top speed, but speed wasn't the purpose of the exercise. He just wanted to push the others and see what they could do. When he lapped Iida for the first time, he could see the clear frustration on his face, but he also saw the determination. Iida doubled down and pushed himself harder. For a moment, the two of them were perfectly in pace with each other. But then the other boy flagged. Iida stumbled a single step and suddenly his cadence was broken. He never quite managed to get back up to the same speed. Eventually the others wore out. The last 3 on the track were Izuku, Jade, and Yaoyorozu. Izuku was still going strong and he knew Jade could fly on for a while still. So, when he was passing by Yaoyorozu again, he slowed down to keep pace with her. "Do you know how long your bike can last?" Izuku asked her. She jumped slightly and looked to see him running along beside her. "With the battery I created, it should be able to run for another couple hours," she told him. "I'll let Aizawa know then," he sighed. He didn't really want to be running around the track for the rest of the day. He extended his mind across the field and brushed against Aizawa. He was filled with curiosity about something and a deep exhaustion. "Aizawa," Izuku called. He could feel Aizawa's shock and anger, though he didn't understand what the anger was about. "I swear to God if this is the problem, child," Aizawa muttered. "Midoriya, is that you?" "Yes sir," Izuku confirmed. "I just wanted to let you know that it will be several hours before Yaoyorozu's bike runs out of batteries." "And what about you, problem child?" Aizawa asked with a sigh. "Oh, I could run like this all day," Izuku laughed. He let the truth of his sentence ring in his very words so that Aizawa would know he wasn't bluffing. "And the dragon?" Aizawa groaned. "Jade could fly across Japan if he really tried," Izuku answered. "Fine," Aizawa spat. "You all tie for first." "Thank you Aizawa," Izuku smiled. "We can stop at the end of this lap, Yaoyorozu," Izuku said aloud. She raised an eyebrow at him. "I talked to Aizawa," he shrugged. He agreed the 3 of us would tie for first. "Seems reasonable," she nodded. "Thank you for that." The 3 of them came to a stop as they came back around to where the other students had gathered. They were greeted with half-hearted cheers and claps from the exhausted group. "All right, I'm going to share your results," Aizawa announced. "Your placement is nothing more than a starting point. If you are dissatisfied with your results, then put in the effort to improve." He held the tablet out flat in a holographic display with their results popped up. Izuku was in first, Jade behind him in second. Yaoyorozu had earned 3rd place. Izuku gave her a smile when he saw. "All right, you're dismissed," Aizawa told them. "There's a copy of the heroics syllabus in your emails. Read it by tomorrow. Midoriya, come with me." With that, Aizawa turned and began walking away. All eyes turned and watched Izuku. He just shrugged and walked after their teacher, Jade following behind. The three of them walked back to the classroom building. Once they made it close to the door, Aizawa simply stopped and waited. Izuku stood before him. He could have asked what they were doing, but Aizawa would tell him when he needed to know. After a few minutes of waiting, the door to the classroom building opened and President Nedzu walked out. "Hello, Mr. Midoriya." President Nedzu greeted him with a smile. "Mr. President," Izuku nodded. Nedzu turned to Aizawa. "So, what can I do for the TW of you today?" Nedzu asked cheerily. Aizawa instantly turned to face Izuku. "I'd like to know about your quirk," Aizawa explained. "What would you like to know?" Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Aizawa scowled at the question. "Everything," he grunted. "Your quirk registration has you down as having a simple small-sized companion quirk with animalistic intelligence. It's clearly out of date. You should have had it updated years ago. I would like an explanation of your inaction as well as the proper details concerning your quirk." Izuku sighed. "Quirk, quirk, quirk," he shook his head. "I feel like I'm back in that doctor's office when I was 5. I could explain things, but like him you would hear only what you chose to." "Try me," Aizawa growled. Nedzu just watched the interaction silently. Izuku's eyes flickered to the president and found him wearing a gleeful smile. He turned back to Aizawa and rolled his eyes at his dire expression. "I was 5 when I met Jade," Izuku told them. "I found his egg in the woods behind the park I liked to play in." "Found?" Aizawa repeated as his scowl deepened. "Our master once called it fate," Izuku shrugged. He held up his hand and showed off the silvery mark on his palm. "That day Jade chose me as his rider." "So then what exactly is your quirk?" Aizawa asked. "Weren't you listening, Aizawa?" Nedzu laughed. Both Izuku and Aizawa turned to see the joyful expression on the president's face. "He doesn't have one." "Ridiculous," Aizawa scoffed. "Even if the dragon is a remnant of someone else's quirk, Midoriya has displayed increased strength, agility, and stamina. Not to mention the clear emitter-type quirk he displayed in both the exam and the ball throw." "Can you cancel it?" Nedzu asked, genuine curiosity dripping in his voice. "Not once it's in place," Aizawa told him. "Have you tried before he activates it?" Nedzu pushed. "No," Aizawa growled. "Mr. Midoriya, if you would," Nedzu prompted him excitedly. Izuku turned to Aizawa, whose eyes were already glowing red, his hair and capture weapon rising off of his shoulders. Izuku looked Aizawa square in the eyes and held his hand aloft. He let the bubble of magic spread through him, taking great joy in the heat as it burned through his veins. "Fire!" Izuku summoned. The bright white flames danced on his palm. They bathed the small group in heat. "Wonderful!" Nedzu cheered. "Thank you for the demonstration, Mr. Midoriya." Izuku let the spell go and dropped his hand back down. "So what do you think now, Aizawa?" Nedzu chirped. "Fine," he spat. "I still want an explanation." "That seems reasonable," Nedzu laughed. He turned back to Izuku. "It is in the best interest of UA to have a full understanding of your abilities to best prepare you to be a hero." "Yes, sir," Izuku nodded. "Let's see, I have increased strength, speed, agility, reaction time, senses, and endurance. I have trained to use a sword and a bow. I am skilled in leather work, metal work, and farming. I can access the minds of others to communicate and read their thoughts and emotions. If I delve deeper, I can access a person's memories as well. I also have access to magic." Aizawa scoffed. "And how does this magic work?" Nedzu asked. "Through the use of the ancient language of the Grey Folk I am able to exert my will upon the world," Izuku explained. "As long as I have the energy required to do it myself, I am limited only by my vocabulary and my imagination." "Fascinating," Nedzu cheered. "Any other abilities?" "I don't think so," Izuku shook his head. "Jade? Our bond makes you ageless," Jade said. "Then you would be 5," Aizawa pointed out. Izuku shrugged. I guess that's one we'll just have to wait and see about then, he chuckled. Wonderful. Nedzu clapped his hands together. I would like a more detailed explanation of Jade's origin and this master you have spoken of. But that can wait for another day. Yes, sir, Izuku nodded. I'll have you both over for tea sometime, Nedzu laughed. Though I might have to buy Mr. Jade a special cup. With that he sent Izuku and Jade off to rejoin their classmates in the dorms. The last Izuku saw he was walking into the classroom building with Aizawa close on his heels. Dragon Rider Izuku was relaxing in the common room with Jade. It had taken a little while to figure out how to let Jade hang out with everyone. In the end they had opened the window next to the couch and moved the ottoman so Jade could rest his head on it. Now Izuku was sitting next to the enormous head of the dragon in an otherwise empty common room as he scratched at Jade's scales. Midoriya, Uraraka called when she spotted him from the girl's side. She excitedly ran over to where he was sitting. You got Jade in. In a way, he chuckled. I didn't get the chance to talk to you two at all today after Aizawa started class, Uraraka complained. Izuku could feel the curiosity filling Jade, but he ignored it. Oh? Izuku asked. Was there something you wished to discuss? Uraraka huffed. Don't be like that, she rolled her eyes. We're friends, aren't we? Jade's laughter rumbled through the room. Oh, I like this one, he said, allowing Uraraka to hear him as well. What do you mean? Uraraka questioned as she tilted her head and put a hand on her hip. Izuku was never one for friends, Jade told her. Izuku wanted to defend himself, but Jade kinda had a point. He'd never really made an effort with any of the kids at school. You will do him good. Thank you. Uraraka smiled. She plopped herself down beside Izuku and looked to Jade. What else can you tell me about him? I won't spoil all of his secrets, Jade teased her. The sparkle of mischief danced in his eyes. You'll have to get to know him yourself. I do not need you making friends for me, Jade, Izuku sighed. Someone needed to, Jade shot back. Aw, you guys are so cute, Uraraka cooed. It must be nice having a best friend as a quirk. Izuku and Jade both flinched internally at her phrasing. Hearing the words made a pit form in Izuku's stomach that made him feel sick. Though maybe they weren't as subtle as they thought since her brow furrowed in confusion. I said something wrong, she observed. I'm sorry. It is okay, little hero, Jade assured her. I should be accustomed to such phrasings. No, Izuku shook his head. He was staring at his fists where he had them clenched in his lap. No, you shouldn't. Izuku, it's not your fault, Jade told him. Yes, it is, Izuku insisted. He could feel the tears in his eyes already. It took a single conversation to explain it to Nedzu and Aizawa. Nedzu was willing to listen, Jade pointed out. I'll listen, Uraraka interjected. Izuku felt her put a hand on his shoulder. I don't know what's going on, but I'll listen to anything you need to say, Midoriya. We're friends. That's what friends do. You won't believe me, Izuku chuckled darkly. You won't know that until you try, Jade argued. He could feel the concern and the love through their bond. Jade had never been mad at Izuku for the way the world saw him. Hell, he'd never even cared. He was a dragon, and dragons didn't care about the opinions of others. Jade had only ever cared that Izuku let it bother him. Okay. Izuku nodded. He took a deep steadying breath as he closed his eyes. He allowed Jade's confidence and pride to fill him and smooth out his own feelings. He opened his eyes and looked at Uraraka, who sat concerned beside him. Jade is not the result of a quirk, he told her. He tried not to flinch at the way her eyebrows knit together in confusion. He's a real dragon. So, then your quirk is just the weird command thing? Uraraka asked. Izuku shook his head. No, he chuckled. I think I'm quirkless actually. Dragon Rider I think I'm quirkless actually, he told her. Ochako stared at the boy before her. The boy with the face of an elf and the strength to rival all but the strongest heroes. A boy she had seen do impossible things while speaking in words that literally hummed with power. Someone who could speak directly into her mind. Not to mention he had a literal dragon. And he was telling her that he was quirkless. He had to bite back her laugh at the shock. He had trusted her with this. Hell, she and Jade had practically dragged it out of him. She couldn't do that to him. How? She asked instead. The word was almost breathless. Midoriya looked at Jade with a kind of pride in his eyes and a soft smile on his lips. I found him, he told her. His words were nostalgic. Or I guess I found his egg rather, it was in the woods. He was waiting for someone, Midoriya continued. Someone who he would choose to be his rider. His rider? She asked. She had shifted so that she was fully facing him at this point. It's a bond, he explained. He was staring at the palm of his right hand. There was a mark there she hadn't noticed before. A shiny silver scar that spiraled out from the center and glimmered in the light. One that lasts a lifetime. And I chose you, Jade reminded him gently. Ochako could hear the words, but she knew instantly they weren't meant for her. Jade was staring at Midoriya with the kind of fondness she had only ever seen in her parents' eyes before. I would choose you in 1,000 lifetimes. I know, Midoriya nodded. He placed a single hand against Jade's cheek. It was such a small action, but it somehow seemed heavy with emotion. Jade rumbled happily. Thank you, was the only thing Ochako could even think to say. Midoriya looked at her with a raised eyebrow. The tears had already dried from his eyes. Seeing someone so normally tranquil brought to tears had been hard on her heart in a way that Ochako had been unprepared for. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me, she tried again. I don't understand it all, but I don't need to. I'm glad I understand it better. I told you I liked this one, Jade laughed. The way it vibrated through the room and shook the walls was terrifying to her, but it was still nice to hear. From the small smile Midoriya gave, he must have thought so too. Dragon Rider The next day was a lot more normal than the one before it. Izuku sat through Present Mike's English 1, Intro to Heroic Art History with Midnight, and Cementos's Literature 101 with the same astute attentiveness he gave to all his studies. Safira was firm in her belief that a rider was a scholar as much as a warrior. It was after a brief lunch break that the course the students were excited for was being held. I am coming through the door like a regular person, Toshi screamed as he stomped into the room. Izuku shook his head fondly. Toshi was wearing his Silver Age costume, the red and white looking old-fashioned these days. Toshi always was one for dramatics, Jade chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hero Informatics, Toshi called with a laugh. You may think of this class as Heroics 101. And we'll be hopping right into the thick of things with this. Toshi whipped out a thick card with the word, Battle, written across it. The students around Izuku began excitedly chattering. That's right, Toshi boomed. But before we get started, there's something you all need. He pressed a button and 20 slots opened on the wall behind him. These were made to your exact specifications, Toshi told them. Put them on as fast as you can and meet me at Battleground Beta. With that he flew from the room. The students were left scrambling after him in their dash towards the cases. Izuku didn't bother, his cubby was empty. Instead, he headed to the window. Midoriya, Uraraka asked as he opened it up. What are you doing? Oh, mine's in my room, he explained. So why are you going to the window? She laughed. It's faster, Izuku shrugged as he climbed up onto the windowsill. Several other students noticed and started shouting at him to get down. He laughed as he leapt out into the open air. Jade was already flying up beneath him and grabbed him out of the air. They flew straight to the dorm, and when Jade dropped Izuku, he hit the ground running. He dashed into the bungalow and went straight to the wooden chest he had all the pieces of their armor stored in. He began pulling out the metal plates with a smile. Dragon Rider Momo had made her peace with the fact that she needed to show a lot of skin in her hero costume. It was practical. It made perfect sense. It was still a little strange. She wasn't the only girl in a revealing outfit. Mina, Uraraka, and Tsuyu were all in skin-tight bodysuits. They were just as revealing. Except Momo's costume had a giant cut down the middle. Well, too late to do anything about it now. She headed out of the changing room and made her way to ground beta. She chatted with Jiro as they walked. The two of them had very different tastes in music, but she excited to give the bands Jiro was recommending a try. As they got closer, they heard the now familiar sound of enormous wings flapping through the air. The green dragon swept over their heads and towards the battleground. The glint of steel flashed in the sunlight, and as the dragon landed, Momo got a good look at it. The dragon was covered in steel armor. The interlocking plates left only its wings and the bottom of its jaw uncovered. It must have been several 100 pounds of armor. It all felt redundant, but it was a little terrifying to see. Momo and Jiro joined the growing group of students, and Momo took the chance to look at the other costumes. Shinso was there in a black jumpsuit with a strange collar around his neck. Kaminari's costume looked so similar to Jiro's that Momo had to do a double take between them. She almost didn't recognize Iida in the metal armor he was wearing. Its mechanical theme and his iconic hand chopping were what clued her in. She looked to the dragon and admired the armor that decorated him. It was rather beautifully crafted. Each piece had been shaped individually and then attached to the others by leather straps so that they could slide over each other. It would be incredibly easy to repair and should allow almost full range of motion. It must have cost a fortune. I thought there was a price limit on our costumes. Momo voiced her concerns. I crafted Jade's armor myself, Midoriya told her with a gentle chuckle. Momo jumped. She hadn't realized he had been so close. She turned to face him and tried not to blush at her comment being overheard. Midoriya was wearing a steel breastplate over a chainmail shirt. He had a sword strapped to his hip and a quiver across his back that was filled with arrows and a dark wood bow. He had his green hair tied up with a thin strip of leather. He looked like a knight from one of her novels. It is quite beautiful, Momo complimented after she'd regained some of her composure. Thank you, he bowed. He was always so polite. It was honestly refreshing after dealing with the carefree attitudes of the students like Mina or the angry outbursts of Bakugo. They say that the clothes make the pros, All Might laughed. You all certainly look the part. Remember that when you put on these costumes that you are official heroes in training. Momo felt herself swell with pride. This was really it. Now let's get started with the exercise. All Might boomed. His over-the-top presence kept everyone's attention. We'll be doing a 2-on-2 indoor battle training today. I know many of you have seen villain fights that took place on the streets, but a great deal of hero work takes place indoors. From trafficking rings to drug rings, you'll find truly dastardly villains hiding inside. Iida raised his hand and tried interrupting, but All Might held up a hand. Please hold off on your questions until I've finished explaining, he told them. Iida lowered his hand, and All Might continued. Now we'll be deciding teams by drawing lots. I know that may seem strange, but it is to simulate real life. You do not always get to choose your partner in the field, nor will you always get the chance in this class. The exercise is simple. Each team will be assigned to be villains or heroes. The villains will be given a bomb that they are to protect and 5 minutes of prep time in the building. The heroes are going to infiltrate the building once time is up. The heroes win either by touching the bomb or capturing the villains. The villains win by capturing the heroes or stalling until time runs out. The students all began to discuss the exercise excitedly after All Might finished the explanation. Momo had a clear advantage if she was on the villain team. Honestly, it seemed the villains just had an advantage. Now I know you are all excited, but remember the goal is to subdue your opponents, not to harm them, All Might warned. You have all proven you have powerful quirks. Today is your chance to prove you know the meaning of reasonable force. If you knowingly cause excessive harm or disobey any direct order from me, there will be consequences. That got the excitement to die down quite a bit. It was an instant reminder as to why they were there. It wasn't to play games. It was to be heroes. Let's get started, shall we? All Might exclaimed excitedly as he busted out a box. Everyone come up and draw a ball to see what team you'll be on. Each student went up and drew. Momo was on Team C. She looked around and found her teammate was Ojiro. She walked over to the tailed boy and gave him a smile, which he returned with a thumbs up. Ready to win this? he asked happily. Yes, she nodded back. And our first matchup, All Might yelled as he pulled balls out of 2 more boxes Momo hadn't seen him get. Team A will be the heroes. And Team C will be the villains. Team C, if you will follow me, I will lead you to the building so you can begin your prep time. Momo scanned around for Team A. She found Uraraka excitedly dragging Midoriya towards the door. Her heart started pounding when she realized they were who she was looking for. She quickly turned to follow after All Might. He dropped them off at the entrance of the building with 2 communicators, 2 lengths of capture tape, and a giant paper mache bomb. So, do you have a plan? Ojiro asked as she picked up the surprisingly light bomb and began making her way further into the building. I think that we should probably put the bomb somewhere towards the middle of the building, Momo told him. If it were near any windows, then Midoriya or Uraraka could find it by getting into the air and scanning the building. Makes sense, Ojiro nodded. I think the 3rd floor is probably best for much the same reason, Momo continued. Sure, if someone were to start from the roof then we'd be at an immediate disadvantage if we were at the top floor, Ojiro reasoned. Exactly, Momo agreed. So, we put the bomb in the middle of the 3rd floor and then I can produce some defenses. Defenses? Ojiro asked. My quirk is creation, Momo explained. She made it to a good enough room. It only had the 1 door in and a long hallway that ran outside the door in either direction. I learned how to make tripwires, non-lethal mines, and lots of other booby traps. I can make it so that even once they find the bomb, they can never reach it. Sounds good, Ojiro said. But I'm not sure if having us both trapped in here is a smart idea. What do you mean? Momo asked. Well, it just leaves them to their own devices so they can find a way around your traps, he told her. So, I can stay on the outside and keep them busy while you defend the bomb. That's a good plan, Momo relented. She'd been so focused on herself she'd forgotten to consider her partner. That was stupid of her, she groaned to herself. I'll get started on the traps then. Let me know when you've found them. Will do, Ojiro nodded. He headed out of the room and off down the hall. Momo instantly went to work. She started on the far ends of the hallway and worked her way back towards the door. Once she finished one half she moved to the other and did the same thing. As she was placing the last row of spikes on the floor the communicator crackled to life. Heroes may enter the building, All Might called. As soon as his words died out the sound of an impossibly loud roar shook the building. Momo quickly ducked back into the room with the bomb and began setting up more defenses. She started by putting several braces against the door that would make it impossible to open. She couldn't think of anything else that wouldn't put her at a disadvantage too though. She had to think. What did she know about the 2 of them? She knew their quirks. With Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk, producing objects in the room would give her ammunition. Midoriya wouldn't be able to bring the dragon into the building, at least not without carving his way through several feet of concrete. He wasn't going to do that, right? If he did then Momo wouldn't be able to do much. Best not to think about it. Instead, she thought about the weapons she had seen on Midoriya's person. He had a bow and he had sword. She could counter those things. First, she made herself a classic shield. It was large and strong enough to protect her from either arrows or his sword. Then she made herself a sword. It was relatively simple. She had made the blade from steel and the grip was pleather. She couldn't make real leather unfortunately. They both felt good in her hands. She had practiced with this combination more than almost any other and it helped fill her with confidence. I found them, Yaoyorozu, Ojiro's voice called through her earpiece. They had the dragon fly them to the roof. So, they were making their way down. It was a good plan. Try to avoid capture and stall as long as you can, Momo reminded him. Will do, fuck, Ojiro screamed. Momo heard glass shatter through their comms and the sound of the dragon's roar. Ojiro has been eliminated, All Might called out. Momo felt a pit in her stomach. That hadn't even taken 10 seconds. She had never seen Ojiro fight, but from his confidence and his GI she had assumed that he was fairly experienced. Now she was left on her own. She could only pray that her traps and her skills could buy them the time they needed. Momo waited in tense silence. Several of the traps outside of her door were meant more as noisemakers to warn her of any approach. She just had to wait and listen. As the minutes wore on, though, Momo only felt the tension growing. Suddenly the door handle shook. But that was impossible. She hadn't heard a thing. As something heavy slammed into the door and shook it, though, she couldn't deny that someone was here. A leather boot slammed through the door beside the handle. As it slowly pulled back out, Momo could see the glint of steel on the other side. Midoriya. He must have slipped through her traps. She readied her sword and held her shield up in front of her. There was a flash of movement and suddenly a diamond-shaped wedge was shoved out of the door. Midoriya flew into the room like a demon. Momo didn't have time to react as his sword batted her shield aside with so much force it nearly tore her shoulder from its socket. She slashed her sword at him, but he quickly matched her sword with his own. There was a resounding crack as the two blades met and Momo's sword was ripped from her grasp. It flew across the room and embedded itself in the wall. Midoriya drove his elbow into Momo's stomach in one last fluid motion. Momo retched over his arm as she fell down to her knees. All the wind was gone from her lungs and all she could do was clutch at her midsection and desperately try to refill them with air. Hero Team has captured the bomb, All Might called. Momo was still gasping for breath. Gentle hands settled on her shoulders and she looked up to see Midoriya kneeling with her. He had a remorseful smile on his face. "Apologies, Yaoyorozu," he said. "Are you well enough to stand?" Momo took another couple heavy breaths as she stared at him before she gave him a nod. He offered his hand and helped her to her feet. The motion caused her core to ache as she added pressure to the abused muscles. Midoriya scowled when he saw her discomfort. His eyes went instantly to the large red mark on her stomach. "I can heal that," he offered. His voice dripped with concern. "No," Momo shook her head. "I'll be fine." As tempting as it sounded, Midoriya wouldn't always be there to heal her. She needed to be able to handle a little bruising. "If you change your mind, come find me," he told her. "Or find Jade if you cannot find me." "Thank you, Midoriya," Momo nodded, though she resolved to stay strong and not go seeking him. "Midori!" Uraraka shouted as she rocketed out of nowhere and slammed into Midoriya. Momo felt her stomach angrily jump. "We did it." "Yes," Midoriya chuckled. "Good work getting to the bomb so quickly." Uraraka made a PFFT sound and waved him off. "I feel like I hardly did a thing," she laughed. The comm crackled to life in Momo's ear. "Will both teams make their way back to the observation deck and we'll review the exercise," All Might instructed. As Momo left the room, she expected to see a mess of the traps she had made. Instead, she found them all perfectly in place. "What?" she gasped with a shake of her head. She inspected both sides, but she couldn't find a single trap out of place. "Oh man, you should have seen it," Uraraka laughed. "Midori was like a ninja or something." "She might get to," Midoriya sighed. He raised a single eyebrow at Momo. "I don't suppose you can deactivate all this?" "No," Momo told him. "I could disassemble it, but it would take a little while." "It's fine," Midoriya shook his head. "Dibs on your back," Uraraka cried out suddenly as she threw herself onto his back. "Uraraka!" Momo called out aghast. "You can't just throw yourself at a classmate like that." "Relax, Yao Momo," the girl laughed. Why did all the girls insist on calling her that? It wasn't that she minded, she quite liked having a nickname. Midori's fine with it. Besides, you get the arms. "The arms?" Momo wondered. Uraraka gestured over Midoriya's shoulders at his arms. Momo felt her face burning at just the thought of what she was insinuating. "I could never," Momo cried. "It's okay, Yaoyorozu," Midoriya assured her. "It's the easiest way across." Looking at Midoriya, seeing his kind eyes totally focused on her own, she couldn't put up any fight. "Very well," Momo sighed. Midoriya put one arm under her knees and the other across her back. He picked her up gently, as though she weighed nothing at all. She could feel the heat in her face grow hotter. "I don't see how you plan to get across with two of us." "Just watch, Yao Momo," Uraraka assured her. Midoriya began walking forward as though nothing were wrong. His steps were sure and smooth as though there weren't a half-dozen mines and tripwires spaced every few feet. He would duck and weave every now and then, avoiding the razor-sharp wires that threatened to cut at them. In no time at all they were on the other side and none the worse for wear. Midoriya put her back down on her feet. Momo did her best not to stumble. She felt like she was in a daze as they walked out of the building. Ojiro and the dragon were waiting for them just outside. Together the five of them walked back to the observation room. Uraraka and Ojiro were happily chatting about something, but Momo wasn't really listening. "Well done all of you," All Might cheered as they walked back in. There was some polite applause from the rest of the students behind him. "Now we need to discuss what happened." "Midoriya kicked ass," Kaminari interrupted loudly. "An astute observation," All Might chuckled. "But let's start at the beginning. The villains were able to prepare for the situation. How did they do?" "Well, they did all right," Zero shrugged. "I mean, laying traps like that and splitting up was a pretty good plan." "Exactly," All Might nodded. "Their plan was indeed strong. But no plan survives contact with the enemy. Now let's move on to the hero's infiltration." Midoriya and Uraraka took a less traditional route and had Jade fly them to the roof. Iida shouted as he threw his arm into the air. This subversion of expectations is an excellent move when fighting in enemy territory. Indeed, All Might agreed, though they made quite a bit of noise doing so. "That's how Ojiro knew to meet them on the 5th floor, Tsuyu noted. And thus, the foes met for the first battle," All Might continued. "Wouldn't call it much of a battle," Ojiro grumbled. "Quite," All Might laughed sheepishly. "In the future, young Midoriya, please refrain from throwing your classmates out of 5th floor windows, even if you do have a plan in place to catch them." At first Momo thought it was a joke. The quiet, "Yes sir," from Midoriya told her otherwise. She paled at the thought and suddenly thought much better of Ojiro's choice to curse. "Then they went straight for the bomb," Kirishima said. "Yeah," Kaminari nodded. "It was like they knew where it was." "I did," Midoriya confirmed. "Or at least roughly." He didn't explain how. Honestly, Midoriya's quirk was making less and less sense the more she learned. It wasn't like anything she'd ever even heard of before. "And then he just carried Uraraka through all those traps in his arms," Mina called teasingly. "Must have been nice." And after successfully infiltrating the room, Midoriya engaged the final enemy while Uraraka secured the weapon. Iida finished, completely ignoring or unaware of Mina's provocative comment. "Wonderfully summarized," All Might laughed. "Now can anyone tell me who the MVP of the match would be?" "Midoriya," Iida proclaimed as he threw his hand pointlessly into the air again. It was his quirk that allowed the hero team to infiltrate abnormally and his superior combat abilities that dealt with both villains. "Very good, Iida," All Might nodded. "While I agree it does not lessen the contributions of any of the other participants. You all did well. Yaoyorozu, Ojiro, I recommend you reflect on what you could have done better, but do not let this defeat get you down. The road to being a hero is one of learning and you are only on day 1. Instead, let this loss invigorate you and push harder than ever. Plus ultra." All Might, having finished his evaluation on their exercise, moved on and pulled out the next teams. Bakugo and Shoji as the heroes against Kirishima and Todoroki as the villains. As Kirishima and Todoroki made their way inside, she noticed Midoriya had pulled back out his sword and was eyeing it critically. "Is something wrong?" she asked softly as she stepped closer to him. "Yes," he sighed. He sounded almost defeated. "Take a look." He handed her the weapon. The first thing Momo noticed was that it was incredibly light. It felt nearly weightless in her hand. It was also painstakingly beautiful. The gentle curve of the blade and soft shine of the silvery steel were so fine that she knew instantly the blade would be worth a fortune. Would be, if not for the fine crack that split the blade at the middle. "Oh no," Momo gasped. "He must have broken it on her shield. I can reimburse you for this." "No," Midoriya shook his head. "It is not an issue of money. I have other swords." "Then what is it?" Momo asked curiously. "It means I need to speak to my master," he told her. No other sword was as strong as this one. I doubt I can make a stronger one without her guidance. She must be very skilled, Momo remarked. She knows more than anyone I've ever met, Midoriya sighed. Momo wanted to ask more, but she couldn't as All Might shouted into his microphone. Bakugo, I forbid you to use such a weapon, he cried. You could kill someone. Momo looked up to see Bakugo in an ice-covered room standing opposite Todoroki. Bakugo had one of his oversized grenade gauntlets pointed directly at Todoroki's chest. He won't die if he blocks it, Bakugo shouted back half-crazed. Bakugo pulled the pin from the gauntlet and a flash of light overtook the screen. The room around them shook as what must have been a truly massive explosion went off. Midoriya, go! All Might shouted. Momo turned, but Midoriya was already gone, the door closing behind him. Iida, go get Recovery Girl, All Might instructed as he too ran out of the room. All of the students besides Iida followed. As they made it out of the room and into ground beta, they were greeted to a sight like a war zone. There was so much dust in the air it looked like it was snowing. The two buildings closest to the observation room had collapsed and there was water being flung in the air by busted pipes. A few small fires were burning in the rubble. Right at the edge of the destruction, standing on the now exposed second floor, was a very stunned-looking Bakugo. He was staring at the gauntlet like it had just done something amazing, not caused the life-ending destruction that was before them. Midoriya was already knee-deep in rubble, wading through the concrete and steel as he hunted down Todoroki. All Might was marching straight towards Bakugo. When Bakugo saw the approaching hero, his face split into an enormous grin. Not bad, huh? Bakugo shouted with pride. Not bad, All Might growled, his voice clear despite the destruction around them. He leapt up to the second floor. He grabbed Bakugo's gauntlet and lifted him into the air so that they were face to face. Young man, you very well might have just killed your classmates. I cannot begin to describe how much trouble you were in. Bakugo's face turned into a furious scowl. What the fuck? He screamed. How can you say that? All I did was prove I'm the strongest. All you did was prove that you don't understand what it means to be a hero, All Might scoffed. He leapt back down and away from the destruction. He set Bakugo back down. Stay here. Momo watched the stunned Bakugo drop onto his backside as he stared after the hero. All Might was making his way towards Midoriya as the green-haired boy hefted a larger chunk of a building out of the way. Midoriya pointed to the side and sent All Might off as he pulled Todoroki out of the rubble. Momo gasped when she saw him. A few of the other students noticed and gasped or screamed. Even with all the distance between them, they could tell it wasn't good. Todoroki was covered in blackened burn tissue and blood. Momo fell to her knees. He couldn't possibly survive. She didn't want to watch, but she couldn't look away. Midoriya knelt beside Todoroki. His back was to the rest of them, but he looked shaken. Momo was prepared for a lot of things to happen next. Midoriya singing wasn't one of them. It was such a slow and pained song that it could only be a song of mourning. It was heart-wrenching to hear. Momo couldn't understand the words Midoriya sang, but she could feel the power that they were filled with. Whatever Midoriya was doing, Momo prayed it worked. If it didn't, she didn't even want to think of it. The sound of enormous wings flapping through the air mixed with Midoriya's pained refrain. Midoriya's dragon landed heavily beside the students. Momo looked up in time to see the armored form of Iida sliding out of the saddle and then reach up to catch Recovery Girl as she too hopped off. Recovery Girl scanned the damage and her eyes instantly focused in on Midoriya where he was singing over Todoroki. She began making her way through the rubble towards the two of them without any hesitation. Momo could tell the heroine was struggling with her small frame though. She instantly rushed forward and picked her up. Thank you. Recovery Girl nodded tersely as Momo carried her over the rubble and to the two boys. Up close it was so much worse. Todoroki was unconscious, but even still there was pain on his features. The acrid smell of charred flesh was overwhelming. Most of Todoroki's hair was gone, only a small tuft of white remaining on the side of his head. He had more blackened skin than not and his shirt had been obliterated by the blast. Put me down, dear, Recovery Girl instructed. Momo obeyed, but she could barely think as she did. It was all so horrible. Recovery Girl quickly got to work assessing Todoroki. She didn't touch him, for which Momo was grateful, but she inspected every inch of him. As she stood up straight once again, Momo could tell she was concerned. I can't help him. Recovery Girl shook her head. Not here. Do not move him. The familiar voice of the dragon rumbled in Momo's head. Recovery Girl looked around before her eyes narrowed in on the dragon watching them from across the rubble. And why not? She demanded angrily. Izuku will heal him, the dragon explained. He is already doing so. He could very well die if we do nothing, Recovery Girl snapped. He will die if you move him, the dragon responded calmly. Right now, Izuku is keeping him alive. He only needs time. Fine, Recovery Girl spat. But I want a better explanation once the others are seen too. Very well, Jade agreed. I need you to help me to the others, Recovery Girl told her. Others? Momo asked weakly. Recovery Girl gestured to where All Might was helping Kirishima and Shoji out of the rubble. They seemed banged up, but nowhere near as bad as Todoroki. All right, Momo nodded. She picked Recovery Girl back up and carried the old heroine to the other pair of boys. As they drew near, they could hear Kirishima practically shouting at All Might. But that's not manly at all, Kirishima yelled angrily. Momo could see blood matting his hair and making it dark. No, it isn't, young Kirishima, All Might agreed darkly as he reached up and held a cloth against the wound on Kirishima's head. Let me see, Recovery Girl demanded as Momo put her down again. All Might jumped when he heard her voice. He stepped aside and let the heroine approach, only removing his hand from the cloth when Recovery Girl put her own hand next to his. She pulled back the cloth and clicked her tongue. She gave Kirishima a quick kiss on the forehead and the cut on his head instantly closed up. You're lucky. You didn't have a concussion, Recovery Girl told him. Her tone was a lot softer than it had been earlier. She turned to Shoji. How about you, dear? Anything hurt? Anything at all? No ma'am, one of Shoji's duple arms reported. All right, Recovery Girl nodded. If that changes, I expect you to come see me. Anytime. Understood? Shoji only nodded, but Recovery Girl seemed to accept it as a good enough answer. The heroine turned and looked towards Midoriya, who was still kneeling beside Todoroki. It will likely take a few hours, All Might sighed. And you're sure he can handle this? Recovery Girl asked sternly. It wasn't necessarily harsh, but it demanded an answer. Yes, All Might answered without any hesitation. Momo stared at the hero in shock. He'd only known them for a day. How could he have such confidence in Midoriya? Had he known him beforehand? Recovery Girl clicked her tongue in frustration. I won't be leaving until it's done, she informed them. You should have the other students go back to the dorms. Very well, All Might nodded. I'll let them know. I need to take young Bakugo to Nedzu. Have him send Hound Dog to the dorms when you see him, Recovery Girl added. Right, All Might nodded. He turned back to the three students. He put on his All Might TM smile, but it seemed more tense than it had earlier. Let's go rejoin your classmates, he told them gently. The four of them made their way back to the group as Recovery Girl began picking her way carefully back to Midoriya and Todoroki. Momo couldn't help but watch the heroine and worry about what was going to happen. Dragon Rider since they'd been sent back to the dorms, the students of 1A were subdued. Even the more boisterous students hadn't made an attempt to lighten the mood. The only sound within the dorm for hours were the muffled sobs of Hagakure and Mina's soft attempts to comfort her. More often than not, they all sat in uncomfortable silence. Almost all of them had taken up silent vigil in the common room. They waited and they watched the door for any sign of their missing members. Any word that everything was going to be okay. The only three students not in the common room were the ones they were waiting for. All Might had taken Bakugo straight to the president's office. His promise of consequences proven to be more than just words. No one had seen him since. Midoriya and Todoroki had been left with Recovery Girl at Ground Beta. But that had been hours ago. The longer they waited, the tenser the students grew. It was getting to be too much. Momo felt utterly useless. All she'd been able to do was act like a glorified taxi for Recovery Girl. Now one of her classmates was on Deet's door and the only thing keeping him alive was Midoriya. The door opened suddenly and snapped her out of her self-pity. Walking through the doorway was a perfectly healed Todoroki and a very tired-looking Midoriya. Todoroki was actually supporting Midoriya as they walked in. There was a moment of perfect calm in the common room. It was just long enough for Momo to hear her heart pound once, and then the room exploded in noise. There were shouts and cries of joy as everyone made a mad dash to the pair. "You guys are okay?" Uraraka shouted loudly as she nearly tackled Midoriya into a hug. "Yes," he nodded as he hesitantly returned the hug. "How are you feeling, Todoroki?" Kirishima asked. "I'm fine," Todoroki shrugged. "I don't remember what happened." "What do you mean?" Kaminari pushed. "One moment Bakugo was pointing his gauntlet at me. The next I was sitting in the rubble with Recovery Girl and Midoriya," he explained. He didn't seem overly bothered by it. "Well, we're just glad you were all right," Iida proclaimed. "Why?" Todoroki asked. His voice and his tone really worried Momo. He seemed genuinely confused. "'Cause we're your friends, Todoroki," Mina cried out. She wasn't all that close to him, but he clearly was taken aback by her intensity. "So, don't you go getting hurt like that again. You hear me?" "Okay." Todoroki agreed uncertainly. There was a quick moment of movement and Midoriya was suddenly facing the closed door again with his bow in hand and an arrow drawn back. Before anyone could ask what he was doing, Bakugo stomped angrily through the door. When he saw the crowd of students, and the arrow pointed square at his chest, his already sour expression turned into a look of pure rage. "Get that thing out of my fucking face," Bakugo snapped. "No," Midoriya refused. "What the fuck did you just say?" Bakugo growled as small explosions crackled in his palm. "Enough," another voice called from the doorway. Behind Bakugo was a very done-looking Aizawa. "Bakugo, go. Midoriya, lower your weapon." Bakugo began stomping through the room, the crowd of students parting before him. Midoriya tracked him with his bow until he made it to the stairs. Only then did he return the arrow to the quiver. "Midoriya, President Nedzu has asked to speak with you," Aizawa sighed. "He said he would wait on the roof of the classroom building." "Right." Midoriya nodded. He slipped the bow back in the quiver on his back before removing both the quiver and his sword belt. He handed them to Uraraka, who was still next to him. "Will you hold on to these for me?" Midoriya asked her. "Sure," she said uncertainly as she took them. "Why?" "It's rude to go into a meeting armed," he chuckled tiredly. With that he walked out of the dorm. Once he was gone, Aizawa went over to the couch and plopped down, appearing to instantly fall asleep. Momo watched with some amazement at the strange scene. "Holy crap," Kaminari grunted. Momo turned to see he had snuck Midoriya's bow out of the quiver and was currently trying to draw back the string. "You guys gotta try this." Dragon Rider Jade landed on the roof of the classroom building. The sight that greeted them there was so comical that if it had been any other day it probably would have earned a laugh. Even after all the stress of the day, seeing a children's inflatable pool filled with tea was enough to make him smile. "Ah, Mr. Midoriya, Mr. Jade, it's nice to see you." President Nedzu greeted them happily from a table beside the pool. "It's nice to see you as well, President Nedzu, sir," Izuku bowed. He walked forward and sat in one of the other seats at the table with Nedzu. Jade moved around and sat at the head of the table where he could easily reach the pool. "Please help yourselves to some tea," Nedzu offered with a smile. "Thank you, President Nedzu," Jade laughed, the vibrations shaking the china cups on the table. "You're very welcome," Nedzu laughed back. He suddenly turned and faced Izuku, his serious expression returning as he did. "Though I feel I really ought to be thanking you once again." Izuku sighed. "Not once in the 30 years that I have run this institution have I had students with injuries as serious as the ones you've seen," Nedzu went on. "It is no lie to say that you saved young Todoroki's life today. I only did my duty," Izuku explained. Your duty? Nedzu inquired. Yes, Izuku nodded. I would very much like to hear more, Nedzu hummed. But I feel this is a conversation others should be a part of as well. Is that acceptable? Of course, Izuku agreed. Nedzu sent off a text. While they waited, Izuku and Jade sipped at their tea and the three of them talked. The tea was quite good, bitter and strong the way Izuku liked it. Jade thought it was quite enjoyable as well. Mr. Bakugo has been expelled, Nedzu told them. Is that wise? Izuku wondered. Surely you realize he might turn to villainy now that he has failed at being a hero. Perhaps, Nedzu agreed. But today he showed that he did not care about the lives of others. While we might have been able to teach him the error of his ways, nobody can instill goodness in a person. But if he falls to villainy, isn't that on Ua now? Izuku asked. No, Nedzu shook his head. The world is not divided into heroes and villains. Mr. Bakugo has many paths ahead of him and he is free to choose any of them. If he falls to villainy, then it only reinforces that he did not have the proper values of a hero and prove that we were right not to trust him with a heroic's license. I couldn't agree more, Aizawa grunted as he slouched onto the rooftop. He had already received a warning from me. Combine that with disobeying a direct order from another teacher regarding excessive force, and it's clear he wasn't cut out for this. Hello, Aizawa. Nedzu greeted the tired man. Would you care for a cup of tea? Do you have any coffee? He grumbled. No, Nedzu chirped happily as he poured another cup and passed it to Aizawa. Thanks. Aizawa nodded with a sigh. He left the cup untouched in front of him. And that just leaves me. Toshi laughed as he stormed onto the roof. Nedzu was already pouring the man a cup of tea as he took the last seat at the table. Well, if that is everyone, then we can begin, Nedzu ginned. Mr. Midoriya, would you like to tell the others what you told me? Sure. Izuku nodded. When Nedzu thanked me for my actions in saving Todoroki's life, I told him that I was simply doing my duty. Duty? Aizawa asked, parroting Nedzu's earlier question of the same. Yes, Izuku confirmed. He turned to Nedzu. I assume you informed the other teachers of the truth regarding Jade and myself? Indeed, Nedzu laughed. Though many still have their doubts. Izuku looked to Toshi. And you, Toshi? He asked. I have always known that your abilities made little sense as a quirk, Toshi shrugged. The explanation that the president gave does make more sense. Izuku felt a wave of relief as a knot he hadn't even realized had been tightening in his stomach released. I'm glad you know, he told Toshi. Does your mother? Toshi asked him. No, Izuku shook his head. Though I would tell her if she asked. I ask that you not tell her. She worries enough. Very well, young Midoriya, Toshi agreed tensely. Though I do not like the idea of lying to her, even if it is a lie of omission. I understand, Izuku sighed. So, this duty you've spoken of, Nedzu prompted him. It is my duty as a dragon rider to ensure peace and to protect others from harm, Izuku told them. And who gave you this duty? Aizawa asked. Given his attitude at their last meeting, he was being far more cordial this time. My master, Izuku told him, as her masters gave it to her and so forth through the ages. And were they dragon riders too? Nedzu inquired. Yes, Izuku started. And no, Jade finished cheekily. Izuku had to bite his cheek to stop himself from laughing at the way Aizawa and Toshi jumped as they suddenly remembered the presence of the several-ton dragon beside them. A dragon and their rider are an interwoven pair, Izuku explained. It is their duty as a pair and as individuals. Then how have we never heard of a dragon rider before? Aizawa asked. Simple, Izuku answered. They have never existed in this world before. In what world did they exist? Toshi wondered. He was clearly much more enthralled by the explanation than Aizawa was. Izuku scowled slightly. I do not know the name of the world, Izuku confessed. My master was from a land known as Algesia, but that was but one part of her world. She was sent here alongside Jade's egg to ensure that the legacy of the riders would continue. As Izuku finished his explanation, there was a moment of silence. The three teachers were each giving him very different looks. Nedzu looked fascinated, Aizawa looked annoyed, and Toshi looked awestruck. Izuku honestly wasn't sure which look made him the most uncomfortable, but he sat there calmly and allowed them to process it all. "I would like to meet her," Nedzu announced happily. "I expected you would," Izuku nodded. "She is very old, however. She has been resting and I dislike disrupting her." Even still, Nedzu pushed. "If you are willing, then I would like to meet her as soon as possible. I will take responsibility for disturbing her sleep." "Very well," Izuku agreed. He stood from the table and walked over to Jade. The dragon laid down to allow him to access the saddlebag with Safira's heart in it. He pulled out the stone and brought it back to the table. "What is this?" Aizawa asked. "Some sort of communication device?" "No," Izuku almost laughed. "This is my master's heart of hearts. Now that her body has died, this is where her spirit resides." "How do we proceed?" Nedzu asked. "I will reach out to her," Izuku explained. "She will either agree to speak with you or she won't." "Whenever you're ready then, Mr. Midoriya," Nedzu nodded. Izuku took a deep breath. He wasn't exactly nervous about it, but he did feel bad. Safira had worked diligently for years to ensure he was ready. He felt she deserved a break. Now here he was, waking her up only 2 days into the semester. He reached out with his mind and connected his with Safira's heart. In her sleep-like state, Safira would dream. Izuku knew that, but he'd never intruded on her by watching before. He could see it now though, the way she dreamt of flying over the fields of her home. The familiar weight of her rider, of Aragon, nestled in her shoulders. And the deep melancholy that ran through the memory. "Master," Izuku prodded gently. Safira's mind snapped to awareness in an instant. She was not groggy the way Izuku had expected. The way she had been before, she was instantly alert. "Izuku," she asked. "Who are these people? Why have you awoken me?" "These are my teachers at UA," Izuku explained. "They are aware of the truth and they wished to speak with you. I am sorry to have disturbed you." "No," Safira dismissed his concern. "This was likely inevitable. You have done well to bring me into the discussion." Safira expanded her mental grasp and connected them to each of the gathered professors. "Good afternoon." "I see," Nedzu hummed. "So, you were also a dragon." "I am a dragon," Safira corrected him. "Do not mistake my situation for death. I am very much alive and very much as capable as I was when I still wielded my teeth and claws." "Forgive me," Nedzu bowed. "I meant no disrespect. So, she's prideful." "Yes," Safira agreed to the errant thought. "I am Safira Brightscales, Dragon of Aragon Shadeslayer. Together we watched over the lands of Algesia for well over 1,000 years, defeated the false king, and trained an entire generation of riders." "It seems I owe you another apology," Nedzu said. "No," Safira rumbled. "Your thoughts are your own. Not currently," Aizawa thought. "Not currently," Safira agreed. "So, I will not hold such things against you. I would like to know more about what you expect of Mr. Midoriya." Nedzu chirped, putting the conversation back on track. "Izuku is a dragon rider," Safira told them. "He is a protector of peace and order." "You mean will be," Aizawa corrected. "No," Safira stated. "Izuku is a dragon rider. He is not limited by your government." "What?" Aizawa snarled. "Now Aizawa," Nedzu chuckled as he patted the hero on the arm. "Mr. Midoriya is here at UA to be a hero. Clearly they understand the importance of a heroic's license." "Yes," Safira agreed. "While Izuku is not bound by your government, it is better for him to work with it. A single rider is not enough to keep the world safe." "But he can be a symbol," Toshi murmured. "That is a nice way of putting it," Safira laughed. "A symbol and a standard. Someone to lead your heroes and ensure that they too are held accountable for their actions." "That's a lot of power you want us to give him," Aizawa pointed out. "I expect you to give him nothing," Safira told him. "I expect him to earn the responsibility through his actions and his abilities. That is why he is here." Nedzu hummed. "Well, I can't promise that he will be able to achieve all you expect of him, but we will help in making him a hero. That is fine, Safira agreed. Wonderful, Nedzu squeaked. I think the three of us need to discuss this a little more. Thank you for your time, Safira Brightscales, and thank you as well for your patience, Mr. Midoriya, Mr. Jade. Safira pulled back from the mind of the professors. She stayed connected to Izuku and Jade though as they left the rooftop. That went well, Safira commented as they flew through the air. Izuku just sighed as they began descending towards the dorm. Izuku expected to land on the roof, but Jade rumbled with laughter as he began circling towards the ground. It seems your friends are having fun, Izuku, Jade rumbled. He landed lightly on the grass and Izuku looked around. He found all of his classmates were out in front of the dorm in the setting sun. They were looking towards Jade and Izuku with expressions that ranged from excited to shameful and even fearful. What's going on? Izuku asked in confusion. There was a quiet shuffling before Uraraka stepped forward. She had his bow in her hands. We were trying to see if anyone could draw your bow, she explained. Okay. He nodded. He hopped down from the saddle and into the grass. Has anyone managed it? Kirishima got close. Mina told him excitedly. We were just about to let Sato try. What are you aiming at? Izuku asked as he took a look around. Well, we aren't using the arrows, Mina explained. You should, Izuku told her. I don't know if any of you would be able to safely release the tension, and it isn't good for a bow to dry fire. Okay. Mina shouted as she rushed over to Uraraka and ripped an arrow from the quiver. She took it over to Sato, who already stood there with the bow. Wait! She shouted as she slammed back around to him. Now we need a target. Yes, Izuku agreed. I would recommend something thick as well. What do you use? Yaoyorozu asked him. I use straw targets, Izuku told her. She walked away from the group and lifted her shirt. Her skin lit up brightly and she pulled out a large white target with several colorful rings on the front. She put her shirt down and returned to the group. I can't make straw, she shrugged. I hope this'll work though. Nice going, y'all, Momo, Mina cheered. Now we can get started. Sato, you're up. Right. Sato nodded. Sato walked forward with Midoriya's bow and knocked the arrow. He raised the bow up to eye level and then began to try and pull against the string. The students crowded around began cheering for him, shouting out their encouragements. The string did flex back a little, but Sato failed to bend the wood of the bow. He stopped pulling and sagged forward a little, panting at the effort. All right then, Sato grunted. The tall boy pulled out a sugar packet and ripped it open with his teeth. He downed the entire thing in a single gulp. With a roar he lifted the bow and redoubled his efforts. This time he pulled the bow back about halfway before his grip gave out. The arrow flew through the air and slammed into the bottom of the target, lodging itself halfway in. The cheers of Class 1A rang out at his success. An incoherent cacophony of praise and disbelief surrounded a blushing Sato. Izuku chuckled at it all. Next to go was Shoji. The multi-armed boy had more trouble than Sato did, but by using his extra hands to grip the string he did manage to fire off another arrow. His aim was off, and the arrow ended up lodged in the dirt, but he earned himself another rambunctious round of applause from the students of 1A. Yaoyorozu went up next and took the bow gently from Shoji. She seemed hesitant, but the encouraging cheers from the students around her seemed to help. She had good form as she lifted the bow up before her. She placed 3 fingers on the string and tried to draw it back, but the draw weight was too much for her. The heavy demand threw her form out of balance. Izuku was up and behind her before he fully thought about it. Here, he coached as he moved her elbow back down. He placed his hands over hers on the bow and the string. You shouldn't bring your elbow up so high. Izuku helped her draw back the string. Watch your bow arm, he reminded her. A bow this strong leaves a nasty mark if it catches you. All right, Yaoyorozu nodded. Now just take your time, Izuku said. He looked at her to see how she was doing. She was totally focused on the target. Her black hair shined in the setting sun. She looked at him and he could feel her breath against his face. The warm air tickled against his nose. He didn't even notice he let go of the string until the cheers of 1A smacked him back to reality. He looked up and checked the target. There was a clear hole straight through the middle, the arrow nowhere in sight. Izuku took a step back. "Well done," he complimented. "Thank you," she nodded back. Yaoyorozu was swept up in a crowd of students. They were all complimenting her and asking her questions. Izuku walked back over to Jade and sat down, resting against his foreleg. "Looks like you were having fun," Jade teased. "Shut it," Izuku responded tersely. "Ah, boys and princesses," Safira sighed wistfully. "You really are all the same." "She's not a princess," Izuku defended himself hotly. "She's an heiress," Jade reminded him with another laugh. Dragon Rider ==. "Oh my god, Momo, that was amazing." Mina cheered as she dragged the still stupefied girl away from Midori. Thank you," Momo stammered. Momo handed the bow off to Kaminari, who was insisting he get another shot at it. Mina brought Momo over to Uraraka and Jiro. "So?" Mina asked excitedly once the others had started paying more attention to Kaminari's frustrated grunting. So?" Momo repeated. "Don't be like that," Mina groaned. "Yeah, Momo," Uraraka insisted. "I mean, did you see him rushing to help anybody else?" "He was just correcting my form," Momo shook her head. "He didn't have to get so close to do that," Jiro pointed out. "I mean, he probably should have asked regardless." "Where's the romance in that?" Mina groaned. "Our romance?" Momo asked, half panicked. "Consent is sexy, Mina," Jiro told her. "I don't care who you are, you always ask." Mina rolled her eyes at the purple-haired girl before she excitedly turned back to Momo. Jiro was right, but that wasn't any fun. "So how did it feel to be wrapped up in those strong arms?" Mina asked her. "I wasn't," Momo tried to argue, but Uraraka had Mina's back. "You kinda were," Uraraka laughed. "For the second time today, no less." "Second time?" Mina cried excitedly. "When was the first time?" "It was nothing," Momo insisted. "He merely carried us through the traps in the hallway." "No, he carried you," Uraraka reminded her. "I was just on his back." "Sounds pretty nice," Mina sing-songed. Momo was flagging, coming to the same realization they all already had. Mina could see it in her face. She was so close to realizing it, she just needed a little push. "Didn't you feel anything, Momo?" Mina asked gently. If she did, then Mina had a new OTP, if she didn't, then Mina would drop it. Simple as that. Momo thought about it for a moment. A blush slowly crept its way onto her face. She buried her face in her hands and gave a frantic nod. Mina and Uraraka squealed as they scooped Momo up in a hug between them. "Ah, this is so exciting," Mina exclaimed. "Don't worry, Momo. We'll help you score your man." "Yeah," Uraraka nodded. She grabbed both girls by the hand and started dragging them along. "Come on, you can tell us all about it." Mina made sure to grab Jiro's hand too and held tight, all four of them heading into the dorms together. Dragon Rider you're tense, Jade pointed out. "Last class one of my classmates almost died," Izuku reminded the dragon. "It's not another heroics class," Jade sighed. "Everything'll be fine." In that moment Aizawa chose to storm into the room. The class fell silent as the hero made his way to the podium at the front. "Today you will be selecting a class president," he told them. There was an instant sense of relief that washed through the class. After yesterday, something so normal was definitely sounding good. The calm only lasted a second before students started shouting for their candidacy. Sir?" Yaoyorozu raised her hand, her voice cutting over the crowd. "What?" Aizawa groaned. "What exactly does the class president do?" she asked. "I mean, we're not in high school anymore." "At UA we've kept the hero course students in groups that function similar to high school classes," Aizawa explained. "But you're right. You're not in high school and things won't always work like a high school classroom." It's the president's job to correspond with teachers and ensure that the class is aware of any unusual situations. For instance, tomorrow you will have class on the other side of campus. There will be a bus to collect you outside of your dorms. It is the president's job to make sure you're all on it. After his explanation, the students continued to vie for the position for a moment before Iida stood up. We should hold a vote, Iida told them. Won't everyone just vote for themselves though? Suyu asked. Then whoever earns more will have truly deserved the position, Iida proclaimed. Professor Aizawa, is this acceptable? I don't care, Aizawa shrugged. Just get it done by the end of class and don't wake me from my nap. Iida passed out little slips of paper and collected them all once again. He created a running tally of each vote on the whiteboard. Izuku was a little proud once he saw the final results. He had won with a total of 7 votes. Yaoyorozu had won second with 3. Alright then, Aizawa sighed as he instantly stood out of his sleeping bag. Midoriya, you're the president and Yaoyorozu will be your vice president. Yes sir, Izuku nodded back. Dragon Rider The rest of their morning classes passed quickly. As they made their way to a table in the cafeteria, Uraraka happily going on about how good a class president Izuku would be, Izuku wondered who all had voted him. Uraraka led him to a table that was already pretty full and took a seat. Izuku sat down next to her and looked around. Mina, Jiro, Todoroki, Suyu, Iida, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu were all sitting around the table as well. Congratulations Mr. President, Kirishima shouted, many of the other members of the table giving Izuku softer congratulations of their own. Thank you, Izuku said with a soft bow of his head. And don't forget Momo too, Mina cried out. You two are going to be working together now after all. That's true, Izuku nodded. He gave his new vice president a smile. I look forward to working with you. Me as well, Yaoyorozu nodded. She had a dusting of red on her cheeks. Oh? Jade questioned, reading Izuku's thoughts. Izuku just sighed at Jade's insinuation. I think you two will do well, Karo, Suyu told them. I'm glad I voted for Midoriya. You too, huh? Kirishima laughed. Why'd you vote for him? He saved Todoroki, Suyu shrugged. I don't even think he waited for All Might to send him in before he ran off to help. It was very heroic. Don't forget he saved Uraraka during the entrance exam as well, Iida told them. He what? Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Mina shouted all at once. The table turned to Uraraka. Why yeah, she nodded in confirmation nervously. From what Recovery Girl was telling me after the fact, he probably saved my life. Then he had Jade kidnap All Might and flew off talking about finding whoever was in charge. All eyes turned to Izuku as Uraraka finished her story. He just shrugged. President Nedzu and I had a conversation about unnecessary risk is all. That's so manly, Kirishima proclaimed. Before anything else could be said, a loud blaring wail filled the cafeteria. Attention students, an electronic voice called over the alarm. This is a level 3 alert. Please make your way to your dorms immediately. With that the voice died but the alarm continued to ring. The students in the cafeteria whipped into an instant frenzy at the alarm. What's happening? Izuku called out, both to Jade and those around him. It's the intruder alert, an older student responded as he shoved past their group. Means someone broke into campus. It appears to be the press, Jade informed him as the crowd began really pushing and shoving. Aizawa and Present Mike are already handling it. If they're handling that, someone else could sneak in, Izuku pointed out. On it, Jade confirmed. I'll do a flyover. Thank you, Izuku sighed. I'll try and deal with this mess. Focusing once again on the screaming mess of a crowd, Izuku could only sigh. Someone was going to get hurt. He allowed the bubble of white-hot energy within him to flow through his veins. Silence, he commanded. He could instantly feel the strain of stopping all the noise, but it wasn't debilitating. The pushing and shoving grew as people freaked out over the sudden silence. The intruders are merely journalists looking for a story, Izuku called loudly. In the otherwise silent cafeteria, his voice filled the room. You all need to calm down. The panicking crowd stopped trampling over each other and started actually exiting the cafeteria in an orderly manner. Izuku stopped his spell. That was awesome, Midori. Uraraka shouted as she slammed into his arm, latching onto it like a lifeline. Didn't you think so, Momo? Indeed, the other girl nodded. Your quirk is quite versatile, Midoriya. Thanks, Izuku nodded. He tried to keep his face neutral as he did. Even after all these years, he wasn't sure he succeeded. I don't see anything, Izuku, Jade called and cut off his unhappy thoughts. Strange, Izuku bit at his lip. I doubt this was only the press. Should we inform President Nezu? Jade asked. I'm sure he's already thinking the same, Izuku pointed out. We'll just have to wait and see. Dragon Rider . You should tell her, Uraraka said as she threw herself down on the couch next to Midoriya and Jade. Tell who what? Izuku asked. You should tell Momo the truth about you and Jade, Uraraka clarified. It clearly bothers you when someone talks about your quirk. She put air quotes around the word quirk. I do not know Yaoyorozu well enough for her to trust me, Izuku pointed out. That's not true, Uraraka insisted as she smacked his arm. Plus, you and Momo are gonna be working really close with each other. You shouldn't keep up a lie that clearly makes you uncomfortable. She has a point, Jade rumbled to Izuku. Fine, Izuku sighed, both to Uraraka and to Jade. I will think about telling Yaoyorozu. Yay! Uraraka cheered. She slammed Izuku into a hug. You won't regret it. I haven't agreed yet, Izuku chuckled. But I'm sure you will, Uraraka told him as she pulled back from the hug. You're smart enough to see my point. Dragon Rider . Izuku and Yaoyorozu collected all of the students and gathered them in front of Heights Alliance the next morning, just as Aizawa had instructed. He had Yaoyorozu knock on the girls' doors while he himself had gone through the boys' side. Now they were just waiting for Aizawa and the bus, all of them dressed in their hero costumes. Izuku had left his sword in his dorm. Broken as it was, it wouldn't be much help. Does anyone even know where we're going? Kaminari yawned. I believe Aizawa said it was going to be rescue operations, Yaoyorozu answered. Ah, hell yeah! Kirishima shouted excitedly. He seemed to have his usual level of energy, unlike much of the class. That's what being a hero is all about. The soft whine of an engine caught their attention and they turned to see a blue bus pull up. Aizawa poked his head out of the opening bus door. Get in, he instructed simply, then his head disappeared back into the bus. Izuku did a head count as the students loaded up the bus. After the 17 other students had loaded up, Izuku and Yaoyorozu got on. Izuku took a seat next to Tsuyu and Yaoyorozu took one near the back of the bus. The second they were both seated, the bus took off. Midoriya, Tsuyu said as she turned to him. Where's Jade? Oh, he's flying above us, Izuku chuckled. I see, Tsuyu nodded. You know I'm a fairly blunt person. Okay. Izuku quirked his head curiously. He didn't really know where this was going. Your quirk is weird, she told him. Izuku wasn't really sure what to say to that. Luckily, he didn't have to. Yo, Tsuyu. You can't just call a guy out like that, Kirishima laughed. I mean, quirks are weird in general. Most people can't exactly turn their skin to stone. To further accent his point, he smashed two hardened fists together. But I'm not even sure how to classify Midoriya's quirk, Karo, Tsuyu explained. He has a companion quirk, Sato commented. They're rare, but I mean it's the same as Tokiyami's, right? Is it? Tsuyu asked. Midoriya is super strong and he can do that thing with those weird words. Tokiyami doesn't have anything like that. You're right, Tsuyu, Izuku sighed. I don't really have a companion quirk like Tokiyami, though that is how the doctor registered me. So, what do you have? Tsuyu pushed. Before Izuku could answer, Aizawa stood up from the front of the bus. We're here, he told them. The bus stopped and the students quickly unloaded. They found themselves before a massive dome-shaped building of ridiculous proportions. Even more amazing were the two heroes waiting for them. All Might and 13 were standing before the building, Jade sitting behind them. Toshi was wearing his Golden Age costume. He had his trademark smile on his face as 13 gave them a gentle wave. "Hello students," 13 greeted them. They waved the students to follow after them and began to head up the stairs. Jade waited behind for Izuku and the two headed up at the back of the pack. "Welcome to the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Over your years at UA you will become very familiar with this building," Toshi laughed. "Indeed," 13 agreed. "I built this place to be the perfect training ground for all sorts of natural disasters." They entered through the enormous double doors, Jade barely fitting through, and took in the incredible sight of all of the different areas housed in the dome. From fires to floods, the USJ is the greatest controlled disaster facility in Japan, 13 told them proudly. "Second in the world only to the hard light facilities of Island," Toshi agreed. "Now before we get started, I had a little something I wanted to say," 13 sighed as they turned back around to face the students. "I know many of you were shaken by the events that took place during All Might's battle trial." An awkward silence instantly fell over the previously excited group of students. "I know better than most how destructive quirks can be," 13 told them. "My quirk, Black Hole, destroys anything and everything it touches." "But you've used it to save hundreds of people as a rescue hero," Uraraka shouted out. She sounded almost desperate. "That's right," 13 agreed. "Because your powers are not solely for causing death and destruction. You have seen what a powerful quirk can do when left unchecked. Today I hope to show you the good that you can do even with the most destructive of abilities." There was a round of applause from the students of 1A as 13 finished their speech. There was a renewed sense of excitement for the training that was ratherness. It made the sudden drop in air pressure all the more foreboding. Izuku's eyes instantly narrowed in on the growing purple portal that had appeared in the central plaza. "Toshi," Izuku called out as he drew his bow and an arrow. Toshi turned to see the now armed Izuku and followed his gaze towards the portal. A number of dangerous-looking thugs began to file out of the portal. There must have been close to 100 of them. The last one through was an enormous purple man with a beak and an exposed brain. Then the portal collapsed and in its place was a man made of mist that looked exactly like the portal. "A warp quirk," Toshi muttered. "Is this part of the training?" Kirishima asked. "No," Aizawa snapped as he stepped forward with his capture tape in hand. "Those are real villains," Toshi said, confirming Izuku's suspicions. Izuku switched his hold so that he had the bow and arrow pinched in his left hand, raising his right in front of him. He grabbed hold of the magical energy. Izuku could feel Jade adding his own strength so that Izuku would have more than enough energy for what he was planning. He took a calming breath and began casting. "SLE. Stop," Aizawa commanded, cutting Izuku's spell off before it could begin. Izuku turned to his teacher with a raised eyebrow. "You're not authorized to act," Aizawa spat. "They aren't going to care," Izuku countered as he gestured to the crowd of villains. The villain with blue hair was excitedly pointing and ranting about something. "They'll attack us without hesitation." "We will handle the villains," Aizawa told him. Izuku was ready to rebuttal. He wasn't going to sit back like a damsel in distress while others risked their lives for him. "Aizawa is right, young Midoriya," Toshi said before Izuku could say anything though. "Let us show you a hero is truly capable of." Toshi marched forward, Aizawa close beside him. "Evacuate the students 13, Aizawa commanded. "Once you're outside, contact the school for backup. We'll take care of the rest." "And young Midoriya," Toshi called back. Izuku looked to see him with his trademark smile still proudly displayed. He gave Izuku a thumbs up. "Good job responding so quickly." With that, Toshi leapt into the fray, Aizawa right behind him. Whereas Toshi made an enormous dust cloud when he landed, Aizawa simply landed gracefully. The two instantly went to work. Aizawa stayed back and cancelled out quirks, but it almost didn't feel necessary. Toshi took out a score of villains in the blink of an eye. It looked like Toshi was going to dispatch the entire crowd of villains, but he was stopped when the purple-skinned Goliath rushed forward. Toshi met his advance with a punch to the gut, but the creature took the blow like it was nothing. "Midoriya," 13 called out to him. "Now isn't the time, we need to move." "Yes," Izuku nodded as he turned away from the fight down below. The other students were still on the move. Izuku quickly caught up with the pack, but the spiraling purple vortex that had brought the villains into the plaza opened up before them. A pair of glowing yellow eyes appeared amongst the mist. "Greetings, children," a voice echoed from within the mist. Izuku had no patience left though. "Sleep," he commanded, the magic readily answering his call after his cancelled spell moments before. The full might Izuku had prepared to deal with 100+ villains fit into the single spell resulted in the misty villain falling to the floor out cold instantly. The thunderous sound of Toshi's smash filled the USJ. The students turned and watched as a purplish blur streaked up through the open air and collided with the dome. For a moment the metal dome held, and they could see the battered form of the purple-skinned villain. But then the metal buckled, and the villain was sent flying from the building. "Damn," Kirishima murmured breathlessly. "Come on," 13 told them firmly. "We need to get you all outside." The students followed as 13 led them all outside, Jade grumbling slightly to Izuku about not getting to fight. Once they made it outside and 13 had radioed their situation to Campus 13 had Izuku do a head count. All 19 students were present and accounted for. No one had any injuries, and while a few were a little shaken, the general atmosphere was still relatively light. "Man, who would have believed there'd be a villain attack on the third day?" Kaminari laughed. "Well, we are training to be heroes," Tsuyu supplied. "It makes a sick kind of sense to try and take us out before we got proper training." "Yeah, but how dumb do you have to be to try and attack the school where the #1 hero teaches?" Zero pointed out. "Pretty stupid," Kaminari agreed. "I mean, did you see him send that purple dude flying?" "Do you think he killed him?" Hagakure asked nervously. "No way." Mina waved her off. "All Might wouldn't kill anyone." "Of course he would," Izuku corrected. He felt his eyebrows knit into a frown. "Death is an inevitable part of battle." "But a hero shouldn't kill, it isn't manly," Kirishima argued. "And if you were left with the options of killing of a villain or letting civilians die?" Izuku questioned him. He kept his tone in the same one Safira used in her teachings. Firm but not unkind. He'd had this debate with her many times before he fully understood it. The first time he'd been 5. He didn't see her point for several years. "But then aren't we no better than the villains?" Yaoyorozu asked. "No," Izuku shook his head. "Because we fight for different causes. We fight for peace and order. We fight to protect the innocent. A villain fights against those very ideals and endangers all those around them." "He's right," 13 sighed. "It's not a pretty part of the job, but heroes are often forced to take the lives of villains." Everyone turned to 13. The hero seemed uncomfortable with the topic, but they were a rescue hero. This likely wasn't something they had to deal with overly much. "That's not to say a hero should start with a killing blow or find satisfaction in taking a life," 13 clarified. "But at the end of the day there are times where a hero has no choice but to take a life or let innocent people die." The students of Class 1A were much more subdued after that. They waited in silence. Eventually a band of heroes from the main campus arrived. They proceeded directly into the USJ once they got there. A few minutes later President Nedzu came back out. "I am pleased to report that all the villains have been subdued and there were no injuries in their capture," he told them as he hopped up onto 13's shoulder. "That being said, I understand this event was unsettling. If any of you would like to make an appointment to see our school therapist, Dr. Hound Dog, then he will be available to you." There were a few murmurs from the gathered students before Nedzu continued. "The police will be arriving shortly," Nedzu explained. "Once they have collected statements from everybody, the bus will return to Heights Alliance. Classes will be cancelled for the rest of the week as we reevaluate our security system and ensure your continued safety." With that Nedzu hopped down and headed back into the USJ. A few minutes later a number of police vehicles arrived, all tearing down the road with lights flashing. A battalion of officers stormed out of a variety of vehicles and directly into the USJ. Only a handful of officers stayed outside to set up a barrier. A man not in the uniform of an officer, but in a beige trench coat, came up to them. "Hello everyone," he greeted them. "My name is Detective Sukachi. I'll be taking your statements." There was an awkward moment where everyone just stared at the detective. "I don't have a class roster, so I'll take volunteers," the detective told them. Izuku shrugged and stepped forward. "Can you tell me your name and quirk?" Sukachi asked. "Midoriya Izuku, and that's my dragon Jade," Izuku told him as he gestured to where Jade was watching over everything. Sukachi's eyebrows narrowed. "Can you clarify about your quirk, please?" he pushed. Izuku sighed. "I'm registered as having a companion quirk," Izuku answered. "Jade is that companion." "You still haven't answered my question," Sukachi pointed out. "What is your quirk?" "I don't know," Izuku relented. "I never got a satisfactory answer." He could see the shock on Sukachi's face. Izuku could have lied, but he never liked saying Jade was just a quirk. It felt wrong to him. "As needlessly noble now as when you were 5, Jade huffed. "You don't know?" Sukachi echoed. "No," Izuku confirmed. "I don't see what this has to do with the events of today." Sukachi stared at him for a moment as though only just remembering where he was. His eyes flashed to the students staring at them and he paled a little. "Right," he nodded. "Let's go somewhere more private and you can give me your statement." The two of them walked away from the other students, not that it really did much given that two of them had enhanced senses. "May we be warded from listeners," Izuku commanded with a wave of his hand. "What was that?" Sukachi asked suspiciously. "I have made it so that no one can overhear our conversation," Izuku explained. "I assumed that was the purpose of us moving away from my classmates." "Fine," Sukachi nodded. "Now what can you tell me about the attack?" "Not much," Izuku told him. "We had arrived for rescue training with Aizawa, Toshi, and 13. "Toshi?" Sukachi repeated. "All Might," Izuku corrected himself. "You know Toshinori's name?" Sukachi asked in disbelief. "I'm pretty sure he's dating my mom," Izuku shrugged. "Oh," Sukachi remarked. He seemed far away as he said it though. He shook his head and returned to himself. "Okay then, continue." So Izuku told him everything that had unfolded from the time they loaded the bus to the arrival of the officers. "One last question," Sukachi told him. "Did you know anything about the attack beforehand?" "No," Izuku answered. "I had my suspicions something was amiss after yesterday's break-in, but I had no knowledge of the attack." "That should be everything," Sukachi sighed. "Go ahead and return to your classmates, and if you could have the next student come over that would helpful." "Of course," Izuku nodded. Izuku walked back over to everyone else. They were still pretty quiet. "The detective is ready for whoever is comfortable going next," Izuku told them. "I'll go," Uraraka offered quickly. She went over to where the detective was waiting without waiting for an answer. Once she was gone, Izuku noticed that everyone was still looking at him. "Yes?" he asked. "What did you mean when you said you didn't know what your quirk was?" Suyu spoke up. Izuku noticed several other members of the class nod along with her question. "I meant just that," Izuku answered calmly. "I am uncertain what my quirk is or even if I have a quirk." "Don't be ridiculous," Iida loudly declared as he chopped his hand through the air. "You clearly have a quirk. Your dragon companion did not just create himself." "You're right," Izuku agreed. Izuku could feel Jade watching the conversation. The dragon's confidence and presence pushed him to continue. "I found Jade's egg in the woods when I was 5 years old. At the time I had yet to develop a quirk." "You found his egg?" Yaoyorozu repeated. "Yes," Izuku nodded. He held up his hand and showed them the mark on his palm. "And when he hatched for me, we were bound together." "But wasn't that just your quirk manifesting?" Kaminari asked doubtfully. "No," Izuku shook his head. "Jade's egg had been there since long before I was born." "How do you know that?" Mina asked. She seemed rather curious about his story. Because he was not alone, Izuku answered honestly. My master was there, guarding his egg and waiting for the one who would be his rider. So, he's a manifestation of this other person's quirk, Iida concluded. No, Izuku told him. Iida instantly seemed to deflate. My master is also a dragon. Aha. Iida re-inflated. So, then they might both be manifestations of your quirk. And now you see why I have never received a satisfactory answer to what my quirk is, Izuku sighed. Quirks were so outlandish and impossible, and yet now they have made everyone blind to the possibility of other strange things existing in this world. But you can't possibly expect us to believe you just found a real dragon egg. Iida shouted. Believe what you will, Izuku shrugged. I simply did not wish to lie to any of you. There was silence after that. Izuku looked into the faces of his classmates and saw most of them looking at him with frowns. He couldn't blame them. It really was a lot to take in. It didn't do anything to stop the disappointment from clawing away at his chest. I believe you, Tsuyu said suddenly. Izuku, and most of their classmates, looked to Tsuyu in shock. The frog-quirked girl had her usual blank expression though. I don't necessarily understand it all, but I don't think you'd lie to us. I believe you too, Yaoyorozu added. She looked like she was still processing everything. Most of the other students began nodding or throwing out their own support. Izuku couldn't help the small smile that pulled at his lips. Dragon Rider Momo was sure that Midoriya hadn't been lying when he told them he had found Jade's egg. But she couldn't shake that feeling that he did know what his quirk was. After all, if he had a master, then he had someone to talk to about it all. So why didn't he tell them which part of his powers were his quirk? It had to be the physical enhancements, right? Or was it the emitter-type ability he displayed with those commands? He had said that they were spoken in a long-dead language. Was it the language of dragons? Did that mean anyone could do it? Momo held her hand above her. She had heard enough of his commands. She could try one. But which one? It wasn't exactly like she knew what they meant, only what they did. She'd seen him heal, but she was alone and no one was injured. She had seen him launch the softball during the ball throw, but that could damage her room. Maybe she could try the sleep command he had used on the mist man on herself and try and get some sleep rather than worry about this. Slitha, Momo commanded clearly. She assumed pronunciation was important. Nothing happened. Momo was still lying on her bed, awake, and thinking about Midoriya. Why couldn't she get him out of her thoughts? Did she need answers so badly? Momo got up from her bed and went to her wardrobe. It had barely fit in the room beside her bed, but they were things that reminded her of home. She was glad the movers had made it work. She changed out of her pajamas and into a pair of jeans and a light sweater. It wouldn't do to show up so late in her nightclothes. People might get the wrong idea. Momo left her room and headed for the ground floor. The common room was empty, a little surprising for only 10 o'clock, but she was grateful. She headed up the boys' side staircase and all the way up the rooftop. When she stepped out into the brisk April air, she was glad for the sweater. Knocking on the door to the bungalow, Momo was suddenly doubting her journey to Midoriya's room. What if he were asleep? She would be disturbing his rest. And after a day like today he must be exhausted. She certainly felt that way. But that's why she was here. She needed answers so that she could sleep. Rather than the door opening, the overly large curtains to the side shifted. The enormous green head of Midoriya's dragon poked out and looked straight at her. Momo had to hold back a shudder at the creature's predatory gaze, but she was a hero in training. She held her head high and met his gaze with her own. Good evening, she bowed slightly. I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. I was looking for Midoriya. The dragon watched Momo for a moment before answering. It made Momo want to fidget, but she had broken that habit long ago. She stood there calmly and waited. The hour is of little issue, the dragon told her. Izuku is not here. He is working in the field below. The field? Momo asked. You mean the green? Perhaps, the dragon chuckled. The eep rumbling sound shook the rooftop. I think Izuku has called it such, but to me it is but another field. Thank you, Momo bowed again. I will go find him there. The dragon simply nodded and retracted its head back into the building. Momo found herself hesitant to leave the roof, but she had no idea why. Her feet were rooted in place as she stared at the black curtains that hid the dragon. It was the distant sound of singing that broke Momo out of her stupor. She looked off towards the noise, but it was too distant to hear much besides the faint rise and fall. With a shake of her head, Momo headed back down the stairs and to the common room. "Yao Momo!" Uraraka shouted. She was just walking in through the front door as Momo was crossing the room. Uraraka excitedly ran up to her and grabbed her hand. "I was just coming to get you. You have to see this." "See what?" Momo asked, bewildered, as Uraraka dragged her outside. "You'll see," Uraraka laughed as she ran out into the green. There was already a crowd gathered around. Momo could recognize the members of her class, but there were just as many students she didn't recognize. There was some sort of light on the other side of them that made it hard to make out any finer details. "What's going on?" Momo asked. "Just wait," Uraraka insisted as she began pushing her way through the crowd. She brought Momo to the front where Mina was waiting for them. Once she could see what the crowd was staring at, she understood. Midoriya was there. He was working a set of billows that were blowing into some sort of clay furnace that definitely hadn't been there earlier. The bright light of the fire spilling out from the mouth of the furnace illuminated the entire scene. There was a large wooden table set up to the side with a number of tools spread out across it. Momo didn't recognize any of them beyond their basic shape. There were hammers and files and tongs, but what they were for she had no idea. There was a large barrel filled with some dark liquid beside a large metal anvil as well. Midoriya was singing. Well, maybe it was more like chanting? It was a much harsher rhythm than the song she had heard from him before. It was clearly the same though. The words hummed with power that sent goosebumps over her arms. The foreign words themselves meant nothing to her, but Momo tried her best to hear them all the same. Midoriya had his long green hair tied back like he did when he was in his armor. He wasn't wearing a shirt and the sweat poured down his face and chest, though whether the sweat was due to the heat or the exertion Momo wasn't sure. His arms flexed with every pump of the billows, the strong corded muscles bulging out. His eyes were totally focused on his work. He never looked to the crowd that was chattering only a few meters away. "Wah?" Momo tried to ask, but her throat was too dry to get the words out. "We don't know," Mina answered with a vigorous shake of her head. "He's been at it since the sun went down though apparently." "That was nearly 4 hours ago," Uraraka provided happily. "We've only been out here for about 30 minutes. "Has he been singing this entire time?" Momo murmured. "Yep," Mina confirmed, popping the P as she did. "Where did all of this even come from?" Momo asked a little louder. "He already had most of it," someone grunted beside them. Momo looked to find Powerloader, the professor in charge of the support course, watching Midoriya work beside them. "Brought it all down from that rooftop of his." "Most of it?" Momo repeated. "He spent the first hour building that ore smelter," Powerloader answered. "Do you know what he's doing?" Uraraka asked him excitedly. "He's smithing a new sword," Powerloader growled. "Apparently didn't trust my students to make one for him." "Doesn't UA have a forge?" Momo wondered. "Peefed," Powerloader huffed. "He took one look at my smithy and went back to Nedzu complaining about how you can't rush the process. I swear he's worse than Mei." "Hey!" A student from the crowd shouted defensively. Midoriya reached back and grabbed the tongs off of the table. He used them to grab a glowing chunk of metal from the furnace and pulled it out. He looked at it for a moment before putting it back. "What was that?" Mina asked. "He's making sure the heat is distributed evenly," Powerloader explained. "If it ain't, then it'll break when he's hammering it." Midoriya went back to working the billows, the fire within the furnace growing brighter with every downward stroke. Momo watched in awe as Midoriya continued his work. Every now and then he would pull out a piece of the metal and inspect it, but otherwise he simply worked the billows and continued his song. At one point Midoriya pulled the metal from the fire and took it to the anvil. He used the hammer and beat the metal flat. The sound of the hammer ringing blended perfectly with the song he sang. He folded it over itself and beat it back into shape. He did that again, and again. Momo lost count of how many times he folded the metal in on itself. He did it so quickly and smoothly that it looked effortless. Power loader, power loader, power loader. A girl cried out as she flew through the crowd and latched onto Powerloader's arm. God damn it, May, what? Powerloader cursed. Look, she demanded as she pointed at Midoriya. Doesn't that remind you of how they used to make katanas? Yeah, Powerloader nodded, though it isn't very popular these days. Why not? Momo inquired. Takes too long, Powerloader laughed. He'll be at it for hours. Sure enough, Powerloader's prediction came true. Midoriya worked the metal for hours. He would pound the metal flat and fold it over until the metal was no longer white hot. Then he'd put it back in the furnace and work the billows until he could continue. As the hours wore on, more and more people left. Momo barely even noticed though. She wondered if she should get some sleep herself, but she just couldn't find it in her to leave the mesmerizing display. When Midoriya finally stopped working, the air seemed too quiet without the sound of his song or the ringing of his hammer. Momo sat up as Midoriya wiped the sweat from his brow. She looked around, but the only person left from the earlier crowd was the pink-haired girl with dreadlocks, but she had fallen asleep in the grass. The earliest light of pre-dawn was just beginning to lighten the sky. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya called as he turned around. The fire was out in the furnace and all of the metal had been put on the table and covered up. He'd put on a shirt at some point as well. What are you doing out here? Oh, Momo hesitated. Well, you see, I wanted to speak to you about what you told us yesterday. You didn't wait out here all night, did you? Midoriya asked with a small, worried frown. I did, Momo nodded. She could feel the blush creeping into her cheeks. I didn't mean to. I simply found myself captivated watching. You work. Well, I'm happy to speak with you, Midoriya told her. Though we can put it off for a few hours if you'd like to get some sleep first. No, Momo shook her head. I would rather not put it off any longer. Why don't we move into the common room then? Midoriya offered. I can make us some tea. That sounds lovely, Momo sighed. The two of them headed back into the dorms in silence. Momo felt incredibly tense, but Midoriya seemed as graceful and untroubled as always. As she sat down at the table, he went to work putting together 2 cups of tea. He was sitting down with the steaming cups in what felt like an instant. It's chamomile, he said as he took a sip. I thought it better to avoid caffeine so that we could both get some sleep. Thank you, Momo replied. They sat together and sipped at their tea. Momo's tension fell away as the soothing chamomile took effect. Midoriya was looking off to the side, watching the sun rise through the window. For having been working through the night, Midoriya still looked perfect. His skin was still smooth and his eyes bright. She couldn't imagine the mess she must look like. It didn't make it any easier to start. She wasn't even sure what to say. It wasn't like he owed her answers. Maybe she was being silly, but he was her friend, right? She could ask. Will you tell me more about it? She asked. Where to start? Midoriya chuckled. His voice was so light, it helped break the dark atmosphere that still clung to Momo's mind. Jade is from another world. One where dragons and elves and magic are all real. Elves? Momo gasped. Yeah, Midoriya nodded as he reached up and rubbed at his ear. Elves. Midoriya told her the story. He told her everything. He talked until the sun was high in the sky with Momo practically hanging on every word. The tale he told was ridiculous. It was impossible. She couldn't find it in herself to doubt him. Dragon Rider Momo returned the next night as Midoriya went back to work at his makeshift forge. The crowd was bigger than the night before. It was rowdier too. It didn't seem to bother Midoriya. He relit the fire and began working the billows as though he were alone, not even sparing a glance towards the crowd. It wasn't long before he began chanting as well. Momo wasn't sure why she had returned. She just knew that she had wanted to see more. She hadn't really thought on it beyond that. So Momo sat on the grass and watched. The gentle sound of his song was soothing. It reminded her of listening to old records of orchestras with her father. The rise and fall of the music as the drums kept the tempo. Momo watched all through the night once again. She was not alone this time. The pink-haired girl who had fallen asleep the night before stayed awake the whole time. She didn't speak to Momo and Momo made no attempt to speak to her either. The both of them simply watched. When dawn came, Midoriya invited Momo inside for tea once again. The two of them sat in the empty common room and spoke over another pot of chamomile. This time Midoriya spoke of his mother. He seemed to truly love her. The woman had sacrificed so much for her son it was hard to think he wouldn't. Again and again the pattern repeated itself. Momo went and watched Midoriya work through the night. His progress was slow, but he was making progress. When he had worked until morning light, he and Momo would share tea and talk. It was never as heavy as that first night. He told her of the farm he grew up on in his childhood. She told him about her father and mother and all of the staff at her home. They had such different experiences, but it only made Momo more interested in hearing his stories. Sunday morning came and classes would be resuming the next day. Midoriya had already worked the chunks of metal into the rough shape of a sword. The blackened steel was still rough, but there was no mistaking what it was. "What now?" Momo asked as she inspected the sword where it sat on the common room table. "I will shape and sharpen before removing the tarnish," Midoriya told her. "I'll have to fashion a hilt and a scabbard as well. These things can be done by the light of day, however. The long nights are over." "That's good," Momo nodded. "How long will it take?" "A day," Midoriya shrugged. "Perhaps more. It depends on both the blade and myself." "Will it be like the sword you had before?" Momo chuckled. "No," Midoriya shook his head. "That blade was fashioned in the style of the elves. This will be a rider's blade in almost every sense." "Almost?" Momo repeated curiously. "Almost," Midoriya nodded sadly. "There are aspects that I cannot replicate in this world. A rider's blade was made from the rarest of minerals in the land of Algesia. I have created my own blend of steel in an attempt to replicate the strength, but it is impossible to know if it will take to the magic as naturally." "That is unfortunate," Momo agreed. "The other missing aspect is more attainable, but no less impossible at the moment." Midoriya sighed. The hilt of a rider's sword was always adorned with a precious jewel. Momo shook her head in shock. "What?" she asked in disbelief. "Forgive me, Midoriya." She blushed as she realized she was being rude. "I didn't think you would care about something so superficial." "It's okay," Midoriya chuckled. "Though it is not as superficial as it would seem. You see, the energy with which I cast my spells can be stored, but only within the precious gems of the earth." "But why would you need to store it?" Momo wondered aloud. "I am strong. Jade is stronger still, but we are not gods," Midoriya shrugged. "There are countless things that are beyond us. Magic still requires energy. By creating a stockpile, the list of impossibilities shrinks ever so slightly." Momo thought on his words. She could feel the frown form on her face as she considered it. It made sense. Midoriya hadn't told her because he wanted to take advantage of her money or her quirk. He had told her because she had asked. But she wanted to help. That's what friends did, right? She could buy him one, but would he accept that? Momo didn't think so. From what he had told Momo, he wasn't big on spending money. He had made almost everything he owned, buying only the basic materials when absolutely necessary. But she could do that. She could make a jewel for him. She'd never made jewels before, but she'd studied them enough that she knew how to do it. She just wasn't sure. She'd always worried about abusing her quirk. The law was very strict against creation quirk users. But Midoriya didn't want to sell it. He didn't want to inflate his wealth. He needed it to be a better hero. Momo cupped her hands together and thought through the chemical formulas. She could have made an emerald, the same rich deep green as his eyes, but not only was it overly extravagant, she wasn't sure if she could give him something so intimate. Instead, she created magnesium, iron, silicon, and oxygen. She linked the molecules tightly, spinning a complex chain of connections. The light of creation burned between her fingers. She stared, completely focused on her task. It didn't take but a few moments, but even still she struggled, striving for complete perfection. When she uncoupled her hands, she revealed a beautiful peridot resting in her palm. It was the size of a golf ball, its round cut creating a cascade of light that sparkled inside. It was the same forest green color as Jade's scales. It was everything she had hoped it would be. "Are you sure?" Midoriya asked, his voice cutting straight through her thoughts. "Yes," Momo nodded confidently. She was proud of this. She looked away from it and at Midoriya, who was watching her with patient eyes. "Take it, and may it keep you safe." "Thank you," Midoriya bowed. "I will repay you for this act of kindness." "There's no need, Midoriya," Momo sighed happily. She was glad he was accepting it so easily. "Izuku," he corrected her gently. "Please, call me Izuku." Momo stared at his bowed head with her mouth falling slightly agape. She did her best to keep away the blush. "Then call me Momo," she said from a million miles away. She hid her smile in another sip of tea. Izuku straightened up, Momo put back her polite expression, and the two continued their talk long into the morning. "Damn it all!" he screamed as he slammed his fist down into the bank of monitors again. They were long since destroyed, but he could still feel the rage bubbling in his stomach. "Sir, you need to calm down," the doctor begged. "So much activity isn't good for you." And yet that buffoon, all for one spat through his teeth, manages to remain as active and powerful as ever. "He cannot be," the doctor insisted. "You told me yourself, you destroyed him. Tore through his chest and shredded his organs. There aren't healing quirks strong enough to fix that." "You've seen the footage," all for one reminded the doctor angrily. "That Nomu managed to hold over a dozen quirks. All might beat it in a dozen punches." "He still hasn't found a successor," the doctor offered as though it were some great gift. "What need does he have for a successor?" All for one laughed bitterly. "At this rate he'll destroy all villainy in Japan." "You aren't dead yet," the doctor defended him hotly. "No," all for one agreed. He turned back to the heap of metal and wires that had once been his bank of monitors. "I'm not dead yet." The doctor had been all for one's most useful subordinate to date. Now that he had lost Kurogiri and Shigaraki, he was almost the last one left too. But they could make more. He could work through this. All Might would not be the one to defeat him. He refused to be made a mockery of in such a way. He just needed to know how the bastard had done it. How had All Might survived his punch? "What was that about a healing quirk, doctor?" All for one asked thoughtfully. He had the beginnings of a thought, and it was a wonderful thought indeed. Dragon Rider Aizawa stormed into the room with his usual lackluster style. He slumped up to the podium and looked out over the students of 1A. He looked the same as ever, bored, tired, and absolutely done with them. "I hope you're all ready," Aizawa began forebodingly. The tension in the room instantly skyrocketed. "It's time to start preparing you for the sports festival." With that the tension cracked and fell away, leaving a slightly stunned 1A staring at Aizawa. "That's it," Ojiro sighed. "I mean it is really important," Hagakure responded. "It's a chance for heroes to notice us and offer us internships and stuff." "Sure," Jiro nodded. "It just seems kinda dangerous after the villain attack last week." "I understand that the attack on the USJ was unprecedented," Aizawa agreed. "I ask however that you trust the staff of this school to continue to keep you safe. All the villains who infiltrated campus were captured and there is no reason to suspect any secondary attack." "I guess that makes sense," Jiro muttered. "You all need to take this event seriously," Aizawa told them. "You only get this chance 4 times. Heroes, civilians, even villains, they're all going to be watching. If you make a fool of yourself, then you'll never be taken seriously as a hero." "Way to lay on the pressure," Kaminari groaned. Aizawa silenced him with a glare. "To ensure you don't embarrass yourselves or your upcoming foundational heroic studies classes will be dedicated to preparing you for the festival. We start today after lunch. Be ready." Dragon Rider preparations for the sports festival basically boiled down to sparring against various classmates. They were allowed full use of their quirks, but they weren't allowed their hero costumes as they weren't going to be allowed them during the sports festival. It meant Izuku had to go without his new sword or his bow, but even still he was fairly confident. They were sparring in pairs. Each match lasted 10 minutes and then they would rotate partners. Izuku was excited to find that his first partner was Uraraka. He was already headed off with her to an open section of the mat when Aizawa stopped him. "Midoriya," Aizawa called. "Yes, sir?" Izuku asked as he turned around. 13 informed me about your actions at the USJ, Aizawa explained. Izuku didn't flinch or shy away from Aizawa's heavy glare. The exhausted hero eventually sighed, his expression returning to his usual apathetic one. "I don't care if you use your abilities, but ensure your partners are conscious when you switch. Understood?" "Yes, sir," Izuku nodded. He turned back and jogged over to where Uraraka was waiting. "What was that about?" Uraraka asked as she bowed towards Izuku. "He was worried I'd just put everyone to sleep," Izuku told her as he bowed back. As the two stood up straight once again, Uraraka rushed forward with her arm outstretched. Izuku let her get close and then swatted her wrist away. "Ow," Uraraka hissed as she jumped back. "That hurt." "Sorry," Izuku apologized, though he never dropped his guard. "So why haven't you used any of those fancy powers of yours?" Uraraka asked as she circled around Izuku. "Stop," Izuku commanded. Uraraka froze. Despite the visible strain as she pushed against the magic holding her, she couldn't move an inch. Izuku waited a moment before he released the spell. "It teaches neither of us anything," Izuku explained as she instantly began circling him again, a much grimmer look on her face. "It teaches me how dangerous you are," Uraraka countered. "I suppose," Izuku sighed. He leapt aside of another rush from Uraraka. "But that isn't the point of sparring. We're supposed to be pushing each other to become better fighters." "Fine," Uraraka grumbled, "but I don't want to hear any complaints when I win." With that she lunged forward once again. When Izuku swatted her wrist away she spun with the blow, sweeping low to the earth and trying to kick his feet out from under him. Izuku hopped gently over her leg and kicked out gently. His kick hit Uraraka in the shoulder and it knocked her off balance. She landed on her butt with a huff. "I'm not finished yet," she growled as she leapt to her feet. Who knew she burned with such fire? Jade laughed in Izuku's mind. Izuku just rolled his eyes and prepared for another attack. Dragon Rider They were down to just a few days before the sports festival. All in all, preparations were going well. Izuku had sparred with all of his classmates at least once and each one pushed him in a different way. He was actually starting to get pretty excited. "Midoriya," Aizawa called at the end of class. "Yes, sir?" Izuku asked as he approached the desk. "Don't forget you have to do the opening speech," he told him. "Okay," Izuku nodded. "Any rules?" "Don't curse," Aizawa grunted. "Beyond that no one cares." "Thank you for letting me know," Izuku bowed. "Whatever," Aizawa sighed. He laid back down under the desk, dragging his yellow sleeping bag up around his shoulders as he went. "Class is over," he called out from the floor. The students of 1A began collecting their things. It was almost funny how quickly they had grown accustomed to Aizawa. Izuku just shook his head and headed for the door. When he opened it, he was met with a large crowd of students. "Hello," he greeted them with a polite bow. "May I help you all?" There were a few soft murmurs from the crowd, but no one stepped forward immediately. The other students of 1A were beginning to come up behind Izuku now. "What are they all doing here?" Uraraka asked nervously. "Scoping out the competition," Shinso guessed. "At least that's what I would do." "Competition?" A voice called condescendingly from the crowd. A boy with straight blonde hair stepped forward with a sneer. "I don't see any competition here, just a bunch of cowards who think that they're better than everyone else." "I'm sorry if we have done anything to give that impression," Izuku said with another bow. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. It is a pleasure to meet you. Save it. The boy laughed harshly. We don't need to associate ourselves with 1A scum like you. Excuse me? Momo asked angrily as she pushed past Uraraka. You are the ones who came to our classroom and accosted us. Now please either address us with some decorum or leave. Yeah. Kirishima agreed from the back of the crowd. You're acting super unmanly. Like I care what a discount tetsu or some stuck-up rich bitc. Silence. Izuku growled, the white-hot magic flowing through him as his stomach boiled with anger just as hot. Izuku? Jade asked as the sudden shift in Izuku's mood woke him from his nap. The dragon's concern and curiosity did little to wear away at Izuku's anger. I will not allow you to stand there and speak poorly of my classmates, Izuku seethed. The confident sneer on the boy's face quickly shifted to an expression of confusion and fear as his surely snarky response never left his throat. The crowd behind the boy shrunk back as they took in the anger radiating off of Izuku. Now if you'll excuse us, Izuku huffed as he fixed the strap of his leather messenger bag. I believe my classmates and I would like to leave. Izuku marched forward and the crowd parted before him. No one else in the crowd dared to speak up as 1A followed behind Izuku and back to the dorms. Dragon Rider Momo was sitting with Izuku sharing one last morning cup of tea before the sports festival. She wasn't sure how or why they had kept up the habit, but every morning when she came down, she found Izuku sitting with a pot of tea and an extra cup. He was every bit as calm and collected this morning as on all the other ones. It wasn't that Momo was unaccustomed to the untroubled masks people wore, but for most people they were just that. Masks. With Izuku it was different. Are you nervous at all? Momo asked him. Not really, he told her. I will go out there and give my all. That is all any of us can do. And if it isn't enough, Momo pushed. It wasn't that she wanted to make him nervous. More of the opposite actually. The knot in her stomach had been there for days and she was desperate for it to be gone. What if I go out there and make a fool of myself? You won't, Izuku assured her. How do you know that? She huffed. Do you know what happened the first time I fired a bow? Izuku asked. No, Momo answered, confused at the sudden shift in conversation but willing to follow along. I missed the target and put an arrow through my TV, he told her. Momo's laughter burst from her so suddenly she almost spilled her tea. It was a single guffaw unlike any noise Momo had ever made before. And now I trust myself to hit an apple at 100 meters, he continued, Momo eternally grateful he didn't comment on her laugh. Failures and struggles are not things to look down upon. They only help us grow. You cannot succeed without them. Momo sighed. The knot in her stomach wasn't gone, but it was definitely much less intense. Thank you, Momo bowed. Anytime Momo. Izuku nodded with a small smile. He held up the kettle. Another cup? Dragon Rider Midoriya. Todoroki called coldly. Izuku looked up to find the dual-colored teen standing before him. They were in the 1A waiting room. The sports festival was about to begin. I believe I'm stronger than you. Okay. Izuku nodded. He would disagree, but it really wasn't worth arguing about. Todoroki scowled. I don't care if you are some mystical dragon-chosen prodigy, he grunted. I'm going to beat you and prove that I will be number one. Whoa man. Sato laughed. Take it easy. We're all friends here. I'm not here to make friends. Todoroki snapped at him. He turned back to Izuku. You better not hold back. A declaration of war between the strongest, Kirishima exclaimed excitedly. That's so manly. Will the students please make their way to the field? Present Mike instructed over the stadium loudspeaker. Together the students of 1A made their way out of the waiting room. As they came out of the tunnel and into the bright sunlight that filled the stadium, they could hear Present Mike announce their arrival. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen, Present Mike shouted. The students who faced villains in their first week. The resilient students of Hero Course 1A. They made their way towards the center of the field where Midnight waited for them on a stage. Don't forget about their fellow Hero Course 1B. Present Mike called as the students of the other hero course followed them onto the field. The students of the support course are here to strut their stuff too. Present Mike continued as a bunch of students decked out head to toe in support equipment came out. And last but not least we have a number of students representing the general education department. Present Mike finished as a final group of students came out onto the field. It was by far the largest. Each student had a look of utter determination on their face. As you all know, not every general education student can compete. These are the lucky 100 who won the lottery for a chance to compete before you today. They're hoping to prove they're capable enough to move up into the hero course, so don't count them out just yet. The crowd cheered for the students. There wasn't much to do but stand there and take it all in. Some of the more excitable students waved or screamed to family watching. Once the crowd's cheers began dying out, Midnight cracked her whip and drew everyone's attention. "Hello boys and girls," she winked. "Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. To get this party started we'll have the first-year representative, Midoriya Izuku, come up and say some opening words." Izuku began making his way to the stage to the sound of some gentle applause. As always Midoriya was chosen because he placed first in the UA entrance exam, Midnight explained as he was walking. Midoriya here not only scored first, but he broke the record for the highest score ever achieved. There was a moment of awkward awe where the applause died out before an eruption of noise dominated the stadium. Midoriya walked up the stairs and across the stage as the noise really reached an absurd level. He waited at the microphone until the crowd had quieted down again. "Hello," he bowed. "I am not one for flowery speeches, so I will do my best to keep this short." There was some appreciative applause from the crowd at that as well as a few chuckles. "We are here to show the people of Japan their future heroes," he went on. "We aim to prove that we are up to the responsibilities before us. We will let our actions speak for us." As Midoriya finished his speech the applause of the crowd was overpowered by a ferocious roar. Jade circled the stadium as the crowd screamed and pointed before the dragon slammed down behind Izuku. There was a moment of subdued shock and then the audience roared with cheers and applause once again. When Jade roared this time, the sound blended with the applause. Midoriya walked off the stage and back into the crowd. Jade stayed behind the stage as Midnight took her place at the mic once again. Midoriya received some smiles and thumbs-ups from his classmates, but any of their encouragements or praises were lost in the cacophony surrounding them. "All right," Midnight screamed into the microphone, finally quieting the crowd back down. "Now let's get our first round started. This round will function as a qualifier and we'll see our largest cut at the end." Midnight gestured towards the screen behind her where a spinning wheel was displayed. It spun so fast that Izuku couldn't read what any of the cards said. "And it looks like this year's qualifier will be A." Midnight cracked her whip and the spinning wheel stopped instantly. The card it stopped on read, "Obstacle Course." "The course will be a 4 kilometers track that goes around the stadium and returns the students to the field," Midnight explained. "The only rule is that you can't leave the course." A metal start gate rose out of the floor and all the students began pushing their way towards it. The jostling crowd shoved Izuku along with it. "Have fun boys and girls," Midnight called after them with a laugh. The red light on the side of the gate flashed. Seconds later the yellow flashed as well. The crowd around Izuku was like a kicked beehive, an angry buzz filling the air as students all but attacked anyone nearby. So, when the green light finally flashed Izuku wasted no time. Izuku wove his way forward, slipping beneath thrown elbows and through the smallest of gaps. He made it through the crowd and was the first one to reach the other side of the tunnel and return to the open air. He could hear shouts of anger from behind him, but he didn't bother turning back. Instead, he allowed his stride to lengthen and his steps to quicken. He practically flew down the track. Of course, Jade had simply chosen to fly over the gate and avoid the crowd entirely. It wasn't exactly in line with Midnight's rule, but then again Jade wasn't really a competitor. "I heard that," Jade huffed. "You aren't," Izuku chuckled mentally. "Keep telling yourself that after I win," Jade taunted. "And there in the lead is Midoriya Izuku," Present Mike's voice called from the stadium speakers. His dragon, Jade, flying above as the two quickly come up to the first obstacle. As Mike's voice echoed over the track, Midoriya saw what he was referring to. An army of villain robots from the entrance exam stood ready and waiting, a line of 0-pointers making a nearly impenetrable wall. "Have fun," Jade teased as he took off higher into the air. Izuku just rolled his yes. "What's this?" Present Mike asked. "Has Midoriya sent Jade away? What is he planning?" "I doubt he has anything planned," the bored voice of Aizawa droned through the speakers. "Jade is a fully independent creature with a competitive streak. He probably intends to race Midoriya to the end." Izuku was a little surprised at Aizawa's astute analysis of Jade's personality. The two hadn't had that much time together for him to come to such an accurate conclusion. "Like you're any better," Jade snarked. "If that's the case, then Midoriya will have to navigate the Robo Inferno on his own," Mike called happily. Izuku stared out over the battalion of enemies before him and sighed as he ran. Might as well make sure they weren't going to hurt anybody else. Izuku reached out with his mind. Energy whirled around within the robots the same way it did a living being. He reached out and grabbed that energy, drawing it into himself. Glowing red eyes flickered and died as the robots before him began falling to the floor. Izuku continued to run as he navigated the newly formed robot graveyard. He felt renewed, if a little overly energetic. Amazing." Present Mike stammered in disbelief as Izuku leapt onto and then over the fallen form of a 0-pointer. Midoriya has single-handedly dealt with the entire first obstacle without so much as slowing down. Izuku leapt down from the 0-pointer and took off running down the track again. He could see Jade flying out ahead of him, the dragon having picked up his speed while Izuku was dealing with the robots. "Flying will always be faster," Jade told him. "I know," Izuku sighed. He ran as fast as he could, but even still Jade slipped further and further away. Izuku spared a look behind him, but he couldn't see anyone over the mountain of 0-pointers he had left in his wake. With a shrug he refocused and continued to run. "Let's see if the second obstacle proves as easy as the first for our front runner," Present Mike laughed. "If you fall here, you're out." "Welcome to the chasm." Izuku could see the second obstacle Mike was describing. A large canyon had been carved through the track. It must have been 50 meters wide and Izuku couldn't see the bottom. There were spires spaced throughout. Some of them were connected by thin lengths of wire while others were untethered. Izuku would have to thank Safira for forcing him to develop the balance of an elf. Hours and hours of running from tree branch to tree branch meant he was ready. He did not slow down as he began racing along the wires and across the shortest path he could find. He came to a few dead ends, but he simply leapt to the next pillar and continued on his way. "What a display of grace and agility by Midoriya," Present Mike shouted. Once on the other side, Izuku continued his run. It really didn't feel like much time had passed before Mike was shouting about him again. "What sort of training are you putting them through?" Mike laughed. "Midoriya has undergone rigorous training of his own," Aizawa explained in a bored tone. "That kind of balance only comes from years of practice." Izuku was glad Aizawa wasn't just writing it off as a side effect of his bond with Jade. There were a number of things that were surely connected, and he doubted he could have achieved the results of his physical training without the magic that coursed through him. But it did nothing to diminish the effort Izuku had had to put in. "And he's already at the last obstacle, folks," Present Mike announced. "Here comes Jade, swooping back down onto the field as Midoriya is left to navigate the minefield." Once again Izuku did not slow as he came upon the obstacle Mike announced. The mines were clearly marked by the disturbed earth, so it was a simple matter to avoid them. The minefield stretched for about half a kilometer. Izuku quickly crossed the minefield and passed through the gate with little effort. "And he's done it," Present Mike cheered. "Midoriya has absolutely breezed through the obstacle course. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen." The crowd cheered in approval as Izuku gave a single bow. The cheers quickly died out as Mike continued his commentary on the others still racing. The stadium screen showed Todoroki sliding across the wires of the chasm. I won, Jade thought smugly. Izuku turned away from the screen and to the dragon who was sitting with his chest thrust out proudly. He had brought up a single claw on his foreleg to clean. Well done, Izuku laughed. You're no fun, Jade huffed. Give me a break, Izuku smiled with a shake of his head. When was the last time I beat you in a race? I still like it when you make me work for it, Jade grumbled. All right, Izuku agreed. Next time I'll be sure to win then. Good, Jade nodded contentedly. His enormous green eyes fixed Izuku with an excited look. It'll make crushing you all the more satisfying. Izuku laughed gently. Todoroki storming through the gate drew his attention. The dual-colored teen glared at Izuku as he panted at the finish line. Without saying a thing, he stormed away and to the opposite side of the field. See, Jade hummed. That is what the fire of competition looks like. I don't know if it is anything so noble, Izuku sighed as he looked at Todoroki. He had switched to glaring angrily at the crowd around them. Well, we shall crush him regardless, Jade huffed. With Todoroki's arrival the other students began trickling in. First it was one at a time, but then in a rush a steady stream of students came through the gate. Uraraka ran up to him the moment she was through the gate. That was amazing, Midori. She cheered as she hugged him. We couldn't see you at all, but we heard present Mike's commentary. Indeed, Momo agreed as she approached as well. She was still panting slightly from exertion. Though I'm curious as to how you dealt with all of the robots. Ah, Izuku chuckled. I suppose you could say I stole the electricity that was flowing through them. Momo and Uraraka stared at him in disbelief. Before either one could say anything though the day continued. And that's it, Midnight screamed as Aoyama came through the finish line. A metal gate slammed down behind him and the next student slammed against it. The cutoff this year was right at 40 students. To the rest of you who didn't qualify for the next round, thank you for competing and better luck next year. Izuku looked around at the 40 students that were now on the field. All of 1A had made it. Based on the fact that all but one of the other students were huddled together, he'd guess all of 1B made it too. The student that stood apart from the crowd was a girl with pink dreadlocks and a ton of support gear. She looked familiar, but Izuku wasn't sure where he'd seen her before. Now please direct your attention to the Jumbotron and we'll find out what our second event will be, Midnight announced. Everyone turned and found the spinning wheel once again displayed on the screen. It spun and spun until Midnight cracked her whip and it stopped just as suddenly as last time. It stopped on a card that read Manhunt. A true classic, Midnight chuckled. We'll be throwing our 40 contestants in a maze. Each student will be given a bandana with points that must be clearly displayed on their person. They'll have 10 minutes to try and navigate the maze and collect as many bandanas as possible. That didn't seem so bad. Now for the points, Midnight continued. Each student's points will be determined by their finishing place. 40th place will have a bandana worth 5 points. 39 THs will be worth 10. The points will continue to increase in this fashion up until second place, who will have a bandana worth 195 points. First place, however, will have a bandana worth 10 million points. All eyes turned to Izuku, hungry and desperate. It might have been intimidating to anyone else, but Izuku saw the 10 million points for what it was. Not a target on his back, but a free pass to the next round. 40 ectoplasm clones rushed onto the field. Each one came up to a student and handed them the bandana it carried. It then made sure they properly displayed hem. Izuku took his headband and tied it around his left arm. Don't worry about getting started. Midnight laughed as walls began to rise out of the earth around the students. Because your 10 minutes starts now. As she finished her announcement, the walls stopped growing and the ectoplasm clone burst into goo. Izuku and Jade didn't even have to discuss their strategy before they put it into place. Jade flew up into the air and began circling just above the top of the stadium. From there he could see the entire maze. Jade kept an eye on things and Izuku used their shared knowledge to navigate the labyrinth and avoid everyone else. How is Midoriya doing it? Present Mike asked after about 5 minutes of Izuku narrowly avoiding the pursuing students. He and Jade have a psychic connection, Aizawa sighed. Mike knew that of course, so his question was more to force Aizawa to answer. By having Jade fly above the stadium, he has info on everyone else's locations as well as the layout of the maze. Is that cheating? Present Mike laughed. He hasn't left the maze so no, Aizawa grunted. Honestly, it was a pretty boring event. After Aizawa's explanation of how he was avoiding the others, a few tried to take out Jade, but even as large as he was, he proved too agile for any of them to hit. At the end of the 10 minutes, Izuku still had his 10 million point bandana. Another impressive display by our students, Present Mike called. The walls began falling back into the earth. Now let's see who our 16 finalists will be. Izuku looked up to the scoreboard and was quite pleased to see his name first on the list with his 10 million. He did go ahead and read the rest of the top 16 as well. Midoriya, Izuku, Iida, Tenya, Shinso, Hitoshi, Ishido, Mina, Todoroki, Shoto, Yaoyorozu, Momo, Tokiyami, Fumikage, Uraraka, Ochako, Kirishima, Ajiro, Aoyama, Yuga, Siro, Honta, Shiozaki, Ibara, Hatsume, Mei, Manoma, Nato, Kendo, Itsuka. Izuku was surprised to see so many names from 1A, but he was proud of his classmates for doing so well. Now they would just have to wait and see who they would be fighting. For our final round, Midnight said with a crack of her whip to get the audience's attention. We will of course be doing a one-on-one single elimination tournament. The crowd roared its approval. This was really what they came to see. You know I love to make you wait for it though, Midnight winked. We'll be announcing the tournament bracket after a 1-hour recess for lunch. A groan of disappointment swept through the stadium, but Midnight had already left the stage. I think she's funny, Jade hummed. You would, Izuku shook his head. Let's go get some lunch, Midori, Uraraka called. Izuku turned and found her with Momo, Kirishima, and Mina. That sounds wonderful, Izuku nodded as he approached the small group. We gotta celebrate your victory, bro, Kirishima cheered as he threw an arm around Izuku's shoulder. Izuku had to crouch down a little so Kirishima didn't pull him down. I'll buy you lunch. You don't have to do that, Izuku chuckled as they walked off the field. I know that, Kirishima assured him. But you're my bro and you got freaking first place in both events so far. You deserve a reward. What do you think, Yao Momo? Mina asked teasingly. If Izuku was anyone else, then he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. Do you want to give Midoriya a reward? The flirtatious tone almost brought a blush to Izuku's face. If the squeak from where Momo was standing behind him was any indication, she was probably less successful in hiding her reaction. Everything okay, Yao Momo? Kirishima asked, turning around to face the girls who were walking behind them. Fine, Momo assured him with a slightly strained tone. Hello, young heroes. A voice boomed through the hall and got all of their attentions. They turned and found Toshi standing further down the passageway. All Might. Kirishima and Mina shouted out at the same time. Yes, Toshi nodded. I am here. That's awesome, Kirishima exclaimed as he pumped his fist in the air. He laughed as he jumped up a little. What can we do for you, sir? Nothing at all, Toshi laughed. I was just escorting someone down. Toshi turned to the side and revealed Izuku's mom standing behind him. She was still clutching several tissues in her hand and her eyes were red-rimmed. Mom? Izuku gasped. Oh Izuku, Inko cried as she threw herself at him. Izuku caught her in his arms and brought her into a gentle hug. Oh, my baby, Inko sobbed. First place, both times. Why don't you guys go on ahead? Izuku waved to his friends. Of course, Momo nodded. You two take your time. Thank you, Izuku smiled. Toshi led the group away and Izuku and Inko were left alone in the dark passageway. Eventually his mom calmed down and released him. The two of them walked slowly after the group. I didn't know you were coming, Mom, Izuku chuckled. Toshi worked it out as a surprise, Inko told him. He's such a sweet man. Has he asked you out yet? Izuku asked. Izuku, his mom chided with a slap on his arm. That isn't a no, Izuku pointed out. Is this a date? Oh, and what about you, mister? His mom countered. Don't think I didn't see all those beautiful women behind you. Changing the subject, Izuku asked. Oh, so I'm right? Inko smiled. Mom, Izuku huffed. Inko cackled at him. I'm just teasing Izuku, she assured him. So, don't be scared to bring one of them home, okay? I know, Mom, Izuku sighed. I will. Good, Inko harumphed. The two of them walked in silence for a minute before she continued. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Izuku felt the pride bubble in his chest. It bubbled into his eyes in the form of tears too, but he blinked those back. You're doing amazing, Izuku, she told him as she wrapped him in a hug outside the doors to the student cafeteria. So, you get out there and win, okay? Of course, Mama, Izuku nodded as he hugged her back. You're sitting with Toshi, right? Yeah, Inko confirmed. He got us a private box. It has drinks and everything. So, this is a date for you, Izuku laughed. I suppose, Inko huffed. Now why don't you go get lunch with your girlfriends? Izuku laughed again and the two hugged one last time before they parted ways. Izuku went straight for the line. The line was relatively slow, but Izuku waited patiently. Midoriya, a cold voice called. Izuku turned to see Todoroki glaring angrily at him. Can I have a word? Sure, Todoroki, Izuku nodded. I'd rather do this in private, Todoroki told him as he looked around the crowded cafeteria. Fine, Izuku sighed. So much for lunch. Izuku followed Todoroki back into the passageways of the stadium. They walked into a deserted corridor and Todoroki leaned against one of the walls. Izuku leaned against the wall opposite him and waited. Todoroki's face went through several emotions. His eyebrows remained furrowed the entire time. After several minutes of silence passed, Todoroki finally spoke. You deserve to know why I have to beat you, Todoroki explained. His scowl was still fierce on his face. Every day of my life has been consumed by my father's mission to surpass all might. Your father's mission? Izuku repeated. And why have you let his mission consume you? Todoroki took a steadying breath. What do you know about quirk marriages, Midoriya? A quirk marriage? Izuku asked. He could hear the worry in his own voice. It didn't sound like a happy thing the way Todoroki said it. What is that? Todoroki laughed bitterly. He explained what a quirk marriage was, and how it had shaped his life. By the time Todoroki had finished telling Izuku his story, a story of abuse and manipulation, Izuku and Jade were both livid. Their anger burned across their connection and grew stronger by their combined indignation. What'll you do? Izuku asked him, struggling to keep his voice level. I'll prove I can be a hero without his damned quirk, Todoroki seethed. Today is just the first step. No, Izuku shook his head. What'll you do about him? What? Todoroki shook his head. He needs to answer for what he's done, Izuku explained. He's Tay number 2 hero, Todoroki sighed tiredly. Even if anyone would listen, no one could touch him. Bullshit, Izuku seethed. Todoroki was staring at him in utter shock. I listened. We can't let him get away with this. Shoto. An angry voice echoed down the passageway. Izuku and Todoroki turned to see Endeavor, flames alight, standing at the end of the corridor. What are you doing down here? Endeavor snapped. You were supposed to meet me after the second event. Stop him, Jade growled. Apologies, Izuku bowed as he stepped between Todoroki and his father. I asked Todoroki to speak with me. You, Endeavor sneered. You're the boy that beat my Shoto in the first 2 events. Izuku tried to keep calm. Endeavor's phrasing was the very embodiment of what was wrong. Izuku could feel Jade's rage mixing with his own, the two feelings boiling within him. Once he gets past this childish tantrum of his, you won't stand a chance against him, Endeavor continued. He is my perfect creation and I have trained him better than to fail. He isn't yours, Izuku corrected him in the most level tone he could manage. What was that brat? Endeavor seethed. You do not own Todoroki, Izuku said. He took a breath before he continued. He was so angry that it was a struggle. He will never be you and his achievements will never be yours. Endeavor's flames flared around him as his face contorted in rage. The hero drew back a hand to strike at Izuku. Izuku's foot connected with Endeavor's chest. Dragon Rider == Izuku isn't here either. Momo sighed disappointedly as they made it to the seats reserved for 1A. I hope everything's okay. Ah, you're so cute worrying about him, y'all. Momo, Mina shrieked happily as she threw herself down into the seats. I'm sure he's fine, Kirishima assured her as he straightened Mina out so she occupied only a single seat. Midoriya's gotta be the strongest in the class. He can take care of himself. Kirishima's right, y'all. Momo, Uraraka agreed. I'm sure he just wanted to spend some time with his mom. Momo nodded, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, President Mike shouted over the loudspeaker. We're just about ready to unveil the bracket for the one-on-one tournament. The crowd cheered in anticipation. That's what I like to hear, President Mike laughed. Now before we... A shaking boom shook the stadium as a cloud of dust erupted from the walls surrounding the field. A streak of orange and blue flew through the air, smacking into the earth. There were screams of shock and fear through the stadium. Everyone stared as the object came to a stop and they saw the prone form of Endeavor. The number 2 hero crawled his way out of the gouge he'd carved into the earth as the dust settled. A hand burst out of the hole in the wall the hero had come through and grabbed hold of the edge. Izuku stepped through the hole and out into the sunlight. He was far away, but Momo could still see the angry look on his face. Are you kidding me? Izuku yelled. His voice carried clear across the silenced stadium as every person there stared at him. It was the first time Momo had heard him raise his voice. The rage and fire that burned in his tone was so clear it was almost scary. The screens turned on and displayed the scowl contorting Endeavor's features. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just who the fuck do you think you are, brat? Endeavor sneered. A ferocious growl from behind Endeavor caused everyone to turn. Jade stalked around the number 2 hero. He had his fangs bared dangerously and his eyes were laser-focused on the large man. The hero was pinned between Izuku and the dragon. I am Midoriya Izuku, Izuku told the hero, his tone demanding everyone's attention return to him. I'm the person that is going to stop you. You can't do this, Endeavor screamed. I'm the goddamn number 2 hero. You're nothing but a criminal, Izuku announced ferociously. Abuse, assault, arrangement of a quirk marriage, and who knows what other crimes you've covered up. I don't care if you are the number 2 hero. You will still answer for your crimes. There were gasps through the crowd as they heard the claims. Slander, Endeavor snapped. The screen flicked to a security video. It showed Izuku standing between Todoroki and Endeavor. He had a schooled expression on his face. His achievements will never be yours, Izuku declared. He sounded so confident and sure as he said it. The context was missing, but even still the body language of everyone in the video spoke volumes. Endeavor's flames flared up to the point that it was nearly impossible to look at the screen. Those that managed watched as Endeavor raised back his arm to hit Izuku. Izuku's leg snapped out so quickly that it blurred. The video paused as Endeavor was flung back into, and through, the wall. Oh goodness. That was an actual attempted assault. That was video evidence of Endeavor publicly misusing his quirk and attacking a civilian. Momo turned back to the field and saw Endeavor staring up at the screen still in shock. His face contorted back into one of rage as his flames flared. If you think you and that damn rat, Endeavor, All Might's voice rang out from the top of the stadium. Heads couldn't turn fast enough to see him or to follow the blue and white streak as it raced towards the field. A second dust cloud billowed up on the field. All Might, Endeavor snarled. Couldn't help but come join this lil spectacle, could you? NG, that's enough, All Might pleaded. You've tried to assault a student. He put me through a wall, Endeavor roared in reminder. Endeavor apparently had had enough. He jumped at Izuku, his flames billowing behind him and cutting off Jade and All Might from following. Endeavor reared back a flame-covered fist, but Izuku was ready. Letta, Izuku commanded. The flame hero stopped, suspended a foot in the air, as his flames continued to blow behind him. Endeavor bellowed incomprehensibly in rage. His flames grew brighter and larger as he struggled against Izuku. But even thrashing with all his might, he couldn't move. Izuku blurred forward. He was on Endeavor in no time at all, his fist lodged in the man's stomach. Momo winced in sympathy at the blow as it reminded her of her own bruised abdomen. Endeavor sagged forward and the flames finally stopped. Izuku took a step back as Endeavor crumpled to the floor. The crowd stared on in shocked silence. "Young Midoriya?" All Might asked as he was finally able to approach. His voice was much softer, but with the silence of stadium it still carried clear over the crowd. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Izuku nodded shortly. His voice was tense, but it sounded far calmer than it had earlier. "Come," All Might told him gently as he scooped Endeavor up onto his shoulder. "We'll need to talk about what just happened." "Right," Izuku sighed. Together the two of them walked off of the field. The stadium was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Several thousand people all shocked into silence. It was a touch surreal. They all sat in silence and stared after them for a long time. The sports festival ended up being put on pause for the rest of the day as the whole ordeal with Endeavor was sorted. Momo returned to the dorms in a daze, confused and unsure what she was supposed to make of any of it. Izuku had yet to return. No one had even seen him since he had disappeared into the stadium with All Might. Momo had decided to finally repay the favor for all the mornings he had served her. She was waiting for him to come through the door, a pot of tea on the stove, just waiting for her to turn it on and bring it to a boil. She imagined he could use it after the day he had had. "Yao Momo." A tired voice called from the stairs. Momo turned to find a tired-looking Mina rubbing sleep out of her half-lidded eyes as she made her way across the room. "What are you doing down here?" Mina asked as she plopped down in one of the seats. "It's like 1 in the morning, girl." "Oh," Momo breathed. She blinked, trying to process that. She hadn't realized it had gotten late. "I was waiting for Izuku to return." Mina's eyes began to dance with excitement, all trace of her weariness from a moment ago gone, but then her eyebrows furrowed. "Wait, does he know you're down here?" Mina asked. "No," Momo shook her head, "but that shouldn't be an issue. He'll have to come through here to get to his room." Yao Momo," Mina said as she bit her lip. "Doesn't he normally have that dragon of his just fly him to the rooftop?" Momo's eyes went wide with realization. She was out of her seat in an instant. She ran to the kitchen and grabbed the cold pot of tea and sprinted up the stairs of the boys' side of the dorms. She made it to the roof, but what she heard stopped her in place long before she could make it to Izuku's door. "Of course I'm angry," Izuku screamed. His voice filled the quiet night air like an explosion and froze Momo's feet to the rooftop. "How can you take satisfaction in this?" Momo couldn't think. Her breath was caught in her throat as she waited to hear someone respond. "No," Izuku responded shortly. "What?" Was Jade responding through his strange telepathic link? Were Izuku and Jade fighting? Momo had never seen them so much as disagree before. They teased each other, but even that was always so lighthearted. "Because he never should have been a hero in the first place," Izuku snarled. Momo should leave. She was intruding. That hadn't been her goal, but she most certainly was little more than an eavesdropper at this point. Before she could so much as start to turn around, Izuku's door flung open, and there he was, frozen in the doorway, staring at her the same as she stared at him. The angry look on his face flooded away and left behind only shock. "I'm sorry," Momo stammered. She slammed down into a deep bow. She couldn't look at him. Oh God. He'd hate her for this. She had to explain. "I didn't mean to. I was bringing tea." "Please, stand up, Momo," Izuku said softly. All that anger that had been twisted up in his voice was gone. Momo looked up in shock, to find him looking at her with an almost sad smile and kind eyes. "I'm sorry you had to overhear that." "And no," Momo shook her head as she straightened up. "I shouldn't have been eavesdropping." "I doubt that was your intent," Izuku sighed. He sounded so tired. "I was bringing you tea," Momo explained as she held up the pot in her hands. Izuku simply raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Momo could feel the blush spreading. It was awfully late to be stopping by for tea. That was very kind of you, Izuku said with a small bow. I'm afraid I was stepping out. Stepping out? Momo repeated in question. If it was late for tea, it was far too late for stepping out. Yes, Izuku nodded. Then he shot a startling hot glare back into the little bungalow. I was hoping to clear my head. Are you and Jade fighting? Momo asked, before she could think about how rude it was to intrude. She instantly wanted to take it back, but before she could, Izuku was smiling at her. I hope not, Izuku commented. He's coming with me. He is? Momo gasped. If he wasn't fighting with Jade, then who? Could it have been the mysterious master Izuku had mentioned? Weren't they supposed to be a dragon too? Were they in the bungalow? I am. Jade's deep voice rumbled in her mind as the dragon came out from the curtained portal into the room. Where are you going to go? Momo asked. She was still trying to catch up with this whole conversation. Flying. Izuku shrugged. Flying? Momo nearly shouted. But you don't have a permit. Do you have a permit? No, Izuku shook his head. But on nights as cloudy as this one, no one can see us. Momo's eyes shot to the sky and stared at the dense cloud cover that blanketed across the city. By the time she looked back down, Izuku was already sitting in the leather saddle that was nestled between Jade's shoulders. He was looking down at her, with a smile that bordered on a smirk, unlike any that she had seen on his face before. Would you like to come with us? He asked. Me? She whispered. Was he serious? Was he really asking her to fly through the sky with him? Only if you'd like, and that devious smirk was replaced with a warm smile that had Momo's heart pounding in her chest. He offered her a hand, even with Jade crouched low as Izuku's hand was still far above her reach. Yes, Momo agreed in an instant. She nearly dropped the teapot in her rush to put it down. Jade extended his foreleg and Momo used his knee as a step to reach up and grab Izuku's hand. He lifted her with ease and helped her behind him in the saddle. Here, he instructed as he motioned to a series of loops that dangled over the side of the saddle. He reached down and slipped the loops over her ankles, securing them snugly in place. What about you? Momo asked. He wasn't secured at all. Surely, he would fall off. I'll be fine, he chuckled, the sound light and musical in her ears. Hold on tight. That was all the warning she got before Jade's great wings rose up and with a great push launched them into the air and over the green below. The wind buffeted her violently, threatening to rip the ponytail out of her hair. She grabbed onto Izuku out of instinct. A scream sneaking out of her before she could stop it. And then they were flying. It wasn't the breakneck racing that she had seen from Jade before. This was gentle, almost lazy, as they spiraled upwards above the building and into the night air. Momo stared out at the city lights as they rose higher and higher. It was beautiful. Wow, Momo whispered. I know, Izuku's voice whispered back in her mind. Momo had never heard Izuku speak in her mind before. His soft and steady tone were just the same, as if he had whispered the words into her ear. It gets better, Izuku told her. Vardi nosu, Izuku commanded, his voice barely audible over the wind in Momo's ears. Then they were in the clouds themselves. Yet somehow it was warmer than the cold night air had been only moments before. The water that she knew should be clinging to her simply wasn't. Momo knew it was Izuku, his magic protecting them, but it still amazed her. When they broke through the other side of the clouds though, she forgot all about her earlier feelings as a new sense of wonder was born. The stars were like she had never seen them before. An infinite number of bright pin-pricks against an endless sea of black. The clouds block out most of light pollution, Izuku explained. Not all of it, but enough that you can see almost as much as back home. Almost as much? Izuku's home must have been something to see then? Indeed, Izuku agreed wistfully. Momo was too enraptured to even realize that her subconscious thoughts had been read. She was too busy staring around in wonder at the beauty around her. Jade leveled out, more gliding than flying as they soared along, barely above the line of clouds. Momo took to identifying the constellations. Stars she had barely been able to see now shining bright and making it a simple task. Momo did not know how long a time passed before she stopped staring at the stars, but when she did, she instantly became aware that her arms were still wrapped around Izuku's waist. Sorry, Momo apologized as she pulled her arms back and rested them in her lap. She instantly missed the warmth he had provided her, but she wouldn't be so forward as to rewrap her arms around him. "Do not worry, Momo," Izuku told her. "Why are you doing that?" Momo asked. She instantly bit her tongue. She had not meant to ask such a rude question. Something about Izuku brought all of her guards down. The years of social etiquette that had been drilled into her simply falling away with them. "It can be difficult to hear over the sound of the wind," Izuku explained. He looked back over his shoulder to look at her. "If you would prefer, I can switch to speaking, but your ears are not as sensitive as mine, you may struggle to hear me." It's okay," Momo stammered. She could feel the heat in her face as she said it. She was hesitant to admit how much she enjoyed hearing him in her head. She instantly scrambled for a change in topic, anything to keep from thinking about it or the fact that she was nearly pressing against his strong back as they sat in the saddle together. So what were you arguing about?" Izuku sighed and Momo cursed herself for her lack of tact. He was coming to escape that, not relive it. "My master commended me for my assault on Endeavor," Izuku told her, and instantly she was confused. "Assault? You see, I did not need to make a spectacle of things the way I did. I did not need to kick him through the wall or knock him out with a punch." He looked at his hand in front of him as he brought forth a simple flame without so much as a whisper. "I was angry. I lashed out. My master does not see the issue." "Oh," Momo murmured. She hadn't seen it that way. She had seen it as him protecting himself. Something he had done commendably. "I was still angry," Izuku admitted with a sigh of his actual body. "I lashed out at Safira as well. I owe her an apology." "It's okay to be angry," Momo whispered. Izuku's shoulders began to shake in front of her. For a moment Momo was unsure what was happening, but then a soft laughter filled her mind. Momo was practically speechless. His laugh had always been musical, but hearing it bounce around the inside of her own head it was like a symphony. "Yes, I suppose it is," Izuku relented, "but it does not excuse a lack of control." Momo didn't really know what else to say. She sat back in the saddle and looked out once again, lost in the sea of her own mind as well as the sea of clouds they flew above. "Yaoyorozu," the deep rumble of Jade called within her mind. "Yes, Jade?" "I recall you seemed familiar with a sword," he commented. "Yes," Momo confirmed with a nod, though she realized the dragon would be unable to see it. "Izuku needs a sparring partner," Jade told her. It was in an almost offhand way, a passing thought, but Jade had only spoken to Momo directly a handful of times. So why this? "I doubt I would be a very helpful partner," Momo told him with a shake of her head, both in denial and to clear away the wandering line of thought. "Izuku bested me in a matter of seconds when we crossed blades." "That was a matter of physicality," Izuku explained. "Jade is correct that a sparring partner would be useful. Our match is the only practice match I've ever had against an opponent. I would of course not use my strength or speed as I did in our first match if we were to spar more regularly." "Would it even be useful then?" Momo asked uncertainly. Surely if he were holding back then he wouldn't be gaining anything. "I imagine so," Izuku nodded. "More so than the repetition of forms I am currently trapped in. You do not need to decide now. Think on it, and if you accept then we can go from there." "It is time we return," Jade told them. "The clouds are beginning to disperse." Izuku sighed. Momo too felt disappointed to leave behind such a beautiful world and return to the mundane earth to which she was normally bound. "Jade," Izuku said. It sounded like a warning. His whole body had tensed while Momo was distracted with her own thoughts. "Hold on tight," Jade commanded, and Momo could hear the grin in his voice. The world suddenly turned upside down as Jade entered a lazy loop in the air. Momo squeaked in terror and grabbed tight onto Izuku once again. There was a split second of perfect stillness as they reached the apex of the loop, and then the world blurred. Jade twisted right side up as he rocketed through the night sky. Momo never let go. Dragon Rider ==. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Present mic called through the speakers of the stadium. After all of yesterday's excitement, who's ready to finally see these young heroes in training go head to head? The crowd roared in response, louder than ever before. Apparently, they had come back with renewed vigor. You've waited long enough, Present Mike shouted over the noise. Let's go ahead and show you the bracket for the final round. Izuku looked up to the screen and found a standard tournament bracket being displayed. He was in the first round against someone named Manoma. He wasn't sure who that was, but he figured he better go and get ready. He stood from the designated 1A seats and began making his way to the field. Good luck, Izuku, Momo told him as he was leaving. To you as well, Momo, Izuku returned with a smile. As Izuku walked through the concrete passageways of the stadium, he listened to the echoed roars of the crowd and wondered about today. He had been considering dropping out, all things considered. He hadn't seen the point after yesterday. But Momo had reminded him of why he needed to be down on that field, even if she didn't know it. He needed to prove to the world that he was more than unbridled strength and fury. I think you just liked the way her arms felt around you, Jade teased. Izuku did his best not to react as he walked out of the tunnel and onto the grass of the field. At the center of the field was a concrete platform that would be their sparring ring. Izuku approached calmly, climbing the steps as the crowd cheered. Here we have him, folks, Present Mike called. The man of the hour, Midoriya Izuku. The crowd again went wild. Izuku looked around. He wondered what box his mom and Toshi were in. She had cried for hours yesterday after it was all said and done, but she had promised she was coming again. And his opponent, Present Mike's announcement rang out, cutting off Izuku's musings. The copy master himself, Manoma Nato. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he recognized the boy across the platform from him. It was the blonde boy who had accosted them outside the classroom the other day. After everything else he'd been through since then, most of Izuku's anger about it was gone, though he was still left with a dislike of the boy. All right, Midnight called with a crack of her whip. The rules are simple. You win by ring out, knockout, or submission. Anything goes, but if you take it too far, I will step in. Now do you both understand the rules? Yes, ma'am, Izuku nodded. Sure, Manoma shrugged. Careful with this one, Jade hummed. He was watching from the edge of the field today, relaxing in the sun and sprawled in the grass. He's got something up his sleeve. Izuku just internally rolled his eyes. Would you like to come fight him? Izuku asked. No, Jade laughed. I have complete faith in you. Izuku just shook his head. Begin, Midnight called with another crack of her whip. Manoma instantly took off at a dead sprint straight towards Izuku. Izuku blinked in surprise. He'd been expecting an emitter quirk with the attitude. As Manoma reached Izuku, he extended a hand to grab at him, much the same way Uraraka always did. So just the same, Izuku smacked Manoma's wrist and diverted his hand away. Huh? Manoma exclaimed as he leapt back. So, it was skin contact and not in his palms. Now I have your quirk, you fool. Izuku tilted his head in curiosity. His quirk? Did that mean he had one? Cocky assholes like you always think their quirks make them so special, Manoma spat. Then his face twisted in confusion. Wait, why didn't I get it? What did you do? Izuku sighed. So, he really didn't have a quirk. What a time and place to have that finally confirmed. Manoma screamed in rage as he leapt towards Izuku again. This time Izuku grabbed the boy's wrist. He quickly swept his ankle, spinning him in the air and pinning him with his arm twisted behind him. Damn it, Manoma cursed, the words distorted as his face was pressed into the ground. I can't lose to you 1A assholes. Izuku realized too late what he was doing. Manoma ripped himself forward, trying to tear himself out of Izuku's grasp. He only succeeded in dislocating his shoulder. His scream of pain rang through the stadium and sent ice through Izuku's veins. Manoma, Can you move? Midnight called. Manoma panted for a moment before quickly shaking his head. Midnight cracked her whip. Manoma Nato is unable to move. Midoriya Izuku wins, she announced. Izuku instantly released Manoma. He felt a pang of sympathy for him as his arm hit the ground and he flinched in pain. I'm sorry about your shoulder, Izuku told him with a bow as Manoma stood up. What? Manoma asked through his teeth, face contorted with pain. I did not imagine you would fight against the hold. I can heal it if you like, Izuku offered. And what? That's supposed to make us all peachy? Manoma asked hotly. Izuku shrugged. I merely wished to correct a wrong, he explained. Fine, Manoma spat. Izuku stepped forward and placed a hand on Manoma's shoulder. Heal, he commanded. He felt the joint pop back into its socket beneath his hand and was pleased to watch the pain melt away from Manoma's features. Izuku stepped back once the healing was done and gave a small bow. He left without another word. Dragon Rider Izuku watched from the stands as his classmates battled each other. It was a rather intense spectacle, but all things considered it progressed perhaps predictably. Todoroki froze Zero in place, though it was with a much more controlled burst of ice than Izuku had expected. Iida was toyed with by the support department girl until her time was up and she stepped out of bounds. Mina avoided Aoyama's laser and got in close enough to knock him out with a single punch. Momo produced a bright light and reduced Dark Shadow to little more than a songbird before shoving Tokiyami out of bounds. Shinso called out to Shiozaki and when she responded sent her walking herself out of the ring. Kirishima and Tetsu entered a battle of attrition that Kirishima managed to win by the skin of his teeth. Uraraka grabbed Kendo's enlarged hand and threw her weightless opponent directly out of bounds. Izuku made his way back down to the field and faced off against Todoroki. Todoroki was staring at him, but it wasn't the same hostile stare he had been directing his way all of yesterday. It was filled with much more curiosity and perhaps confusion this time, his face neutral as his eyes danced with emotion. You both know the rules now, Midnight called to them. Are both competitors ready? Yes, ma'am. Izuku nodded. Yes, Todoroki responded shortly. Then begin. Midnight decreed with another crack of her whip. Izuku decided to wait and see what Todoroki was planning. As a result, the two of them stood there staring at each other for a moment, neither moving to begin the fight. I haven't gotten to speak to you since yesterday, Todoroki commented. Was there something on your mind? Izuku asked curiously. Why did you do it? Todoroki asked him. Why did you stand up to him? Because it was the right thing to do, Izuku answered without hesitation. Todoroki stared at him again, his eyebrows furrowing as he stared. You're a strange person, Midoriya. With that, Todoroki turned and walked out of the ring, leaving Izuku thoroughly confused. Todoroki has left the ring. Midoriya wins, Midnight declared. Dragon Rider Izuku was still thinking over his strange match with Todoroki as he returned to the stands. The whole thing was weird. Congratulations, Midoriya. Uraraka cheered as he sat down in the seat beside her. Thank you, Izuku said with a bow of his head. He took a moment to look around for Momo. Looking for Yao Momo? Uraraka asked. Izuku gave a single nod, really hoping he was hiding any hint of a blush that threatened to show itself at how easily he was read. She went down to the locker room to prepare for her next match already, Uraraka explained. And in a burst of speed, Iida has pushed Ishido directly out of bounds, Present Mike called. Izuku looked back to the field to find Iida helping back up a disappointed-looking Mina. That was quick, Uraraka laughed. Izuku could only nod. The whole tournament seemed to be whipping by at breakneck speeds. Young Midoriya, the familiar voice of Toshi called. Izuku turned to find Toshi standing at the entrance to their section. May I have a word with you? Sure, Izuku nodded. He ignored the stares of his classmates as he followed All Might out into the passageway. It was empty back here, the general public not being allowed in order to keep the students from getting overwhelmed and delayed. Toshi laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Are you all right, my boy? Toshi asked. He had a concerned look on his face as he looked down at Izuku. Izuku nodded. Yes, I'm fine, Toshi, he assured him. I've calmed down now. That's good, Toshi sighed. Last time I saw you, that upset Jade threw me at the faculty. Sorry about that, Izuku said with a small chuckle as he scratched nervously at the back of his head. He didn't necessarily regret calling out the staff, but he'd been rude to Toshi, and that wasn't really fair to him. Not at all, my boy, Toshi waved him off. I was actually hoping to get the chance to speak with you once this was all said and done. Okay. Izuku nodded. Is it about anything in particular? Just an idea I had, Toshi told him. Okay. Izuku agreed again. Just stop by the teacher's lounge after the awards ceremony, Toshi instructed. I'll meet you there. Dragon Rider Momo had managed to defeat Shinso by the time Izuku had returned to his seat. Uraraka was already in the middle of throwing a weightless Kirishima out of the ring, so Izuku decided to simply head straight down to the ring lest he miss his match. It was a smart decision, as he made it right as President Mike was calling for both him and Iida. Izuku walked out onto the field. He and Iida watched each other as they approached, neither's eyes going to the crowd that cheered around them. I'm sorry, Midoriya, Iida called as they walked up the concrete steps. I'm afraid I must make my brother proud. I will not be losing. I will also be giving it my all, Izuku promised. Good, Iida commended with a stern nod. Competitors, are you ready? Midnight called. Yes, ma'am. Izuku and Iida nodded at the same time. Then begin, Midnight called with a crack of her whip. Recipro burst. Iida cried. Blue flames burst from his calves as he streaked forward. Izuku was prepared for speed, but it was still surprising to have Iida moving so quickly towards him. As he got near, Iida extended his hands to grab Izuku's shoulders, but Izuku simply ducked beneath them, throwing himself to the floor and sweeping Iida's feet out from under him. Iida hit the concrete hard, his momentum sliding him along and causing him to tumble. He didn't stop until he was far past the line and hit the wall of the stadium. Iida is out of bounds. Midoriya wins, Midnight announced. Izuku stepped out of the ring, but by the time he reached Iida he was already standing. Your reaction time was better than I thought, Iida sighed. He seemed disappointed, though Izuku couldn't really blame him. It was a good strategy, but perhaps a little dangerous given the narrow nature of the ring, Izuku said as he and Iida exchanged small bows. Indeed, Iida agreed as they turned and walked back into the stadium. Will you be returning to the student section? No, Izuku shook his head. I doubt I would have much time and I'd rather watch the next match. I will remain here. Very well, Midoriya, Iida said with another bow. Good luck in the finals. With that, Iida left and Izuku was left alone as he stared out at the stadium. He wondered about the final and who would win. Momo was a versatile fighter, but Uraraka simply needed a single touch to claim victory. Izuku. A voice called from behind him. Izuku turned and found Momo standing in the dark passageway behind him. She looked just the same as she had this morning. It seemed the matches weren't giving her too much trouble at least. Hello, Momo. Izuku greeted her. What are you doing down here? She asked. I wanted to watch your match, Izuku confessed. I hadn't considered that you would be needing to use this exit. I hope it isn't a bother. No, of course not, Momo shook her head. President Mike was calling for her and Uraraka to come to the ring now. I wish you the best of luck in your match, Izuku offered with a small smile. Thank you, Momo bowed. Then she was gone, rushed past him and onto the field. Izuku blinked in surprise at the hasty exit, and then blinked again as the soft scent of lavender lingered in the air. He could feel Jade sigh at him. The match started, and Izuku's attention was elsewhere. Uraraka was rushing at Momo as quickly as she could, but the light of Momo's creation was already strong. By the time Uraraka made it halfway across the field, Momo had a strange metal gun in her hands, wires running from the back of it to her skin. When Momo pulled the trigger, a jet of pure fire launched from the gun and sprayed a line between the two. Uraraka stopped dead in her tracks. Momo slowly advanced, continuing the jet of flame and driving Uraraka backwards. In a bold move, just before she was driven completely out of bounds, Uraraka used her quirk on herself and leapt into the air, aiming to make it over the flames and to Momo's side of the ring. The moment she did, Momo dropped the flamethrower and her quirk lit up across her skin again. She pulled a shotgun from her arm and took quick aim at Uraraka. Uraraka began to squirm in the air, but she couldn't drop her quirk over the fire that raged below her. A single shot rang out and Uraraka was sent flying out of the ring and into the stands. Uraraka is out of bounds. Yaoyorozu wins, Midnight announced. Momo sighed in relief, sagging a little before rising back up and standing tall. She looked to the audience and gave a single nod before making her way back to the entrance Izuku stood at. "Congratulations," Izuku greeted her as she entered the shadows of the passageway. "Thank you," she nodded. "Now all that's left is the final, I suppose." "How long do you think they'll give us?" Momo asked. While normally we would give our finalists a break, President Mike's voice came over the speaker as if he had heard her question. "This year we still have the second year's sports festival after this, so if Midoriya and Yaoyorozu could please make their way to the stage, we'll go ahead with our final match." "Oh," Momo murmured. Izuku just shrugged and turned and headed out to the field. Momo was right beside him as they walked across the green and up the concrete steps for the last time. Izuku walked across the concrete platform to the other side, the flames having died out as they burned away their fuel and leaving little but scorches on the concrete behind. He turned and faced his opponent, and they exchanged bows. "Are both competitors ready?" Midnight asked. "Yes," they both acknowledged. "Then begin." Izuku instantly moved. Leaving Momo time to create and plan was a surefire way to lose. So instead, he sprinted across the ring. He was on her in seconds, but it still wasn't quick enough. She slashed at him with a short sword and forced him to jump back and out of her range. "Why are you holding back?" Momo asked as she began a full frontal assault, Izuku dodging her blade as he backpedaled. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "You could have ended this in an instant with your magic," Momo explained. "True," Izuku agreed. "Though that hardly seems fair to anyone else. Everyone wants to display their abilities and I don't want to be the one to stop them." "Don't you want to do the same?" Momo asked him as she sliced for his ankles. "Didn't I yesterday?" he countered as he leapt over her attack. Momo's brow furrowed. Then the glow of creation lit up her arms. Izuku leapt backwards and away from the potential attack, flying halfway across the ring. Momo pulled another short sword from her arm and threw it at him. It clattered to the floor not 10 feet in front of him. "Fine," she huffed. "Then how about you show them something else?" Izuku stared at the sword, and for a moment he wondered if it was a trap. It was an incredibly clever one if it was. Izuku stepped forward, but Momo simply waited for him on the other side of the ring. He picked up the blade and found that while it was a touch front heavy, it was still a fairly well-made sword. Before Izuku could consider much else, Momo was upon him and that was all he could focus on. Izuku raised his sword and the clang of metal on metal marked the match's second round. This time Izuku could do more than dodge. He and Momo exchanged blows, catching or deflecting each of their opponents before countering with a blow of their own. Momo proved Izuku's point from last night. With each attack Izuku realized how much more comfortable she was than him in an actual fight. She adapted her strategy and tested his defenses. Izuku met her blade each time, but he learned as he did. Her adaptability and tenacity made her formidable. Momo huffed as she leapt backwards, but Izuku stayed close. He wasn't going to let her create. She had asked for a sword fight, and he would finish it as such. The light of creation lit up Momo's forearms. Izuku swung the sword faster than earlier and wrapped the flat of his blade into her knee. Momo cried out in pain as she fell to her knees. Izuku brought the tip of his sword to rest at the base of her throat. They were both panting as they stared at each other. "Yield," Izuku commanded. Momo's eyebrow twitched before she gave him a small smile. "I yield," Momo called loud and clear. "Yaoyorozu has yielded. Midoriya wins, Midnight called and reminded Izuku that he was surrounded by an audience on all sides. The roaring of the crowd, which before had faded into the background, was front and center to Izuku now. Izuku pulled his blade from Momo's throat and offered his hand in its stead. She accepted it with a smile and then raised his hand as she faced the audience. The audience reacted with a great roar of approval. Present Mike's announcements were lost in the uproar. Dragon Rider .. The medal ceremony had gone without a hitch. Izuku's gold medal still hung around his neck as he arrived at the teacher's lounge. He could sense Toshi inside all alone, but he knocked all the same. "Come in," Toshi called. Izuku opened to find a pretty generic office space with a number of desks and a pair of couches beside a small counter space. Toshi was already sitting on one of the couches, with a pair of soda bottles on the table in front of him. Toshi motioned for him to sit and Izuku complied, though he was hesitant to drink the soda. "Thank you for meeting with me, my boy," Toshi sighed as he took a sip of his soda. "Of course," Izuku nodded. "How was your date?" "It was good," Toshi told him offhandedly. Izuku watched as the realization of what he said hit him. Instantly he began to blush and scratch at the back of his head. "Well, I mean, of course, perhaps I should have asked, but then again." "Toshi." Izuku cut him off with a laugh. "I'm glad it was good." "Ahem." Toshi cleared his throat and sat back up. "Yes, your mother is a lovely woman." "Now what did you want to talk about?" Izuku asked, sparing the hero any further discomfort. "Ah, yes," Toshi nodded, his somber attitude returning. "You see, my boy, I've been thinking on something for some time. Do you remember what I said when we spoke with your master, after she told us of your duty?" "You said I could be a symbol," Izuku nodded. "Yes," Toshi nodded. He looked down at his hands, palms up in his lap. "I once thought the same about myself. I became a hero to be a symbol of the peace I wanted to bring about in society." Toshi raised a single fist before him. "And now I want to ask you to continue that legacy," he told Izuku. He looked up, and there was a large grin on his face. "I want you to inherit my quirk." Izuku sat there and thought through what Toshi had said. Never mind that it didn't make sense, he knew Toshi wouldn't lie about this. So instead Izuku was left trying to decide what to say. "You could accept it," Jade offered, but he knew Izuku's heart. Just as Izuku knew his in turn. Jade wanted Izuku to be safe, but Izuku had other concerns. "No," Izuku shook his head, answering both of them. "I could never accept." "What?" Toshi gasped. Izuku looked him in the eye. He was sure in this. "Toshi. I took down the number 2 hero with a single punch," he reasoned. "Because you found out he was a criminal," Toshi exclaimed. He sounded almost offended. "I'm not saying I was wrong to do it," Izuku shook his head. "I'm asking if I was the one who needed to be stopped, if Jade and I decided that society was irredeemable and needed to be destroyed, who could stop us?" "But you would never do that," Toshi argued. He sounded angry, offended even that Izuku would suggest it. "Toshi," Izuku sighed. "Jade and I will persist long beyond this day and age." "What?" Toshi gasped. Izuku raised a questioning eyebrow. "Did Nedzu not tell you?" Izuku asked. "I am ageless through my bond with Jade." Toshi sputtered in shock, but he only stared wide-eyed at Izuku. "In 500 years I may not be the man I am today," Izuku continued. "I would like to have faith that I will remain just and righteous, but I cannot know that. And so, I will not accept your quirk, because I believe that you are my check. You are the one who would be there to stop me. And if you're saying that you can pass on your strength, I ask that you find someone else." Toshi stared at Izuku for a long moment before he responded. When he finally did, he seemed resolved, something Izuku was happy to see. "Very well," Toshi nodded. "I commend you, Izuku. You continue to surprise me." "Who else are you considering?" Izuku asked. "No one," Toshi sighed. Izuku scowled at hearing that. "Now don't give me that. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. This is important. I need to be sure." "Well, okay then," Izuku nodded. "Was there anything else?" "No, my boy," Toshi shook his head. "So, what do you say we go find your mother?" We can treat her to a real lunch rush meal before she leaves. All right. Izuku agreed with a smile. Before they could get up, Toshi's phone began loudly ringing, his own voice declaring that a phone call is here. Toshi pulled it out and answered with a quick, "Hello?" Izuku waited, watching as Toshi's face grew paler and paler. "I'll be there as quickly as possible," he promised. Toshi hung up and looked like he was ready to book it out of the room at top speed. Then, as if he had only just remembered him, his head snapped to Izuku. "Toshi? I need you to come with me to Hosu. Dragon Rider ". Izuku slid out of Jade's saddle before the doors to Hosu General Hospital. Toshi landed not half a moment later. "Come on," Toshi instructed. He led Izuku inside where they were met by the detective who had taken their statements after the USJ incident. "How is he, Sukachi?" Toshi asked as they began making their way through the halls. "He's stable," Sukachi responded, but his voice sounded grim. "He still hasn't woken up. He's the first victim in the area. We don't even know if Stain is responsible, but it fits too well for me to think otherwise." "Stain?" Izuku asked. "He's a serial killer," Sukachi answered automatically. He turned and looked at Izuku, before turning to Toshi with a raised eyebrow. "He can help," Toshi told him, his voice was still tight. Sukachi sighed and opened the door to a room filled with medical equipment. Laying in the bed, connected to a nearly impossible amount of medical equipment, was a strangely familiar-looking blue-haired man. Familiar, because Izuku would have sworn it was Iida, if not for the fact that Iida was sitting at the bedside looking like he had run all the way here. Midoriya, All Might," Iida greeted them, his voice was hoarse. "Young Iida," Toshi greeted gently as he walked into the room. He stood beside Iida and put a hand on his shoulder as he looked down at the man in the bed. "I came as soon as I heard." Thank you," Iida nodded. "I only just arrived." "Iida, who is this?" Izuku asked as he approached the bed. The man was less a mirror image of Iida up close, but the resemblance was still undeniable. "He's my brother, the hero Ingenium," Iida explained. Izuku hadn't heard of him, but he could still feel for his classmate. Izuku did his best not to scowl. Toshi had said he could help, but this was a hospital. He couldn't do much here. "Don't worry, Iida," Toshi assured him. "I promise you, we'll catch whoever did this. And we'll make sure your brother walks out of here." "Toshi," Izuku snapped. "You can do this, Izuku," Toshi assured him. "It's illegal," Izuku hissed. "You think I wouldn't spend every day in hospitals if it were that easy?" "Ah, but I am here," Toshi announced proudly as he thrust his thumb at his chest. "And I authorize you to act on the best interest of the Heroics Commission." Izuku continued to glare at Toshi. "It can't be that easy," Izuku huffed. He turned to Sukachi, who gave a confused shrug in response. Please Midoriya," Iida begged. Izuku turned back to find his classmate in a perfect 90-degree bow, the sheets below his bowed head wet with fresh flowing tears. "Please save my brother." Izuku's heart broke watching Iida. He reached across the bed and put a hand on his shoulder. "I'll do what I can," he promised. Izuku went to the end of the bed and picked up the clipboard. It was bullet point basics of the prognosis. The major cause of trauma was a stab to the base of the spine. The spinal cord had been cleanly severed. The large intestine had been punctured as well. That was the cause of the major health issues. The leakage from the large intestine had turned the wound septic. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Repairing the damage to the body would be easy enough. But an infection of this magnitude could prove difficult. Safira had taught him how, but he'd never done it before. "You can do this," Jade assured him. "The energy requirement won't be high. Just focus, it will be over soon." Izuku nodded. He returned to the side of the bed and held a hand over Ingenium's body. The burning energy of magic filled Izuku as he prepared himself. "Heal," he commanded. There was no need for a song here. 10 seconds and the spell would work, or it wouldn't. Izuku could not see the damage. He had no way of knowing if his spell was working besides the drain in his energy reserves. And then, the spell had run to completion. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped back. There was a silence in the room as Izuku waited for anything to happen. "Is that it?" Toshi asked after a moment. "I thought it would take longer." "It's easier when I'm not regrowing stomachs," Izuku huffed. "Well, it's good to know at least I didn't lose my stomach," a weak voice joked. Everyone turned to the hero lying in the bed, who smiled shakily behind his oxygen mask. "Brother!" Iida screamed and threw himself at the hero. Izuku sighed in relief seeing that it had worked. "Always so quick to doubt yourself, little warrior," Jade huffed. Izuku remained silent, watching the good he had brought to this once dark room. "Congratulations," Aizawa huffed as he stood at the podium before the gathered students of 1A. "You managed to not make a mockery of your positions." There were a handful of cheers and gratitudes from around the room, but they were quickly silenced by Aizawa's glowing scowl. "Those of you who did well received more offers for internships," Aizawa explained. "Those of you who are dissatisfied, remember, you've got 3 more chances to prove yourselves." Aizawa hit a button and turned on a projector that displayed their internship numbers on the board. Midoriya Izuku, 2643 Yaoyorozu Momo, 1045 Uraraka Ochako, 948. Todoroki Shoto, 945 Iida Tenya, 543 Kirishima Ejiro, 291. Shinso Hitoshi, 10 Shiro Honta, 5. "This is honestly about what it normally looks like," Aizawa sighed. "Those of you who didn't receive any offers will be interning with one of the pre-selected agencies that partners with UA. And since you'll all be getting workplace experience, you'll need hero names." Midnight interrupted as she slammed the door to the room open. "Yes," Aizawa nodded, unbothered that he had been interrupted. He was already halfway into his sleeping bag. "I'm not very good at this type of thing, so Midnight will be here to double-check you don't pick anything you'll regret." Now, Midnight began as she passed whiteboards out at the front of each row. "You'll each come up and present your names to the class." "What, like aloud?" Kaminari asked in shock. "You'll be using these names in public," Midnight explained. "Better get comfortable with them quick." With that the boards were passed back, and each student was left to their own devics. Izuku quickly uncapped his pen and wrote the words he had known would be his hero name since he had first learned them. He waited patiently all the same. Aoyama was the first to rush to the front of the room, and while his first choice of hero name was strange, it did however get the ball rolling. Before Izuku even knew what was happening, everyone had gone, and Midnight was calling for his choice. Izuku walked up to the front of the classroom and presented his hero name. There was a moment of silence as everyone read it, and Izuku almost smiled at the confusion that swept through the room. Dude," Kaminari called as he scratched at the side of his head. "I don't mean to be rude, but like what the fuck does that even say?" "Shirtigal," Izuku answered smoothly. "Yeah, but I mean, what does that even mean?" Kirishima laughed awkwardly. "It is a word that encapsulates Jade and I as one, as a team, and as protectors of peace," Izuku explained. It is a bit of a mouthful though," Midnight hummed. "You'll probably get lots of people saying it wrong." "That's fine," Izuku nodded. "All that matters is that I know the truth." "Well, okay then," Midnight cheered. Dragon Rider It was lunch before Izuku really got a chance to look over his offers. He hadn't so much as read the first name though before a few friends joined him where he sat in the green. Namely Kirishima, Momo, and Uraraka. "Yo man," Kirishima greeted. "Hello," Izuku returned with a bow of his head. "Hello Jade," Momo greeted the dragon as she sat down with her double portion of lunch. Jade lifted only a single eyelid, his head resting in the grass next to Izuku as he rested against Jade's torso. "Hello," he laughed with a huff that blew hot air in their faces and blew their hair back. "So do you know who you're going to do the work study with?" Uraraka asked as she eyed his hefty stack of offers. "I haven't had the chance to examine the list yet," Izuku shook his head. Izuku could feel Jade roll his eyes beneath his eyelids. He held back from elbowing the cheeky dragon. It really wasn't worth the bruised elbow. "I know what you mean," Momo sighed. It feels a near insurmountable task. I think I'm gonna go with fourth kind, Kirishima exclaimed with a grin. He grabbed at his flexed bicep as he continued. He's super manly. Well, I was hoping to learn some more like martial arts and stuff, Uraraka told them. I don't know who's really good for that though. What about edge shot? Momo asked. Did you get an offer from him? Uraraka hummed as she did a quick scan of the first page. I don't think so. He's top 10, right? Uraraka. He's number 5, Kirishima exclaimed. Sorry, I don't really know all that many heroes, Uraraka confessed. But heroes are the coolest, Kirishima proclaimed. It's harder to keep track of them out in the country, Izuku explained. The squeak that slipped from Uraraka told him that he had said something wrong, but the stares from Momo and Kirishima felt more pressing in the moment. The news rarely covers anything but the most major of villain attacks, Izuku went on. As a result, there is little to be seen of any but the top 10 heroes. I don't know that I could name a single one besides the faculty. Man, that's a bummer, Kirishima sighed as he deflated. Then he seemed to instantly reinflate with all of his previous energy. I know. Give me your list, I'll help you find someone with sick martial arts skills. As Kirishima began riffling through Uraraka's list and explaining different heroes, Momo turned and gave Izuku a curious look. Would you like help as well? Momo asked him. No thank you, Momo. Izuku shook his head. I already know who I'm hoping to work with, I just need to make sure she sent in an offer. Oh, Momo mused with a curious tilt of her head. Who is it, if you don't mind me asking? The only other dragon in the sky, Jade answered with an amused tone. Momo's brow furrowed for half a second before realization struck. Ryukyu? That's right, Izuku nodded with a small smile. Jade here still wants to prove he's faster than her. You are the only one foolish enough to think that the half-dragon could ever hope to match me in the air, Jade huffed. He even bothered to open his eyes just to send a lazy glare at Izuku. She caught you once, Izuku reminded him with a shrug. What? Momo gasped. Izuku likes to think that because we once had a brief conflict in the air that the half-dragon is my equal, Jade explained with a roll of his now open eyes. What about you, Momo? Izuku asked to change the subject. Do you know who you want to work with? Well, I have a few top 10 requests, Momo told him as she held up the first page of her own list. It feels like a wasted opportunity to not select one of them, though I'm not certain which one. What are you hoping to get from the experience? Izuku asked. That should help determine. I don't know, Momo sighed with a shake of her head. I feel as if I need to improve in almost every aspect. Izuku hummed. I can't say I agree with your assessment, but if that's how feel then perhaps a good all-around hero is the right choice. Top 10 or not. A soft blush dusted Momo's cheeks as she gave a nod and began checking over her list once again. Izuku simply leaned back into Jade's shoulder and ignored the teasing tone of the dragon's thoughts. Dragon Rider Izuku was relaxing on the sofa in the common room that day, just having gotten back from dropping off his work-study choice with Aizawa. It was a quiet afternoon in the 1A dorms. A few small groups existed, discussing the work-study still as well as the sports festival. Hey Midori, Uraraka greeted as she walked over. Hello Uraraka, Izuku returned as she sat next to him. So why haven't you asked out Momo yet? She asked. Izuku looked at her, one of his eyebrows raising at the sudden question. Uraraka just rolled her eyes. I see the way you two are around each other, Uraraka huffed. I think the whole class can tell you like each other, so why haven't you confessed yet? Izuku just sighed. He could feel Jade's subtle presence in his mind as he felt Izuku's reaction. At least Jade could feel the full complicatedness of this whole mess without Izuku having to voice it. It's not that simple, Uraraka, Izuku explained. There are a number of reasons why it could never work. What do you mean? Uraraka asked with a tilt of her head. First of all, we're training to be heroes, Izuku said. That hardly leaves us with ample free time or energy to devote to a relationship. I don't know, Uraraka shook her head. That seems like pretty weak logic to me, Midori. Perhaps, Izuku shrugged. It is the second issue that is harder to overcome regardless. And what's that? Is it fair to date when you'll never age? Izuku asked. What? It's something I have thought about a good deal, Izuku told her. I can never grow old with someone, I can never retire, and I'm unsure if I could handle watching my children age and die as I remained forever the same. Wait, Uraraka shook her head wildly. You're immortal? I am ageless, Izuku corrected. I can still die, but I will never age much beyond how you see me now. That's insane. Yes, Izuku agreed with a nod. But don't you think you could talk to Momo about it? Uraraka offered. I mean, if she's okay with it, couldn't you at least try? I don't know, Uraraka, Izuku sighed. It was clear she didn't have a good answer either. After a moment, she left and Izuku was left alone once again. Izuku, Jade murmured sadly, but there was really nothing left to be said. He and Jade were one and the same. They really only had each other. Dragon Rider ==. All right everyone, Izuku instructed as they stood before the bus. Please be sure to follow Yaoyorozu's directions and do your best not to miss your trains. Are you not coming with us, Midori? Mina asked. Jade would be unable to traverse the metro, Izuku explained. The hero I'm working with is going to meet us here and then fly with us to their agency. What? That's so cool, Mina exclaimed as she jumped up in excitement. It is merely a practical solution, Izuku said with a wave of his hand. He made sure to do a count as the students boarded, and after all 18 of the others were aboard, he gave Aizawa the all-clear. The bus rolled out and Izuku was left alone near the gate. How long until the half-dragon arrives? Jade asked. He was still out on the green, laying on the soft grass. No idea, Izuku shrugged as he made his way back. She said she'd meet us at the green though, so I guess we'll just have to wait there. And nap, Jade huffed. Izuku felt him close his eyes and settle further into the grass, but he was a long way from actual sleep at this point. Izuku just rolled his eyes as he arrived to see Jade just as he knew he would be, laying in the grass, his armor glimmering in the morning sun. Izuku's armor could fit in the saddlebags, but Jade's was far too cumbersome. They had opted to have him wear it as they travel. He went over and settled beside the dragon, leaning into his shoulder, and enjoying the warmth that radiated off of him. He had already packed all of his armor in Jade's saddlebags alongside Safira's heart. Though their master was sleeping, it would not do to leave her behind. He decided he might as well enjoy the opportunity for a nap as well. He felt he had only barely closed his eyes before wind whipping across the green brought his attention to the skies above. Ryukyu was circling above them, her wings sending the wind billowing down onto the green. Izuku rose just as Ryukyu sat down, shrinking quickly back to her human form. It's good to see you again, Ryukyu, Izuku greeted with a bow. Yeah, well, not every day another dragon hero makes their way onto the scene. Ryukyu laughed as she took several steps closer, so they no longer needed to speak any louder than a normal volume. Imagine my surprise when the brat I caught flying without a permit absolutely wrecks shop at the UA Sports Festival. Thank you, Izuku said with a smile. You ready to get going? Ryukyu asked as she jerked a thumb up and over her shoulder. We only got a week together and I plan to make the most of it. Yes ma'am, Izuku nodded. None of that ma'am shit, Ryukyu huffed. It makes me feel like I'm 90. Just call me Ryukyu. Yes Ryukyu, Izuku nodded. Dragon Rider ==. It was the third day of the internships and Ryukyu was once again having Izuku and Jade face off against her and Najire, her intern. Najire was a third year at UA and apparently a part of some group called the Big Three. She was a formidable opponent to be sure. Izuku fired another magically blunted arrow at the flying third year only for it to be batted aside by an energy blast. Jade was currently doing aerial maneuvers to avoid Ryukyu's grasping talons. That was something they had learned quickly to avoid. Ryukyu's more human arms may not have allowed the same degree of protection with their lack of scales, but she had a larger range of motion than Jade and could grab things in her hands with ease, things like Izuku. So can Jade breathe fire? Nejire asked as Izuku sent another arrow to keep her at bay. He was upside down while Jade did a loop to try and get behind Ryukyu. She was already swerving and gunning for Izuku all the same. And what about that crazy thing you did with Endeavor? Could you stop Ryukyu in the sky? Could you knock me out of the air? Is it true you can put people to sleep? Or that you silenced the entire cafeteria during the break-in? Enough, Ryukyu announced, though whether it was at Nejire's barrage of questions or her calling off the practice fight wasn't immediately clear. Not until she went and settled on the rooftop to her agency. She shrunk back to her human form and Jade was able to land beside her. The roof, they had learned, was fortified to handle extreme weight, and was spacious enough that Jade had no problems fitting. That was well done, Ryukyu commended as Izuku slipped out of the saddle, though it is rare that you'll come against an opponent the size of a dragon. You did well against Nejire as well. Thank you, Izuku bowed. That was so much fun, Nejire cheered as she floated above their heads. Look at this bruise, she continued as she held up her arm. Her sleeve was rolled back to reveal a nasty bruise she'd received from one of Izuku's arrows. I can fix that for you, Izuku offered. Save your energy, Ryukyu huffed. We're going for a patrol later and it won't do to have you falling asleep on us. Yes ma'am, Izuku sighed. I told you not to call me ma'am, Ryukyu snapped, though there wasn't any real anger in her tone. We're just going to be patrolling around here, right? Nejire asked. You're from around here, right, Midoriya? Sorta, Izuku nodded. I live pretty far from the city proper though. What's that like? Do you live on a farm? Is it because of the dragon? Could you even fit him in an apartment? It's nice, Izuku said, choosing to focus only on the first question. Alright Nejire, Ryukyu sighed. Why don't you take Midoriya here down to grab some lunch? We'll go patrolling once you both have something in your stomachs. Okay. Nejire cheered. She grabbed Izuku's hand and drug him off into the building. Dragon Rider patrolling involved Nejire, Izuku, and Ryukyu walking along the street while Jade circled lazily above them and relayed info about what he could see. Apparently, it was common for the Dragoon Hero Agency, an agency where almost every hero, sidekick, and intern had some form of enhanced mobility, for at least one member on any team to be in the sky while the others traveled below and made their presence known. Statics showed that having heroes on the streets drove the crime rate in an area down, so Ryukyu insisted that someone be on the ground at all times. It had been a quiet afternoon, much like the previous two. They had gotten word of some big villain takedown over in Hosu yesterday, but Musutafu hadn't had any excitement to speak of. There's a fight of some sort in the alley 2 blocks down, Jade informed them all. He was circling overhead of where he was, directing them, but people rarely bother to look up. They took off towards the alley, Ryukyu and Nejire taking the lead the way Ryukyu had instructed. Izuku wasn't authorized to act as anything but recon, so he was watching instead. They rounded the corner to find 2 men going at it all out. One with stone fists was doing his best to hit the other who was dodging with some sort of minor teleportation. Nejire quickly sent an energy blast between the 2 of them and they both leapt back and looked at the 3 of them. Freeze, Ryukyu announced. You're both under arrest for public quirk use. The man with the teleportation quirk seemed to sigh in relief, but the rock-handed man was instantly irate. Who the fuck do you bitches think you? He was cut off as Nejire skipped forward, kicked his feet out from under him, and slammed him face first into the asphalt. Please don't resist, sir, Nejire giggled. She bent down and tied the man's wrists together with a zip tie. We'll be taking you both to the police now so they can sort this out. Thank you, the teleporter sighed with a bow. I'll gladly come with you. Thank you for your cooperation, sir, Ryukyu nodded. Nejire hefted the guy she had taken down up onto her shoulder and led the way out of the alley and back onto the street. It was a quick walk to the nearest police station, and after giving a brief summary of the events the 3 heroes were sent on their way. Jade was waiting for them just outside the police station. Your phone's been ringing, Jade said. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Izuku sighed as he went and dug through Jade's saddlebag for his phone. It's always ringing these days, Jade huffed. Ooh, Najire cooed. Got a girlfriend there, Midoriya? Codename's Najire-chan, Ryukyu reminded her. Oh right, Najire nodded. Shirtman. Izuku sighed as he saw Toshi had been the one calling. He returned the call quickly. Young Midoriya. Toshi answered on the first ring. Please tell me your mother is with you. No, sir. Izuku shook his head. Is everything all right? No, Toshi told him. I was supposed to meet her for a date, but your house has been broken into and she isn't here. What? Izuku gasped. He was instantly in Jade's saddle, the dragon taking flight in an instant. Strategizing, Ryukyu called after him in surprise. Izuku didn't bother responding. Where are you? He asked Toshi instead. I'm still at your place, Toshi answered. The police are on their way. We'll get there first, Izuku told him. He hung up the phone. Strategizing, Ryukyu shouted up at him. She was flying behind him, doing her best to keep pace with Jade. Where do you think you're going? All Might has called for help. Izuku answered her. He projected his thoughts to make sure she and Najire could hear him well. What? Ryukyu gasped. Head due east along the interstate out of the city, Izuku told them. The house is 20 miles north of the road and 50 outside the city. Aren't you leading us there? Najire asked. Yes, Izuku agreed. But we're not holding back, Jade. On it, Jade acknowledged. He rose higher as the flapping of his wings sped up to new heights. Any joy he was taking in getting to test his speed against Ryukyu gone with the situation. Dragon Rider Izuku leapt out of the saddle the second Jade landed beside the barn. Toshi was already there. He had been nervously pacing the backyard, looking between the house and the skies until he spotted Jade. Young Midoriya, Toshi greeted him tersely. I should say that you shouldn't have come, but I can't blame you. What happened? Izuku asked as he made his way to the back door. I'm afraid I don't know, Toshi answered with a shake of his head. The door was unlocked but it wasn't busted, the only damage was inside. Izuku looked around the kitchen and fought against the twisting disgust that roiled in his stomach. There were scorch marks all around the walls. The table and chairs he had sung from the trees were in splinters. The cabinets he and his mom had painted together were scorched black with doors caved inwards. Broken dishes littered the floor. The whole place was a mess. I'm sorry, Toshi sighed with a bow of his head. This is my fault. She was only a target because of me. No, Toshi. Izuku shook his head. We don't know who did this or why. Assuming they were targeting you is dangerous. We'll find her, Toshi promised. Izuku, Jade called. The others are arriving. Izuku nodded and left the kitchen, returning to the backyard to wait beside Jade. Toshi walked with him. Izuku could spot Ryukyu the second he was in the backyard. He arrived beside Jade just as Ryukyu landed. Najire passed out on her back. It really was All Might. Ryukyu panted as she shrunk down, resting her hands on her knees. Najire fell to the ground out cold. Apologies for taking off, Izuku apologized with a bow. The sound of sirens from the front yard marked the arrival of the last group they were waiting on. That'll be the police, Toshi jumped after a moment. He turned and made his way to the front. Where are we? Ryukyu asked looking around. This is my home, Izuku told her. What? All Might came here and found my mother missing and the inside destroyed, Izuku informed her. The ringing of his phone interrupted and Izuku quickly fished it out of the saddlebag. Hello? He answered. Bet you think you're hot shit just because you beat those extras, don't you, Deku? Bakugo snarled through the phone. Well, who's laughing now? Where is my mother, Bakugo? Izuku asked, his voice cold. If you don't want me to blow her face in, you better come to the park, you shit, Bakugo instructed. 1 hour. Then she gets what's rightfully yours. Before Izuku could respond, the line went dead. Toshi came back into the backyard, a police detective with him. We need to go, Izuku told him as he got up into the saddle. What? Toshi gasped. I've received their demands, Izuku explained. We need to get back to the city. Where are we going? Ryukyu asked as she began to inflate back to her full dragon form. The park at the corner of Main and 13th, Izuku explained. Get in the saddle, Toshi. Right, Toshi nodded. He leapt up and landed deftly behind Izuku. Jade took off without a moment's hesitation. I'm going to get off here, Toshi told him as they began passing over the cluster of trees at the edge of the park. Tell Ryukyu to land here as well. Don't worry, we'll be in the trees, ready to back you up. Right, Izuku nodded. Jade was already relaying the info. Dragon Rider ==. I'm going to prioritize getting your mother out of danger, Toshi said, and then he was gone. Jade circled around the park, his keen eyes picking up on where Bakugo was lurking near the edge of the trees by the children's playground. They landed not 10 feet from him, the wind knocking him back a step. Izuku's mom was there. She was tied up and laying on the ground. She was conscious, but the scorch marks on her clothes and blisters on her face proved she hadn't gone down without a fight. Took you long enough, Deku, Bakugo spat. Here I was thinking you were going to be too much of a coward to show up. What do you want, Bakugo? Izuku asked as he slipped out of the saddle. What the fuck do you mean? Bakugo growled. I'm here to prove that I'm the best. You only won that phony-ass tournament because I wasn't there. Izuku wished he could say he was surprised Bakugo was taking this path. When I beat you, Bakugo continued, he was nearly foaming at the mouth with his ferocity. That rat-faced principal will come crawling back, begging me to be a part of his stupid hero course. Bakugo, you've just kidnapped my mother, Izuku pointed out. He did his best to keep his voice calm, to de-escalate the situation. You're not dumb enough to think that this was the way to get back into a hero course. Fuck you. Bakugo screamed. You've ruined everything. You and that fucking lizard of yours don't deserve to be at UA. That was my dream. It was my right. You stole that from me. Bakugo's whole focus was on Izuku, so he never noticed the flash of motion as Toshi slipped from the trees. Izuku made sure that Bakugo never looked away. He slowly raised his hands and tried to appear non-threatening. He could sense Ryukyu and Nejire just out of sight in the trees. You think I'm scared of you? Bakugo snarled. His palms began sparking dangerously, the explosions popping angrily. I'll show you what an actual quirk looks like, you fucking Deku. With that, Bakugo leapt towards Izuku. Izuku could see Ryukyu and Nejire jumping to intercept, but they were both unprepared for the burst of speed that Bakugo's explosions provided. Bakugo was going to reach him first. Izuku ducked low, prepared to slip under Bakugo's over-telegraphed right hook, but Bakugo switched tactics as he did. He used the explosion of his right hand to spin around and bringing another blow towards Izuku, his left arm sweeping down and up towards him in a vicious uppercut. Push, Izuku commanded with a raised hand, shoving Bakugo's fist to the side and leaving him wide open. He grabbed his sword and brought the jeweled handle of his blade up as he drew the weapon and struck Bakugo across the face with the pommel, the forest green blade flashing through the air as he moved. Bakugo stumbled backwards and directly into Nejire's path. Nejire wasted no time kicking the back of Bakugo's knee. Bakugo fell down halfway into a crouch, Nejire's arms wrapping around him, and then threw him backwards in a suplex. Bakugo's head slammed into the earth hard. Izuku waited for him to get up, but as Nejire let go he slumped to the ground unmoving. Well, that was disappointing, Nejire sighed. So, what's the deal, Shirt Ugly? Do you know this guy? He was expelled from 1A earlier this year, Izuku explained. Damn, Nejire nodded. Language Nejire-chan, Ryukyu corrected. The press is already here. Already? Nejire asked. She and Izuku turned to find cameras and journalists watching from the street. How did they get here so quickly? Izuku asked. The whole ordeal had taken minutes at most. They were already here when we arrived, Jade huffed. I'm guessing Bakugo contacted them as part of his plan. How did I miss that? Izuku asked more to himself than the others. He had been seeing through Jade's eyes and not noticed what he had. "Don't feel too bad, Schertigl," Ryukyu assured him. "You're still getting used to being in the field, the tunnel vision goes away." "Are we going to go give a statement?" Nijire asked excitedly. "I suppose we should," Ryukyu sighed. "This technically counts as your debut, Schertigl. Let's go introduce you to the world." Dragon Rider Katsuki woke up in a rumbling room, chained to the bench he was sitting on. He looked around, ready to blow up whoever the fuck thought they could keep him here, but his explosions never came. There was a fucker sitting across from him, a giant-ass gun in his lap. "Overcompensating for something, you fuck?" he snarled. The extra didn't even have the balls to respond. He just sat there and stared forward, his dark goggles hiding what he was looking at. Katsuki began pulling at his chains, doing his best to break them. "Stop that," the fucker grunted at him. "What the fuck are you going to do about it, you extra?" Katsuki growled at him. He took a gun butt to the gut for his troubles. He fell back onto the bench. He had to reinflate his lungs before he could even shoot a glare at the fuck that dared to do that to him. "Now listen here, you cliché fuck," Bakugo snapped. But before he could finish, the doors slammed open and the fucker was up and unlocking the chain binding him to the bench. He was shoved out the doors, falling several feet down onto the floor of a dark room. "Welcome," a deep voice filled the room. "Who the fuck are you?" Katsuki snarled as he got back up to his feet. He could see the other person in the room, but he was hidden in the darkness and Katsuki couldn't make out anything but his suit. Now, Bakugo," the fucker laughed. "I just want to help." "And why the fuck should I listen to some fucker lurking in the shadows?" Katsuki snapped. The asshole took a step forward and into the dim light. It was just enough that Katsuki could see the creepy skull mask covering his face. "Because Bakugo," the creep told him, his tone chilling Bakugo to his very bones, "I can make you stronger." Momo leaned low over the motorcycle as she weaved through the traffic of hosu. The flashing red and blue lights and the siren let people know to get out of the way, but with how fast she was moving they didn't get much of a chance. She was chasing after a purse snatcher with some form of agility quirk. He was running over the cars, using their speed to aid in his escape. The purse snatcher leapt off another car as they neared an intersection and landed atop one going the opposite direction. Momo cursed as she whipped the bike around in the intersection, traffic from all sides slamming to a stop. She managed to turn fully around just in time to see Ingenium drive a fist into the man's face and send him skipping down the street. Iida was there in an instant, slapping quirk-suppressing cuffs around his wrists before he could get up. "Well done, brother," Iida praised as Momo pulled up alongside them. Ingenium laughed and the two brothers fell into easy chatter. Well, Ingenium made it seem easy. Iida sounded as stiff as always. "You deserve praise as well, Creata," Ingenium called out. "You're better at city navigation than I would have expected." "Thank you," Momo said with a small bow of her head. "It's far more exhilarating than I would have thought." "I know what you mean," Ingenium laughed, one hand naturally rising to the back of his helmet as if to ruffle his hair. "It's really something else having the wind in your hair." The irony was not lost on Momo, whose own helmet prevented her from feeling the wind as well. "Brother, we need to get this villain to the police," Iida reminded them. "Right," Ingenium nodded. "We'll have to fill out a decent amount of paperwork since the chase ended up as high speed as it did." "Is that a problem?" Momo asked. She had been the one to reach the fastest speeds besides perhaps the villain himself. Was there some sort of speed limit to observe when in a high-speed chase? "Not really," Ingenium shook his head, "it's just annoying." "Lead the way then," Momo nodded. Ingenium hefted the villain over his shoulder and looked back at the two of them. Even beneath the helmet you could just feel the smirk. "Try and keep up." Dragon Rider Momo's everything hurt as she sat down at a table for dinner within the large Iida 10 cafeteria. The motorcycle was a necessity for keeping up with the Iida brothers. It was apparently something a lot of Ingenium's sidekicks had to utilize when working directly with the hero. She had not expected it to make her as sore as it did. Greetings Yaoyorozu. Iida nearly shouted as he sat down with her. Are you almost ready to return to patrol? We're going back out? She asked, doing her best not to groan at the thought. Yes, Iida nodded. Bless his poor observation skills, he didn't seem to notice her attitude. We are rejoining the hunt for Stain. That sent a jolt through Momo. Is that wise? She gasped. Your brother was already a target. Not to worry, Yaoyorozu, Iida assured with a shake of his head. Tensai believes that as long as no one is left alone, then the risk is low. Apparently, Stain relies heavily on ambush tactics. That makes sense, I suppose, Momo relented, though she still felt apprehensive about it. We'll be returning to the streets as soon as you are done eating, Iida told her. Tensai says for you to meet us at his office and then we will be off. Okay, Momo agreed. Still, as she watched Iida leave the cafeteria, she wondered if everything would be okay. Dragon Rider Momo was thanking every god she could think of that they had decided to forego speed for this patrol in favor of doing a thorough search of the area. It meant they were walking on foot and she was able to leave the motorcycle behind at the agency. A lot of big-name heroes have been called in to help with the search, Ingenium explained as they walked through the streets, now only lit by the light of the street lamps. Isn't that a good thing? Momo asked. For public safety, sure, Ingenium agreed. But it also probably spooked him. If Stain has half a brain cell, he's halfway across Japan by now. Oh, Momo murmured. That made sense. So then this would just be a normal patrol, right? That doesn't mean we should let our guard down, Ingenium corrected as if he could hear her thoughts. But I wouldn't stress too hard. Does that make sense? Absolutely, Iida jumped to assure his brother, though Momo was uncertain if she agreed. How could one relax without letting their guard down? Still, Ingenium seemed pleased with his brother's praise. They returned to a neutral quiet as they continued walking down the street, peering into any alleyway they passed. So Creata, I've been meaning to ask. Ingenium broke the silence after a few more minutes. Why'd you pick Iida 10 for your internship? I'm sure you got plenty of better offers. Nonsense. Iida cried out in indignation. Brother, you are one of the greatest heroes of your generation. You're a top 50 hero. And I'm quite sure Best Jeanist would have loved to take on an intern with as much poise as Creata has shown. Ingenium countered. Someone willing to risk losing the finals in favor of allowing their opponent an opportunity to show their skill is exactly his kind of hero. It was true. She had gotten an offer from the number 4 hero. A friend helped me realize that rank didn't matter, Momo explained. I chose you because it is well known that you are a good hero with remarkable leadership and teamwork. Well, I don't know about all that, Ingenium laughed. But regardless, I'm glad you joined us. It's been a real treat having you. Thank you, sir, Momo bowed. An explosion from further in the city had all three of them forgetting the conversation and staring at where the flames rose higher. Ingenium raised a hand to his helmet and Momo assumed he was listening to someone from the office. All right, I'm on my way, he said after a moment. He turned back to the two of them and his demeanor had turned all business. A gas line exploded downtown. I've been called in to assist with the evacuation of the nearby buildings. We'll come with you, Iida proclaimed immediately. If we had brought the bike, maybe, Ingenium shook his head. Without it Creata can't keep up and I need to get there fast. I need the two of you to go back to the agency and wait for me there. But I can come with you, Iida argued defensively. Sorry bud, Ingenium consoled him as he put on his armored shoulder. It was a touch strange to watch given the only obvious difference between the armored forms was their height and placement of their mufflers. I can't leave Creata on the streets alone. Remember, Stain might still be out here. So you two head back together and I'll come grab you once it's over. Ingenium waited for Iida to nod before he turned and began racing away, the engines on his elbows roaring to life with a sound not unlike plane turbines. He stopped a few blocks away to turn and shout to them. And if you see Stain, use your quirks and run away. He turned back around, and in a flash of white and blue streaked down the road and out of sight, After a moment, Iida sighed. I suppose we should be heading back, he bemoaned. Right, Momo agreed. They turned and retraced their steps. The silence that filled the space between them was more awkward than it had been with Ingenium there. Iida was simply far too stiff, and without his brother to mellow him out, he defaulted to what basically amounted to a forward march. Momo sighed and did her best to keep an eye around them. She got a touch distracted when down one of the alleys they were passing she spotted a shadow moving, but when she paused for a moment, it revealed itself to be a stray dog. A sigh of relief, and she returned her attention to the main road, only to find Iida was gone. Iida? Momo called out. She didn't get an answer, which only made the sudden cold pit in her stomach all the more obvious. She took off running, looking into every alley as she passed. He wasn't in any of them. Okay, Momo. She tried to take deep calming breaths. Calm down and think. Iida has a speed quirk, but even he couldn't have made it that far. I didn't hear his engines. With that realization, Momo ran back to the alley immediately after the one she had found the stray in and ran down it. It didn't dead end, rather it opened up to another alleyway that ran behind the building and the ones of the next street over. She whipped around the corner, and what she found froze her in place as cold seeped through her entire being. It took her only a second to take it all in. Iida was lying face down on the dirty alley floor, a growing puddle of red beneath him. It was blood, flowing from a sword stabbed into his shoulder. Standing above him, twisting the jagged katana as he leered down, was the hero killer. Stain. Iida. Momo cried out. A flash. Momo raised her arms on instinct and cried out as white-hot pain consumed her forearm. Momo's eyes blew open wide as she saw the throwing knife plunge deep into her arm. Her heart was pounding in her ears as her mind tried to catch up with what was happening. She almost missed that Stain was speaking. And who are you supposed to be, girl? Stain spat. Momo was still too shocked to answer. She was feeling faint. Was it shock? Blood loss? Fear? Another fake, I suppose, Stain growled. He barely sounded human. He turned back to Iida, and the venom in his eyes was enough for Momo to instinctively flinch away. I don't know how this one managed to get back on his feet so fast, but if he wants to spurn my mercy, then he will taste my steel once again. Again? Iida gasped, but Momo's mind was clearing. Again. He thought Iida was Ingenium. The hero killer had returned to finish the job. Why Ingenium? Momo called out, trying to stall for time and get Iida to realize what was going on. In the meantime, she produced a small distress beacon, one that would remain beneath her suit and send an SOS on the hero comm network. I do not expect someone like you to understand, Stain sneered, barely even raising his eyes to look at her. Your costume tells me everything I need to know about you. The way Stain said costume was like it disgusted him. Did he think she wore this for attention? Unimportant, she needed to focus. But Ingenium is a good hero, Momo argued. This spoiled brat is nothing but a legacy, Stain growled, his full attention on her now as he glared with that same venom he had sent at Iida. This time Momo refused to flinch away. A third-generation legacy, whose success and prestige are only thanks to the hard work of others. A hero who only acts because it is expected of him. That's not true, Iida cried. Ingenium is a hero to help those in need. Stain looked down and his face twisted with disgust. He ripped the sword out of Iida's shoulder, the jagged edge tearing and ripping the flesh apart. He was already bringing the sword back down. Momo didn't think, she just moved. Her hand shot out and she produced a sword so quickly she nearly threw it out of her skin. She ignored the way her injured left arm ached as she moved, her good hand closed firmly around the handle and she thrust forward, barely making it time to intercept the blade before it could strike at Iida again. The sound of steel scratching steel filled the alley. You! Stain spat with another growl as his eyes burned with fury and locked onto Momo yet again. Then his foot was in Momo's stomach. The spikes tore into her exposed skin and she felt blood pouring down her as she leapt away. Stain was already following, his tongue shooting out towards her in a way that was too inhuman to not be from a quirk. Momo didn't want to find out what that was about. She brought her sword up and swatted the hyper-long tongue away. Stain yelped in pain as he too jumped back. He stared at her, his face twisting in anger. "You want to die so badly, harlot," Stain growled. "Fine." Stain lunged forward again, his katana swinging through the air so fast it left a silver streak behind it. As fast as he was, Momo couldn't help but think that he was nowhere near as fast as Izuku. She would have to thank him for the sparring. Her blade met his, but before she could take satisfaction in that, she saw him reach for another throwing knife. Momo leapt backwards as the villain threw the knife, barely raising her sword in time to deflect it out of the air. She had missed that he had thrown a second blade. She had moved enough in deflecting the first one that it only grazed her shoulder, but it still cut deep. "You've already failed," Stain informed her. "You failed the moment you gave away your presence in this alley." Momo felt fear clutch at her heart. Was he right? Had she already lost? The pain of her wounds was overwhelming. It was a struggle to keep her sword in front of her. Failures and struggles are not things to look down upon. A familiar calming voice rang through her mind. For one moment Momo wondered if he was actually here, but she remembered those words. He'd said them to her before the sports festival. This may have been a million times more stressful than the sports festival, but the words helped all the same. Stain seemed to grow angry as her resolve was reaffirmed. He threw a trio of knives and Momo deflected each of them. She went on the offensive, pushing her way towards the villain. Their swords clashed, but Momo pushed herself to new speeds against the villain. He was slipping. Momo finally found the perfect opening, coming in low for a slash across his chest as the villain was still flailing with his arms over his head. It wasn't enough to actually hit him, but it forced him to leap backwards, and Momo was finally able to properly put herself between the serial killer and Iida. "Iida, can you stand?" Momo asked, never taking her eyes off the enraged villain before her. "No," Iida said through gritted teeth. "Some form of paralysis." "Right," Momo nodded. "Keep trying." That was all she got to say before Stain was on her once again. Their swords met again and again. Momo was a million times more experienced with the blade than the villain. That much was obvious. She had more training. She had sparred with people more. Sparred with people with such skill that they made her seem like a child with a stick. Stain, though, was wielding his blade as little more than a club. It should have been easy. But Momo was hurting. The adrenaline in her system was helping, but even it couldn't stop the ache of the blade in her left arm. She had produced a bandage over the cut on her shoulder to stop the bleeding almost instantly, but it did little to help with the pain it caused every time she moved her sword. She was flagging. "Are you really willing to die for him?" Stain asked as he swung his sword yet again. "It's a hero's job to stand between villains like you and the innocent," Momo retorted. "If it costs me my life, so be it." She wasn't angry per se. She was definitely annoyed, and in pain, and tired. She was ready for this fight to be over. But it was all she could do to keep Stain back. He was too fast for her to properly attack. "Quite right," a new voice bellowed. Momo knew that voice and it sent a wave of relief rushing through her. From the wide eyes, Stain knew what was coming too. A reckoning. Momo didn't see him attack, but she felt the wind rip against her as if Jade had just landed before her. All Might stood where the hero killer once had, and the crumpled form of Stain was now lying beneath the heavy foot of the #1 hero himself. Momo collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. All Might was here. Everything was fine now. Dragon Rider Momo was in a hospital bed across from Iida. Iida hadn't awoken since his surgery, but she was told that it had gone well and he was expected to make a full recovery. She was glad, but still she hated that he had gotten injured in the first place. Maybe if she had been faster. Maybe if she hadn't stopped to investigate that alleyway. Maybe if she had called out to Iida before investigating. A knock on the door drug her out of her ruminations. Standing in the doorway was All Might, Ingenium, who was sans his helmet, and the detective from the USJ. "Good afternoon, young Yaoyorozu," All Might greeted, his voice gentler than Momo had ever heard it before. Are you feeling well enough for Detective Tsukachi to take a statement? Of course, Momo nodded, sitting a little straighter. Her injuries hadn't been that bad. Just a few stitches really, though she would have to keep an eye on the injury on her arm and probably undergo a little physical therapy once it had fully healed. Unless she got Recovery Girl to heal it. Or perhaps Izuku. Would it be rude of her to ask? I'm afraid I don't have much to work on yet, Tsukachi said as he took a seat in a plastic chair he moved from the edge of the room to the foot of the bed. Why don't you begin at the point Ingenium left you during your patrol? After Ingenium left, we turned around and headed back for the agency, remaining vigilant as we walked since Stain was still a threat, Momo explained. The detective took notes as she spoke. At one point I investigated a shadow down an alley. It was just a dog though. When I turned back, I found Iida missing. I performed a brief search and found him already injured by the hero killer. I tried to distract him while calling for aid, only engaging when it became clear he intended to kill Iida. Ingenium gasped. Why would he attack Iida? He asked angrily. It doesn't make any sense. Momo considered not answering, but ultimately decided it could help the investigation. He believed Iida was you, sir, and was angry that you had managed to return to duty so quickly after your injury. Ingenium was pale. I see. Did you use your quirk? Tsukachi asked her, pushing the conversation along. Yes, Momo nodded. When he lunged for the killing blow I used my quirk to produce a sword to protect my classmate better and I used it to treat my injuries as well. That must have been quite stressful, All Might said sadly. Yes, Momo agreed. Thank you for saving us. I'm not sure I could have held out much longer. You shouldn't sell yourself so short, young Yaoyorozu, All Might chuckled. You look to have the villain well in hand from my perspective. Well, I don't think I have any other questions, Tsukachi sighed as he put away the notebook. Officially capture of the hero killer will go to All Might, and your involvement will be kept out of the news. You may tell others of course, but try not to tell too many. It wouldn't do for the public to know 2 students came so close to a serial killer. Of course, Momo agreed. Then I'm afraid I must be off, Tsukachi said. I should call our parents, Ingenium grumbled. Mom'll want to know the details. The 2 left and Momo expected All Might to follow as well, but the hero stayed. He seemed to be lingering and wrung his hands awkwardly in front of him as he looked at her. Is everything okay? Momo asked him. Well, All Might coughed awkwardly. I was very impressed with your actions in that alleyway. Thank you, Momo bowed her head. It was nice to hear, and it helped assuage some of her doubts. Did you mean what you said to him? What? Momo asked, looking back up at the hero. About the duty of a hero? All Might asked. Were you truly willing to die to save young Iida? Yes, sir, Momo nodded, though I am grateful I did not have to. I am as well, All Might agreed with an awkward chuckle. Still, it is a truly heroic thing to be willing to sacrifice yourself to save others. You have a good heart, young Yaoyorozu. Thank you, Momo said, the praise filling her chest with a warm sense of pride. All Might turned to leave but he paused at the door. He looked back at her with a clearly pensive expression. When you return to campus, I would like to continue our conversation, All Might told her. I have something I think we ought to discuss. Yes, sir, Momo agreed, though she did give the hero a questioning glance. The hero gave nothing away as he waved her off. Don't worry about that just yet, he told her. Relax and recover. We will talk more. With that the hero left and Momo was left alone in the hospital room with an unconscious Iida. Momo knew it was silly to be as nervous as she was. All Might had never been one of the stricter professors. All the same, she found herself with a ball of nerves tightening in her stomach as she approached his office. She'd never been here before. She'd considered coming to his office hours, but they hadn't covered anything that she really struggled with yet in foundational hero studies. Classes were due to resume tomorrow, and All Might had wanted to meet before then. She'd only been back on campus long enough to drop her things off in her room before making her way here to the main building. Momo found herself hesitating outside his door. It was plain, with not even his name attached to it. With a shake of her head, she reminded herself that she had an appointment to keep and that tardiness was unacceptable. Screwing up her courage, she knocked. "Come in, young Yaoyorozu," All Might called boisterously from the other side of the door. Momo proceeded inside and then found herself blinking in surprise. The room was the same as any office, with little in the way of furniture besides a desk, chairs, and some bookshelves. What made her pause was that every available inch of wall space was covered with motivational posters, all of which stared All Might himself. "I find they help me remain focused," All Might chuckled, and Momo blushed at being caught staring. She turned her attention to the hero, noticing he was in his hero costume as he gestured to one of the seats in front of him. "Why don't you take a seat?" Momo nodded and quickly sat in one of the seats in front of his desk. Despite her embarrassment, she refused to shrink into herself and remained poised in her posture. "Soda?" All Might asked as he pulled 2 cans of Coke from a mini fridge behind the desk, putting one in front of Momo without waiting for his answer. "Thank you," Momo nodded, quickly popping the tab and taking a sip of the bubbly drink. She really preferred tea, but the soda worked better for her quirk, so she drank her fair share. "Not at all," All Might laughed. Thankfully, it was softer than his usual laugh, which would probably have hurt her ears within the small office. "Now, I wanted to talk to you about hosu." "Yes, sir," Momo said as she gave a stiff nod. The police had agreed that she acted within the proper bounds of her authority, but it was still a little too close to vigilantism for everyone's taste. "You did a wonderful job standing up to that villain," All Might complimented, causing Momo to blink in surprise. "But I must know, what was going through your head?" "My thought process?" Momo asked, making sure she understood. "Yes," All Might nodded. "Not much of anything," Momo confessed with a slight blush as she remembered how she had heard the voice of Izuku in the heat of battle. It was mostly instinct. "That's exactly what I expected," All Might nodded, his smile somehow growing serious without losing any of its sincerity. "You see, young Yaoyorozu, it has long been said that the greatest of heroes are those who found themselves acting before their mind has had a chance to process what is happening, whose bodies move without thought, and I have been looking for a young hero just like that." "Why?" Momo asked as she felt her brow furrow. Was that why he had come to Ua? "You see, I have a secret, young Yaoyorozu," All Might confessed. "One that only a handful of people know, and I ask that what I am about to show and tell you to remain between us. Do I have your word?" "Of course, sir," Momo nodded instantly. No hesitation, All Might chuckled. "I like that. You see, young Yaoyorozu," All Might continued, his voice softer, "I am growing older." "That's true," Momo nodded, her brow furrowing at the thought. "I was injured many years ago, and that injury is weighing on my mind these days." "An injury?" Someone had injured All Might. "And so, I have begun the search for a successor," All Might told her, not acknowledging her question. "Someone who will carry the mantle of the symbol of peace when I am gone and continue to tell the people that everything is fine, because they will be there." "But you're the strongest man alive," Momo denied as she shook her head. "Even if someone took on the mantle, no one could do all that you do." "I may have thought similarly once," All Might chuckled bitterly. "But the world is full of those who surprise us, and there is always someone stronger." "But even still, why tell me all this?" Momo asked as she continued to try and wrap her mind around this conversation and the thought of someone strong enough to actually hurt All Might. "My quirk may be powerful, but it's nothing compared to yours." "Don't sell yourself short, young Yaoyorozu," All Might told her with a shake of her head. "Your quirk is one of the most powerful I have ever seen, and its versatility alone makes you one of the most dangerous people I know." Momo felt her face heat with blush at his words. "But there is a second meaning to being my successor," All Might continued. "You see, this amazing quirk of mine, it was not originally mine, but passed to me by my teacher." "Passed?" Momo repeated. "Yes," All Might nodded. "A sacred torch passed from one generation to the next, to be used to help light the path of justice and fight against darkness. The sacred gift of one for all." "One for all," Momo repeated again, feeling more and more dazed at the idea. A quirk, All Might's quirk at that, capable of being passed from one person to another. And I want you to be the next bearer of this awesome power, All Might finished. Why me? Momo asked. Because I see the good heart and heroic spirit you possess, All Might told her. If One for All is to continue to do good, then it must be wielded by someone who possesses these qualities in spades. Someone like you. But what about the others? Momo pushed as her heart pounded in her chest. There's a whole school of hero hopefuls. I can't really be better than all of them. Despite her clearly growing apprehension, All Might chuckled, and Momo felt her insides twist in embarrassment. Who's to say? All Might shrugged with a rise of his shoulders. There are others who might be worthy, but you are the one to prove to me that they are. It is to you that I am offering this awesome power and responsibility. Can I think about it? Momo asked. She still felt far away. Making a decision now was a recipe for disaster. Of course, All Might agreed with a kind smile, but don't take too long. Dragon Rider Momo wandered through the school, still processing everything. It was just too much. How was she supposed to make a decision? This would change everything. How could she bear such an overwhelming burden? How could she stomach passing it off to someone else? The familiar sound of steel on steel drew her out of her thoughts. She had managed to make her way to the training rooms, and from the sound of it, someone was already inside. She poked her head in and felt a small smile when she saw Izuku was inside, spinning as he danced around a practice robot with his green sword swinging. She hadn't gotten to see too much of the blade, what with the sports festival and internships. Izuku wielded it beautifully. With a light leap and one last flick of his blade, Izuku sent the head of the robot he was sparing flying through the air. He landed gracefully on his feet as he sheathed the blade. Hello Momo, Izuku greeted as he turned, apparently having already noticed her presence. Hello Izuku, Momo returned as she stepped more fully into the room. The room was kept fairly cool so as to be more comfortable for activity, but in her casual clothes for the early summer heat, it was a tad chilly. Have you come to practice? Izuku asked. No, Momo shook her head. I was lost in thought. I see, Izuku nodded. Perhaps training would help. I often find a break and some activity can help clear the mind. Or if you prefer, we could go get tea and speak of whatever it is that is weighing upon you. Momo considered it for a moment, grateful for Izuku and his friendship giving her someone she could count on, even if she couldn't actually tell him what it was that was bothering her. Training, Momo decided. She'd have preferred tea, but it would have been awkward given that she'd have to dance around the subject. She created some workout clothes. Let me just go get change. 10 minutes later, and with a newly created sword in her hand, she found herself standing opposite an equally armed Izuku. The two of them slowly circled each other. Each matched every step of the other in perfect sync. Momo knew better than to let him get the first move. His speed was too great for her to match, but she could trick him into matching her rhythm by setting the pace. Momo lunged forward, her sword going straight towards Izuku's stomach, but her sword was swiftly swatted away. She blocked his counterattack, his strength causing the blow to jar her arms harshly. Needing to let her arms regain feeling, Momo sent a kick at Izuku's chest that forced him to disengage and hop backward. Momo tensed and untensed her arms as she tried to force the blood to flow faster. The two of them quickly fell back into their pattern of circles. So, what was it that had you so introspective? Izuku asked. You're trying to distract me, Momo deflected. Not particularly, Izuku denied with a shake of his head. Momo lunged forward again, this time going for a downward slash at his shoulder that he caught with his blade. Though if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. Momo was about to answer when she caught a kick to the stomach that sent her back on her ass. She rolled into a backward somersault and flipped herself back onto her feet. The motion made the battered muscles scream, but she fought through it. Momo was panting as she glared at Izuku, who watched her with fierce eyes. She was very used to those eyes being calm oceans of emerald green, but this wasn't the first time she had seen the fierce battle focus that they now held. Momo rushed forward, and when her swipe was caught, She learned from her previous mistake and continued to push the attack. With each strike, Momo took a step forward and Izuku took one back as he caught or deflected her attack. Momo's breaths were getting shorter and shorter as she pushed herself, but Izuku remained infuriatingly steady throughout her onslaught. Momo disengaged and leapt backward and out of his reach. Izuku let her go without pursuing her. She let her eyes sweep over him, looking for anything that could give her an advantage. He stood there looking the part of the elven warrior she knew he practically was as he carefully watched her back. She couldn't beat him like this. He was stronger, faster, and had better stamina. She needed a flaw to exploit, and at this point, she needed to make one. Do you ever worry about if Jade made the wrong choice? Izuku blinked, but his guard never lowered. Once, Izuku nodded. But I trust Jade with my life. I will trust in his choices. Momo's brow furrowed. She had asked a random question, the first one to pop into her head, but even still she not only managed to ask a rude question, but one that's answer had her thinking back on All Might's offer. Could she put that same level of trust into All Might? He was the #1 hero, but even still Momo knew that she didn't. He was desperate and probably dying. His vision was clouded. Momo was ripped from her thoughts as Izuku lunged forward. She caught his blade with her own, the two sliding against each other and sending sparks into the air until their guards knocked together and Momo and Izuku found themselves practically chest to chest, only their swords between them. All Might offered it to you, Izuku whispered, his hot breath splashing across her face as his words barely reached her. Momo froze as she processed his words. Did he know? How? She whispered back. Izuku spun around her, the flat of his blade slapping against the back of her leg and sending her down to one knee. His strong hand grabbed her shoulder and held her up as she felt the blade come to rest against her throat. I would trust you with my life, Momo, Izuku told her softly, speaking directly against her ear and sending goosebumps down her arms. Momo felt her breath hitch at his words. Then the blade was gone and Izuku had taken a step back. Slowly Momo stood back up and held her sword back in front of her. She did her best to calm her rapid heart and her racing thoughts. He offered it to you, Momo realized aloud. Izuku only nodded as they began their circular dance once again. You turned it down? Momo asked, already having realized he must have, but not knowing why. There are things you don't know about me. Izuku's voice was soft as he said it, but his words still sent a jolt through her. It was obvious in a way. They had only known each other for a handful of weeks at this point. They were friends. He may well have been the best friend she could remember having. It was jarring to think he had kept something hidden, and it hurt. Illogical as it was, it hurt to know. Momo rushed forward, heat burning through her blood. She took a swipe at his head, but as he raised his sword to catch it she dropped low and swiped instead at his ankles. Izuku leapt over her blade, but she dropped her sword and didn't stop her forward momentum, colliding into him as he was still in the air. She didn't pause as they fell, scrambling and hurriedly putting him in an armbar. She panted as they lay on the padded floor, holding his lithe arm firmly against her body as her legs pushed down on his chest. Izuku blinked in surprise as he took in their positions. I don't know if you can break my arm or not, he pointed out. Do you really want to test it? Momo asked through gritted teeth as she felt him flex against her hold. No, Izuku confessed with a shake of his head. I suppose that's your point then. Momo released him and the two of them got up off the ground. Having vented her frustration, she was a bit upset with herself for having reacted so strongly, but there was little that could be done about it. Will you tell me? She asked as she held herself up proudly. Izuku looked at her with a piercing gaze. He brought his sword back up into a ready position and the two began to circle once again. He seemed to be considering it, and she was fine with waiting for him to come to a decision. My bond with Jade makes me ageless, he told her. Momo's feet froze and she blinked as her mind processed. Ageless. A fantasy term, but one she knew. Not immortal. Ageless. He would never age. The world would pass around him, and he would continue on, unchanging unless he fell to illness or battle. Momo's mind was racing. She was full of so many questions. Was he really only 18 or did he only look 18? He must have been. Bakugo had known him from their youths. Would he age anymore or look this young forevermore? If he did, when would he stop? Would he try and separate himself from everyone? Would he try and separate himself from her? Was he already holding himself back? Momo's emotions were everywhere. A knot tighter than almost anything she had felt before twisted at her insides as she rushed forward almost in desperation, unsure of what she was about to do. The sound of steel meeting steel rang out as their blades met. Their blades pressing against each other. Momo took a step forward, staring straight into Izuku's emerald eyes. Just seeing the look of resignation hidden within beneath the combat focus settled her resolve. "I don't care," she told him. "What?" Izuku gasped. Momo was already moving. She let her blade slide past Izuku's, ducking beneath his sword as it was freed from the force stopping it. She spun directly into another swipe, aiming at his hip, and expecting for him to meet her blade with his own. Instead, she found him within her guard, his long fingers wrapping around the wrist of her sword arm. He held her arm out, fully extended, and stepped in closer. "What?" he asked again. "I don't care," she repeated, but the fight wasn't over. She cocked back her free hand and punched at his face, only for him to catch her hand and hold this one out as well, forcing them chest to chest. But she cut off whatever he was going to say by harshly bringing her knee up. It was a dirty move, but it felt less mean than breaking his nose with a headbutt. It didn't matter anyways. He swatted her knee away with his own, sending her foot flying off to the side. She tried to correct it and reclaim sure footing, but he pushed his advantage and they tumbled to the padded floor beneath them where he quickly held her legs down, pressing his knees into her thighs. "How can you not care?" Izuku asked as his face hovered just centimeters above her own. "Because I know you," she told him. Despite what secrets he may still be holding, she was sure of that. Izuku was the person who she had shared tea with after long nights. He was the person who had helped her pull herself out of her own worries. He was the person she had been falling for from the first time she met him on that rooftop. She didn't let him say another word. She leaned forward and met his lips with her own. They were soft and warm, tasting of a mix of some fruit and the sweat that drenched them both. The gentle kiss deepened as Izuku, who had frozen in shock, melted against her, his body pressing down and fitting against her. When the kiss broke, they were both panting for breath. Izuku rested his forehead against hers with closed eyes and Momo couldn't help but smile. This was exactly like one of her novels. "I still don't know if this is wise," Izuku whispered, his breath splashing against her face and sending a shiver down her spine. "Shut up and kiss me," Momo whispered back, and she felt a thrill when he listened. Dragon Rider you've been awfully quiet," Izuku thought. He'd been dealing with the smug satisfaction wafting off Jade's very presence ever since what happened in the gym. "I assumed you wanted some privacy," Jade returned, the falsely innocent tone ruined by the previously mentioned smugness only growing. "What are you even doing?" Izuku asked, changing the subject and not even caring that he wasn't being subtle. "Nothing," Jade chuckled. Izuku knew that he was sunning himself on the green, but he could sense something else happening. Jade could smell a group of people. He could hear them speaking in whispered murmurs amongst themselves. Then one broke off and began slowly approaching. Izuku watched curiously as Jade let them approach. Then, as they drew close to his head, he opened a single eye and stared at the now frozen blonde girl that stood before him. With a startled squeak, the girl fell backward and rapidly backed away. Izuku rolled his eyes as Jade chuckled to himself and went back to this nap. Izuku walked into the common area of the dorm and found Momo sitting at the table with a cup of tea for each of them. He couldn't help but smile at that. Despite all of his worries, he still felt a spike of joy as he thought about Momo and their new relationship, which he supposed they still needed to work out the details of. Taking his seat and giving Momo a smile, he took a sip of his tea. "Have you decided yet?" Izuku asked her. "Yes," Momo nodded. I would like for us to proceed through the standard relationship steps, meaning that we would now be boyfriend and girlfriend. Izuku huffed through his nose. Oh, Momo blinked. Are there other terms you'd prefer? I really would prefer the commitment those terms imply though. That's fine, Izuku nodded. It just isn't what I was asking about. Oh, Momo blushed. You meant about the other thing. Yes, Izuku chuckled. What do you think I should do? Momo asked. It doesn't really matter, Izuku shook his head. This decision is yours. But I trust you and would appreciate your perspective, Momo pushed. Izuku couldn't help but sigh. I think you should take it, he told her. Really? Momo asked in surprise. But you didn't. Izuku smiled at that. You aren't me, he pointed out. And the main reason I couldn't take it is that I do not trust myself with that kind of power. But as I said, I trust you with my life. I have no doubt that you would use that power for good and not abuse it. Momo thought on his words and then nodded to herself. All right, she agreed. I'll tell All Might then. Good, Izuku smiled. The two of them sat in silence for a minute, enjoying their tea and the others' company in the quiet common area. They were the only ones in there at the moment, the others off enjoying their last day before classes resumed. So, Momo broke the silence. Ageless. Yes, Izuku confirmed with a small nod, trying to keep his voice steady. And you're sure you're okay with that? Okay with being with me, knowing that we will never grow old together? Growing old together? Momo asked as her face flushed a deep scarlet. Izuku smiled at her reaction but waited for her to calm and regather herself. When she finally answered, she still sounded flustered. I think you're getting ahead of yourself, Izuku. Izuku felt his eyebrows knit together. It's something you should consider, he pointed out. If it's a deal breaker, better to end things now. No, Momo answered fiercely. Izuku blinked at her in surprise, seeing her practically glaring at him. I'm not letting you get away that easy. Besides, she continued, a mischievous sparkle in her eye. I think I'm getting the better end of this deal. After all, I'll be the one with the eternally beautiful man. Beautiful? Izuku repeated softly. Momo's blush returned, though not as fiercely as before. Yes, Momo nodded before she took another sip of tea to hide her smirk. Thanks for watching.